Yeah,
Hang on one sec. Hold on one sec, okay?
Okay.
You making a sandwich?
No, I'm getting me a can of pop.
Oh, good for you.
I like to drink it with ice.
Oh, I don't see. I only drink like I don't know. I got an ice maker in Michigan because I thought I'd drink more water and I didn't. But when I'm in a
Yeah.
restaurant and they give it to me, I do. It's weird.
Well, you know what's funny with me is I don't keep my water cold.
Huh.
I just I don't I can drink more water if it's not ice cold.
Yeah.
But my pop I have to have in a glass with ice. I don't like drinking out of the can.
Yeah, what I have been doing more though is buying that carbonated water.
Yeah, I've tried that. I haven't found any I liked except
Yeah,
that.
I wish they. The best one is at Tapatio or some shit. What's the name of
Oh,
that
I've never.
water, Marty? That Kelly likes. Topo Chico.
Oh, I've never
That,
heard of it.
yeah, that's good. But I wish they just make more of them unflavored.
Yeah,
Yeah,
unflavored.
I don't need mine to taste like watermelon, lime, and bullshit.
Right,
I just want carbonated, cold, bubbly water like a Coke, only not bad for you.
right.
And
Yeah, I like.
I find I can drink the hell out of those things.
Yeah, that Perrier, is that what it's
Yeah,
called?
that's another one. Yeah.
That's good, but I mean, if you want to drink a lot of it, that shit's expensive.
I know I'd rather spend the money on beer.
Yeah, yeah, me too. Or
I
some
only
good.
have, I'm sad to say I only have one left.
Oh,
Anyway.
well, I don't have any, so it won't be a drunk stream tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good for you.
Yeah.
Here's another person that can add a lot to relationships tonight.
Oh, hello, Michelle.
Me. Hi, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say what I love your title, Tom.
Yeah, well, Michelle helped me with that.
I'm so
Oh, she
glad that
did?
Tom. I'm really thankful that Tom has a sense of humor, like just like in general. Like I think it's awesome. Like,
Yeah,
we were thinking
I
of
know.
show topics and
Yeah,
like just laughing and having
yeah.
laughs at ourselves and everything,
Yeah, there's. I mean, I don't mind giving out relationship advice. The only thing that I don't mention is you couldn't find a worse person.
Oh God, I know.
I know, right?
I didn't say it was good advice.
Well, you know what? What about my advice? Mine is just as bad as Tom's.
Yeah, but I think we can. Oh, look who's here! The traveler, the Great Lake
Traveler.
Hey, how's it
Hey,
going?
how you doing? Well, you must be
Oh,
bored out
hi,
of your mind.
Mary.
I am. Hi.
Hi,
How's everybody
Mary.
doing?
God.
Good.
What city in Mary?
I'm in Grand Rapids.
Oh, okay.
So let me
Oh,
flip
okay.
let me try and flip this camera. Well, I'll just go like this.
That's pretty.
And yeah, there's like a comedy club right over there. And there goes a bus and parking structures. And if I wasn't by myself, I would take you over to this footbridge that goes over the Grand River.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm
Cool.
You don't
there's
want to get
some
murdered.
yeah, there's some people over there hanging out, like just kind of.
They'll find you floating.
Yeah. Yep. So I'm super bored. I'm usually at home, hanging out with my
Yeah.
puppy dogs, and
No, I hate going to shit like that too.
yeah.
It's
So
funny. You would think being close to University of Georgia, I'm always looking for like good lectures to go to.
mhm.
And everything around there is like anything you want. I mean, it's good except lectures. It's weird. It's like, and they got really crappy bookstores in Georgia. I mean, it's chain bookstores, or there's no really good private ones like I like. Now, I
Yeah.
know Nashville's really good, but yeah, it's just weird. I would go to lectures on all sorts of stuff, but it's hard finding them. They're just like you'd have to be in a curriculum or something, or in a profession. They're just,
Hmm.
I guess I kind of get. I watch a lot of them on YouTube. For some reason, I love watching neurosurgery lectures. I mean, these guys are so like crazy intelligent. I mean, not spinal stuff, peripheral nerves, but actual brain surgery.
Right, right.
I mean, these guys are like 40 by the time they get their first paycheck. I mean, the
Oh,
training of these guys is just staggering.
have you seen like surgery that they practice on animals and cats and stuff? Like
No.
the cats are still alive, but this is where they do a lot of research. Like they stimulate different areas of the brain,
Uh-huh.
and they elicit different behaviors from the cat. Like the spot that makes them mad, they'll stimulate it, and all of a sudden the cat's like hissing and like spitting mad and everything. So
Yeah, no,
yeah.
it's interesting as hell. What's so crazy is how they've identified these areas in the brain that create these emotions. How there's a spot in your brain.
Right, right. Yeah.
And
It's
there's
just
so
all
many.
tissue. It's all, yep,
Hey, Don.
special tissue and,
Yeah.
oh, let me open up chat. I'm not used to being on this end of the chat.
Now, how long are you going to be at that thing?
Till Thursday,
And what is that? Continuing education?
Homeland Security.
But
Like,
what does like a nurse have to do with Homeland Security?
it has to do with like preparedness, community preparedness, like being able to run an incident and like structure an incident or an event, like
Yeah.
practice, be targeted, have goals,
Gotcha.
identify weaknesses, and it's all about communication, having things like plan out every single possibility that could happen. And so it's just a lot of preparedness. So that's why we're here.
You know
No,
what's I
go ahead.
have a question about all of this. So what's interesting is I follow political campaigns on Facebook, and today they put something out there like whatever they say, do the opposite. And I'm like, what kind of like message was it? That was from the Trump administration. And I'm just
Whatever,
wondering,
yeah, like whatever. Who says? Do the opposite of what?
it didn't say. That's why I was confused. And now, like, what I've noticed in the past year or so, I've never seen before is Homeland Security, like trucks going around. I've never seen that, like, ever in my area before. And now I'm starting to see, like, all of these, like, Homeland Security, like, vehicles out and about.
Yeah, and you know what else too? A lot of state troopers in states, they get deputized as federal agents. So when it's an interstate like national security,
Yeah.
they can pull people over out of their jurisdiction as a state trooper and
Well,
arrest them under a federal law.
they have what's called mutual aid agreements, MUOM, mutual aid agreements. So you have that cross jurisdictional abilities or whatever, so that they can help each other out. Like
Yeah.
state to state, county, tribal, they all have MOUs. And yeah, what else was I going to say? I forgot. I was going to say something. I forgot.
That's all right.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to say, yeah. So 100 miles from any international border is considered like open to border control. So I think, Michelle, where you are you like near?
I am by a
Like-
border.
Canada,
Yeah, within 100 miles.
Yeah, we do have
Mhm.
border control cars that come around quite frequently, but it's like a newer car, like it's the Homeland Security, like federal, it says like on the side of them, it says like federal Homeland Security vehicles, which I haven't seen in the past, but we have border control vehicles. They're
Yeah,
different. We've always had those.
right. Like the whole state of Michigan is considered 100 miles from an international border because of the
Okay.
the
Okay.
waters. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure, like Lake Michigan side, I'm kind of gray on that, but all the rest of the Great Lakes share a border with Canada. So it's considered an international border.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So are these like lectures?
They're like breakout sessions. So there's like 8 concurrent sessions that it goes for like an hour, and then you take a break and then you go to the next one. So we got like 8 different sessions that we're going to go to tomorrow.
Yeah.
And they have different disciplines like healthcare. We have state police, we have military, we have IT, we have health department, we have actually we have the FBI here. Yeah, and they're co-sponsors this year. So every session has different areas, of course, special areas, but they have some that are really super cool. It's like things that actually happened, and the people that were in some kind of a disaster or any big event, and they had to respond. Like today, the big session was about the shootings at Michigan State University about a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And the 2 people that ran that event were our keynote speakers. And they just said what happened. They said how it all unfolded, and then how they wrapped it up and the things that they learned. And that's the biggest thing, is like lessons learned, so that people can learn from what they did right, what they did wrong, and things like that. So
Yeah. Well, if they're talking about disasters, you might want to let them know I can come up and talk about my marriage.
oh, getting back to the topic, right?
Yeah, me too. Oh God.
Yeah, Stephanie too. We're open. And if a federal agent comes up to you and asks you if you know me, just say no.
Yeah. The G-man.
Okay.
Is your room nice?
Yeah, it's super nice.
Good.
Yeah, my mom's here with me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, she loves
Fun.
Brandon. Yeah.
Nice.
hmm
Well, it's
Yep.
good. It's a good time there. It's still kind of nice for us to get out and stuff. How was the ride down there?
I didn't have to drive, so it was great.
Oh, good. Yeah, you're not
Yeah,
kidding.
we didn't hit any traffic jams, so you know how that can happen on 131.
Yeah.
There's a lot of construction. Yeah, a lot of construction. They're fixing a lot of overpasses and yep. So what's that joke, Tom, in Michigan? There's the season is either winter or construction.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 seasons.
That's
Yeah.
about it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tom, your name tonight is TPM.
Oh, yeah. What's that stand for?
I don't know.
Oh, it's spelled wrong. Hey, I'll tell you. Oh, yeah, I see that. I'll tell you, man. That fucking even on the title, like when I go on StreamYard and do a title, that happens a lot. Shit like that. It really is. Now, right now, I'm gonna look, and the fucking P isn't even. Well, it is next to the O, so I might have done that one. but the other ones, like it's constantly makes like these crazy mistakes that I know I didn't make. Yeah, anytime on StreamYard, it's weird.
It's happened to me before too.
Yeah, now this one, it must have been me. It got me for sure. But a lot of times I look on that stuff and I think to myself, there's no way I did that. It's almost like, correcting you in like a strange way.
Yeah.
Yeah, weird. And I see it's like StreamYard's acting a little glitchy tonight. Like, don't light that came up, and then it comes up, and then it goes away, and now it's up. Was up for a little while, and now it's not connected.
Huh.
But his is like a real thing where you guys are using Avatar, but your audio is good. Yeah, weird. Well, it's good you're having a good time there, having fun.
Yeah, Mari, thanks for showing us, Mary. Thanks for showing us.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
Yep.
Now, what time do you have to get up in the morning?
6:30. Breakfast is at 7. So they give us this huge breakfast.
Oh, wow.
There's a building over there. It's called Bob.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. There's like 3 different levels, 3 stories, and each level has a different type of bar. Like one level is country western, the other is comedy, and then the top is like fine dining or something.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah, it's really fun.
yeah, good for you.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, I don't even know how many people come to this conference. It's like thousands of people are here.
Oh,
I think
cool.
he said like, I can't remember how many he said.
Well, it's
Yep.
good. I like going to
Yeah.
stuff like that. That's why I went to the helicopter convention. I would have went to it this year too if it was close. Sit in these interesting lectures and stuff like that.
Yeah, enjoy it, Mama Mia. Just enjoy it. Like it looks
Mhm.
beautiful.
Yeah, it does.
Relax, freaking.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. We're not in like the Pantland Hotel. You guys, if I have time to stream tomorrow, or I'll take a video. It's
Yeah.
like these. Have you been there, Tom? In the Pantland?
No.
They have like these hanging chandeliers that are just huge, and it's like the oldest hotel downtown, and it's very ornate and very old. They got like antique furniture and very well kept and everything. But yeah, that's like the big ritzy place to stay.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Oh, cool.
yeah. So we're not there.
Yeah, but you still got a nice room.
Yeah, this is actually nicer because we don't have to like walk a half mile just to get to like one part to the other part. Everything's like really super far. But another cool thing is like we're on 3 city blocks and it's all connected by a skywalk
Oh,
from
okay.
building to building. Yeah. Yep. My mom actually got lost
Oh, I
later.
believe it.
Yeah. I was like, just walk to the end of the skywalk and that's where our place is. And so we had to go to this conference mandatory meeting.
Yeah.
And apparently she took a wrong turn. I don't know, but some people helped her. She said another older woman and her daughter helped point her in the right direction. So I felt kind of bad.
What'd she do all day while you're at your things?
She walked around downtown. She went to the post office. And then actually, I don't know if you saw, we had some bad weather go through here in Michigan.
I saw it.
Yeah. So
It was down there, but it wasn't up where you were, right?
right. No, we just got some rain.
Yeah.
Mom got caught in the rain. So she just came back. There's a lot of like sitting areas over there at the Amway and the Pantland. There's like little cubby holes and bistros and sitting areas. So she just hung out over there.
Oh, nice.
But
That's good. You can spend time with her.
yeah, it's great. She loves coming down here. But what I was going to say is that there was actually tornadoes downstate in Kalamazoo.
Oh, really?
And yeah, it hit a FedEx building and the building collapsed, and I guess 40 people were trapped in there for a while. And yeah,
Wow.
it hit like other parts, other communities, like I don't even know, but it's pretty bad down there. And you know what's funny? Where I live, we don't get the tornadoes touching down or anything.
Yeah, right. Rare.
Very rare. It's because we're surrounded by water. It's like we live in a bubble.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, mm-hmm.
Hey, did your daughter still get making house plans?
Yes.
Oh, good.
Yes. Yes. Yep. She's not in any rush. They're making her do a class, like home ownership class.
Yeah.
Yep. I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Before she'll qualify for a loan, she has to take a class.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. Yeah.
The class says don't kill yourself when you find you only have $5 left in every month.
You
It's
know what?
expensive to own a home.
Her house payment's going to be less than rent would be.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
rent,
I thought she lived with you.
Yeah, she does. Yep,
No.
she does. But if she had a place of her own
Oh,
renting,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
it would be, the rent is outrageous where we live.
Oh,
Like
I know.
2,000, 2,500 just for a regular apartment. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
That was good signal, Bob.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Mm-hmm. So, Tom, you had a really strange picture for this live.
Yeah, that was just back in the day when I was. Which you mean? Oh, that girl.
Yes.
Yeah, that was someone I interviewed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I wish I hadn't.
Whatever happened to her?
I'm not sure. I know she didn't get better looking.
Oh, God.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Tom, your next live, I want my picture up there, okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, you're such a brat.
You did have a couple pictures of a black woman too on your
Yeah, I
lives.
interviewed her too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Last time I saw her, she was trying to get into my car. No shit.
What?
Yeah, it was down there in Maddie and Gerald's neighborhood. Said somebody was like, fuck, I don't know. I didn't want to do it though, because, you could, obviously she was like, on something. And the last thing I wanted her was in my van.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. Yeah.
Yeah, it just didn't do it. It just took off.
Yeah.
I did call the police and said, hey, I didn't want to just leave her there.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's too dangerous to have some strange woman in your car because they could say that you did something to them. And,
yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
They could have drugs, and then the cops could pull you over.
Yeah.
Well, they got an ordinance down there, which I was always worried they were going to nail me with, that it's against the law to associate with a known prostitute. So even if I was just doing an interview, they could easily prove that I know this lady's a prostitute, and it doesn't matter that I'm not soliciting her for sex. I'm associating with her. What's your defense?
Right.
They tow my van. Daisy goes to town. They go, fuck all that shit.
Yeah, they'd take you in.
Detroit's not like a sane place.
No.
Like where the cops don't want to get sued. They could give a shit down there.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean? Hell no.
Mm-hmm.
I locked the door and took the hell off. Yep. No way. I don't want part of that. Yeah.
No, you don't.
No, I really didn't.
Okay, I'm gonna drop down. Bye.
Okay,
Hey,
Mary, have a good time.
Bye.
Thanks for coming on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Oh, let me see if I can try and get Rob on here. Rob, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Your thing was like coming up and coming off. It showed don't connect. Didn't connect. Your device. Yeah. What, you got your vibrator plugged in?
Yeah.
Yeah, like flickered. Like Stephanie's. It buzzes.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny how
Oh, yeah.
you do have like weird connections sometimes. Lately it's been better. I don't know if you like got better internet or something.
I got that 30 amp vibrator.
Yeah. No, but did you get a better connection?
No?
You know how you would like get kicked off and stuff?
Yeah.
But that hasn't happened as much, but tonight was weird.
I don't know.
Huh. That's all right. Michelle, how was your day today?
It was well, I was at the beach. I went down to Lake Ontario. I was gonna film it because they're doing a lot of stuff down there.
Yeah.
Because it's warming up and everything, and people are out and about now. And I was going to, but then I was like, there's a Lilac Festival going on, so I might film
Yeah, those are
on the
cool.
Lilac Festival.
Those are I noticed those like listed on these things. Different places have lilac festivals.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be cool. What was your temperature there today?
I want to say it got up to like 75 today.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
sunny.
hotter than hell here tomorrow, 90.
Yeah, we're gonna have 70 to 80s this week here in Seattle.
God, you know, today was like I was trying to read a book, you know, out under the big tree, you know, in my truck. It's got good seats and I can see the vultures and all that. I thought, God damn, it's hot, you know. I bet the humidity's high. I looked on my phone, the humidity wasn't high. It was only 52%, but man, it was hot at 86.
Wow.
And the sun wasn't even beating on my truck. I couldn't do it. That's when I
We
went
had-
and got a Mexican dinner.
We had overnight storms, and then another storm blew in this morning. And next thing you know, a few hours later, it's beautiful blue skies. And just about sundown, another storm blew through, the same storm that blew through Detroit.
Wow.
And it rained like hell for about an hour. It blew past, and the skies are clear now.
Wow, Red Raider. Red Raider had 93.
Yeah, it was probably 75 here today.
75 is good.
Oh man, I was hot. I had all kinds.
I don't
of
like hot weather.
Hey Tom,
Yeah.
you ever been to Branson?
Thankfully, no. Cocksucker. Yeah. Well, you gonna show me your fucking CD collection?
Oh yeah, I do
Fucking
have.
wacko. Yeah.
Oh boy.
This is my favorite right here.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, that's a nice one.
Yeah,
Wow. That looks a little too. Do you understand any of it?
barely.
Okay. That's all right. You're improving then. That's good.
Yeah, yeah. But this is a collector's edition, man.
Yeah, it's great. Don't you think you're a little old to be collecting that shit?
No,
Yeah. This is the problem.
So Tom, you're supposed to be Dr. Tom tonight.
Yeah, sure.
And
I'll give
we're
relationship
supposed to be-
advice. I'd be glad to. I've had a lot of experience. I've been engaged. I've been married. I've gotten divorced. I've had a lot of
Yeah, so
girlfriends.
if anyone has questions in the chat for Tom, type them in and
Feel free.
he'll give
Yeah.
you some advice.
I've gotten hundreds of blowjobs while I was married.
So
I
Tom,
mean, I can help you with like knowing when things aren't quite right, how to catch a cheat. You know, the guys out there, do not leave those massage parlor receipts in your wallet if you leave $100 tip.
Oh God.
Yeah, it just is not, especially. Now, Michelle, you may be able to bullshit your way out of it. Stephanie, you'd be lucky to be alive. And Mark Kropka, God knows, he'd probably find half of his body in Ontario and the rest in a piece of luggage in Guyana.
yeah, you guys out there need your wife straightened out. Tom, take care of it,
Yeah, sure will.
and vice
Absolutely will.
versa. You
Yep.
know, any women need your man straightened out.
Yep.
Tom,
Absolutely.
Tom,
I will
Tom,
tell you all the things. I will try to head off the relationships going as far south as mine did. I mean, there's intervention. You can do things before it gets that bad. Yeah, if it's the guy and your sex life just heads south and things are getting stale, I highly recommend a threesome.
So Tom, we have I have people. So what do you think about being in a marriage and going on separate vacations, not together?
You know, a lot of my wife and I did that, and sure as shit, it led to a divorce.
Oh God, yeah. Now, my advice: never let your husband go on a vacation alone.
Oh, really?
No
You're divorced
freaking
too.
way.
You're divorced too.
Well, yeah, but we never
We
took
could still-
vacations separate.
You're sounding like Chris now.
You know me? Oh, you better stop right there. Oh God,
No, I
stop.
mean, we took separate vacations. It was like, I mean, you're assuming that they're automatically bad, Stephanie. If you love your wife and she wants to go to London and you don't, well, she can go with a girlfriend. It's not always infidelity and strip clubs in Las Vegas. In other
So-
words, it's
so-
something you discuss.
Did you ever take a vacation without your wife just because you didn't want your wife with you on the vacation?
No, not really. No, nope.
Or
She went
either
over. She
way.
traveled around a lot in Europe and stuff. I wasn't
Yeah.
interested in going over there.
Right. Okay. Well, that's different then.
But I would have. Hey, Kelly. I would have. I'll tell you this. This is the deal. This is my opinion. Ain't worth a fuck. You get what you pay for. There were certain relationships I had where I would have never considered like going on a vacation without them or not being with them or something. Then there are other ones. It's like, fucking A, man, I did everything I could to get out of it. And I look back on that and I think, if you're in a relationship and like your spouse wants to take a vacation without you, that's not a good sign for things going very well. I mean, at the time when I did it, I think some of the shit that I did it with some girlfriends too. I just was sick of them, and they could go on vacation in themselves because by that time it didn't really matter. But if I was like really into like a relationship like you should be, no, it's weird. But I was tired of them. I didn't want to go through all the bullshit of breaking up. So, I monkey wrenched my going with them. It's not right. I should have dumped them way ahead of time.
Attaboy.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's just, these are things that you go to a counselor about. I mean, you can't tell me that there's anything good about a spouse wanting to not be with a person he's married to on vacation. That's shit I would assume that you're supposed to share, and you know what I mean? When you first, you just, and if anybody out there in a relationship, young, old, whatever, just think about when you're really attracted to somebody and you first started dating them and you were fucking 3 times a day the first month. Would you ever wanted to go on separate vacations? Hell no.
Hell no. That's
But as
right.
you age and shit, and the sex goes south, and that spark is gone, it's like, yeah, why not? See you later.
Well, yeah, that would be because, see, I was only married 5 years. Now, who knows, after 20 years, I might have said, yeah, you go ahead. I'm going there. You go there. But, in the 5 years, no, we never, we just always went on vacation together. It never came up where he wanted to go. Well, he went, like camping and stuff with his buddies on the weekend, and I didn't want to go.
No, and like Faye says, I don't think men going on fishing trips is what you're talking about, is it, Michelle?
That's not really, I don't consider that a vacation.
No.
Yeah.
But here's the thing too, just because like we think this, it all is something that you could work on. The $50,000 question is, why wouldn't a spouse want their spouse to go with them? Is it because they're sick of them? They need a break from them? It's not. I'm assuming
what is it?
that there's nothing that's good.
Right.
Yeah.
like if you
No,
don't
I agree.
if you don't want to take somebody on, the reason to take a vacation is to take a break from something.
Yeah,
And usually you would think that that would be work,
right.
um,
Right.
to go
Yeah.
have fun with people that
Uh-huh.
you like.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it all. And another thing too, it all depends on what end of this scenario you're on. If you're the person tired of your spouse, you're telling everybody what's the big deal because you're the one that's tired of them. But if you're on the receiving end and you don't quite feel about them how they feel about you, it hurts your fucking feelings.
Right.
You know, if the relationship's south and gone south, you don't give a fuck. But if you're
Right.
on the, backside of this, when I'm thinking when I'm done with a relationship, I'm like, I could care less. I try to like be decent, and respectful, but I've had it broke off in my ass a couple times. And like, that is not fun. And you're trying to get
Right.
them to, and you ask them and they bullshit you. And it's just an unraveling series of lies on why they don't want you going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Rob, you got a girlfriend, you said, didn't you? Don't you?
Yeah.
If she wanted to go to Fort Lauderdale for 2 weeks and you wanted to go too, and she said, "No, what? I think we need time apart." Would it bother you?
Nah.
Yes, it would. Raw. Yes, it would. Don't lie, honey.
That wouldn't happen. But I wouldn't give a fuck.
Why wouldn't it happen?
She'd want me to go with her.
Okay,
Or-
so yeah, but would your radar be on if she didn't? Would your feelings be hurt?
In this particular relationship, probably. But I mean, if she wanted to go by herself, well, by golly, I wouldn't give a fuck.
But from what you said that would never happen, that's why you wouldn't give a fuck, because the reality of the likelihood of this happening is pretty low.
Yeah.
So it's not something you
Right.
worry about. But if you were getting it broke off in your ass for real, you may think differently of it.
Yeah, like you said, that's a sign.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think it is too.
Well, you better pull up anchor or steer your ship the right way.
But here's another thing too, and I'm not saying this is linked to your relationship, Michelle, or
Yeah.
whoever you're talking about, but you got spouses out there that are just these quirky, weird fuckers that are cheap. In some kind, they're looking at stuff like the vacation will cost less because their spouse is there. I've heard of this, which just seems like nuts, but I guess it can be valid. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Or it could be a guy like when my mother-in-law used to come to visit my wife when we were living in West Palm Beach. I'd go up and spend 2 weeks in a hotel watching porn. Now, was it absolutely if it wasn't for the mom coming down and I said that, I probably still would have wanted to do it, but I wouldn't have. But it gave me a good excuse to get out of there. And you can argue that it's like, well, that's a little strange, I didn't really care for my mother-in-law, and
I mean, if there's reasons, like if you sit down and like you say something, you talk to your partner or whoever, and you're like,
that's a myth.
and you're like, oh yeah, like let's plan a vacation or whatever, and then the other person doesn't want to do it or whatever, and the other person does, then obviously no one's going to care. Like the other person's not going to care if they don't go on vacation with you because they didn't want to
Yeah.
go to begin with.
But I don't think this is unique to a lot of relationships. It's just everybody, I think, would hope for better. You would hope you wouldn't end up in that kind of position. But like I said, it depends on which half of the equation you're.
Right.
If you're the dumper or the dumpy,
Yeah.
Right.
big difference.
Fucking A.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if your husband or wife came to you and said, I think we should take separate vacations this year, yeah, I think that would be a problem.
Yeah, but you say like, there's lots of things you can talk about. Like we're going to get green siding or brown. But when it comes to this kind of shit,
Right.
it's unlikely two people are going to be that open to talk about it and get anywhere. The person that doesn't want the other person going is going to like, oh, I just need some time alone. Just some fucking bullshit that's not the truth to take the vacation by themselves. I don't think it means automatic infidelity. I just think it's odd because you got half of the relationship that's feeling bad about this, and that's not
Right. No, because the other person would get their
It's fucking
feelings
raining
hurt.
again.
What's that? Your connection's a little weird again, Rob.
It's raining.
Oh, it is.
Pouring rain.
Wow. So I would say, and a lot of times, if relationships have went really south, the other person doesn't want to go to a counselor because they know what's going to happen there. The last thing I remember going to a counselor one time, and this guy was like, his goal was like to, try and keep us together. I told him fucking in the hallway, hey, fucker, I don't want to get back together.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to do this. I'm just trying to like get out of this, like, and not be a dick. But I do not want to fix this. So, there could be a silver lining to it. The person could be doing you a favor.
No shit.
Yeah. There's 50 fucking guys out there love to take you on vacation. Unfortunately, the one you're married to doesn't. I mean, that shit happens,
Yeah.
It's complicated. It's complicated.
His mom said, when you see the most beautifulest woman you've ever seen before in your life, just remember there's a guy out there that's sick and tired of her shit.
Kind of true. And vice versa, it's difficult. I mean, you look now at the divorce rate and the lack of people getting married.
Well, divorces cost money.
Yeah. Not much though if you don't have a lot of assets.
Right.
Right.
We did our divorce ourselves. The house, the way we did it was, Tom had bought the house before we were married. So when we got divorced, I just told him, just give me some money. I'm not going to make you sell the house. And so he just gave me $10,000, and then we did the divorce ourselves.
Yeah, but
You
didn't have kids, although if you've got adult children, it doesn't matter.
Right. But we didn't have kids. The only thing he had was the house. He bought that house back then for $30,000. His house was only $30,000 back then, and I just said that's fine. Just give me some money, and so we didn't have a bad divorce.
Yeah,
It wasn't.
Yeah.
Both of your husbands' names are going to be Tom.
If it's a
Yeah, my
mutual-
husband's name was Thomas. It was.
Well, now you'll be married to two Toms. See, you ain't got to worry about hollering the wrong name.
That's right.
Yeah, always remember that name.
Stephanie,
I won't be hollering.
Yeah, Stephanie may not go on vacation with me, but it's impossible to go on vacation with me with a ball peen hammer buried in your forehead.
Oh God.
Just you guys, please remind me that when I do this, to not go to Home Depot on video and buy all the hammer, put it on my charge card, have my GPS enabled, all that shit that gets these guys sent away for eternity.
And turn your cell phone off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just no, it's shit, who knows, man. I mean, I'll tell you, man, honestly, I see a lot of people and they're just like lonely fucking nerds that nobody else wants anyway. And And those are some of the people in the statistics on these long-term marriages. I mean, it's fucking weirdos that have no other options. It's not like there's anybody. I know there's happy long-term marriages, like Penny, I think, has one. I think Faye has one. But in the whole scheme of things, I mean, I'm divorced. Stephanie's divorced. Rob's divorced. Michelle's husband was divorced. I mean, the reality of things in this day and age, and maybe relationships in general, is it's not that great of odds long term.
Well, the statistics that I saw, right? So if you get married once, the chances of you, I'm sorry, if
Getting
you get,
divorced is
if
higher
you
the
get
second time.
yeah,
Yeah, it
it
is.
gets higher
I'll
and
tell you
higher.
why. Because you see that writing on the wall. You know when to get the hell out of Dodge way sooner. You're not pissing away 10 or 15 years like you did the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know an airline pilot just got divorced, and they'd been married about 30 years. And he said it just dawned on him one day that she was going to treat him the same way her mother treated her father. And he said, fuck that. Cost her
30
life.
years into it.
Yeah.
Usually the girl mimics her father on the way her father treated her mother. That's usually how the girl is in a
Yeah,
relationship.
and they pissed away 15 fucking years trying to keep this bullshit together that eventually led to divorce.
33 fucking years. Golly.
Yeah, I know. And then if you live long enough, I mean, it's financially a lot of times the separate vacation thing makes more sense as people age.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to sell your house. You know, you're both splitting this bullshit for what? Just live separate lives and come and go. Open relationships. Like that Mel Tucker, the football coach that got canned at Michigan State. They supposedly had an open relationship. You know, the relationship south, there's grandchildren involved. So you just kind of like share a house and come and go as you please. Like open relationships. I mean, I think, and I've heard of open relationships like where, like, supposedly this Will Smith and this Jada Pickett have an open relationship. Now, I don't know whether that means you can just take off for a week and nobody knows where you're at, or you got earplugs because you're hearing your wife getting railed by her part-time new boyfriend in the room next door. I don't know. I mean, it's all over the map.
I've only known one person personally that did that. And then
Open relationship?
Yeah, and then they still stayed together through it though, even after they stopped having like an open relationship.
And I think, guys, my idea of as an open relationship is I do what I want and you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
No, I know that's how men are, though.
Yeah,
they
I know. It
they
is how
can,
yeah.
but they don't want their woman doing it. I
No,
know.
Yeah. And there's a whole thing of, and this is true, and I'm like this. I don't think I'm like this anymore, but I didn't really want it, but I didn't really want anybody else getting it.
Makes sense.
It's fucked up thinking. You know, I'd break up with some of these damn women, and I start getting fucking jealous who they were dating.
That's
Once
a
the
weird way of
novelty
thinking.
wore off of, like, you know, almost like you get used to fighting and you miss it. Fucked up.
Punch, fight, fuck.
Yeah. But I think national statistics speak for themselves.
What are you drinking there, Tom? Root beer?
No, I got one Dragon's Milk left.
You got one left.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I know it.
Well, Tom, I must admit you can give pretty decent advice even though you're in your current situation.
Yeah, well, you know, you look at some of the, I'll give you an example, that Delilah, that lady with the nice voice that tells everybody how to hang in there with their relationships on the radio.
Oh, yeah.
She's been divorced like 5 fucking times.
Well, that's usually what happens. Is
Yeah, look her up.
Usually people who give the best advice can't actually like follow that advice themselves in their own life.
No, it's like, don't do as I do, do as I say.
Yeah.
Well, I would rather listen to somebody who's gone through all the shit. You know, somebody that's been married 5 times, they're going to know a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
here's the thing though. I'm not sure that means even for themselves that their life's going to be any better. There's lots of shit you do that doesn't save you the problems just because you have knowledge of it. Like I think I'm a good friend, a terrible husband. Like I
Well,
was really good friends with my wife for quite a while before, we started dating and stuff. And I liked it that way. And we'd probably still be really good friends. And I bet our spouses would just nix the thing along the way because they'd have been sure we were screwing. But we were good
Right.
friends before it turned into that.
Oh yeah, my husband and I were good friends, and I even after let's see, 2 years after we divorced, I rented. He had a house with a mother-in-law's house on it, and I rented that little mother-in-law's house from him. And I mean, him and I got along fine, but his new girlfriend, she didn't like it at
No,
all.
yeah, they just
She
can't
thought
believe.
she thought we were doing it for sure. And
Yeah.
Tom, I hadn't had sex with him in years.
No, you'd have never convinced her that.
And
Well,
I only lasted 6 months. He felt really bad, but he said that I had to go, but because she didn't like it. They
Yeah,
fought
no.
about it all the
Yeah,
time.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that a bit.
Yep. And
Well, with you were, how long were you guys platonic and good friends?
you mean before the divorce?
No, before he started railing you.
I was 18.
I know, but how long were you you were never really all that attracted to him, were you?
Oh, we were friends for about a
No,
year.
I'm not talking about friends. I'm talking about
Oh.
sexual attraction. You're losing me on friends like me and Michelle, or friends that you hope you fuck someday.
Oh, I see what you mean. We were never friends before. We were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Oh, I get
And
it.
as the years went on, it started to develop for me like we were just friends.
Oh, see, it was the opposite with me. We were friends.
Okay, all
And
right.
She pursued it more than me, and I just kind of went along with it because I didn't think I'd do any better, which I still think.
Right.
I gave it a whirl.
Yeah.
I mean, I think about this from time to time, and I think you got to just get lucky in life. I mean, you can be born just like people that get cancer or win the Powerball or whatever. You can be some lucky son of a bitch and just meet your soulmate, and you're one of these 50-year golden wedding anniversaries, and you wouldn't think of fucking around, and you miss your wife when she's gone for longer than 2 hours. Or you can be some son of a bitch that just meets one goddamn banana peel after another.
Right.
It's life. It's how it happens. You're not guaranteed, and that fucking time's clicking too. I mean, I wasn't 30 until I got married. And I knew that the likelihood statistically, after going through high school and college and, 8 years after that my odds weren't going to get better. So I got married. Yeah, and I'm probably right, but some people just get lucky. Somebody gets a flat tire and you fix it and you switch numbers, and it's the same at the end of 50 years as it was the day you first started dating. And that, I think, is just like any other facet of life.
Yeah.
How the cards fall for you.
Yeah.
And I just think in my case, I mean, there's only 2 times I think I would have been exactly what a good guy would have been. The first one, smart girlfriends, even though I was like a wild ass. They like that wild dick. But after a while that wears off. You got some guys skipping class and dropping classes and taking classes twice and going to titty bars, and he's got a deep throat under his fucking bed between the mattresses that she finds when she cleans your house to surprise you when you get home, finds shit like that. They get fucking tired of it. And then there was a married woman that I met when I lived up in West Branch. But other than that, it was all I didn't give a fuck one way or the other. I mean, I thought that I didn't care less, to be honest with you. I mean, I liked him, but it wasn't like I could have taking separate vacations, no problem.
Right.
Most of my life, other than maybe a short, brief 77 to 79 period, I could have gave a fuck. I got tired of them. Really, I really did, man. I didn't give a shit what they thought. And they do one little goddamn thing that, like, I'd look for reasons, and it's like, I don't really want to do this. And it's like, if you look at me, like at my age now, I only met two that I know that I could have done it like you're supposed to. The first one couldn't take it, ended up marrying a state trooper. And the second one was married. And that was it. And the other ones were just like, it was good, fun. But, when those hormones start heading south and you're looking at your watch, it's like, fuck. I mean, from about 35 on, it was like, I just really wasn't into this shit that much. It was like, to me, like, I'd rather watch porn and drink Dragon's Milk. I mean, like, times 10. I mean, the notion of just like dating, and it doesn't interest me. I think I have like the same like strong feelings, like the way I think is like being gay or some shit. Like, you're not into girls and you're not switching. And that's how I've been for like a long time. So I fuck around, I joke, and I'm sure that nothing is going to change at all for me until the day I die, which I'm fine with.
Yeah, I am too. I only got close to getting married one more time. I dated someone for 4 years, and yeah, I'm glad we didn't get married. No.
And I mean, and for a time, I would say for about the 13 years, I was living up in West Branch. I had a young girlfriend, like 22, that would do anything. Recruiter girlfriend. She was up for anything. She's a school teacher now in Orlando, Florida. Never got married, 2 kids from different baby daddies. And even though it's like, well, why didn't you marry her? Because other than that wild, crazy shit, I didn't really consider her wife material. It was a lot of fun, but man, it was like after that,
But then again,
that crazy sex shit, I didn't want to be spending much time with her. And I always thought that combining all this, even if you're rich and good looking with tons of money, you'll still have a hard time doing it. Life doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? So basically, I painted myself into a corner both ways, with wild, great, like crazy fucking fantasy shit, like swinger fucking porn shit. And then nice, educated, liked me more than I liked her. And I got tired of both of them. And I think it could be like, my whole family is fucking kooky. My sister, my nephew, my fucking mom and dad were nuts. So, I mean, it could be just genes and a psycho brain. It could be bad luck thrown into. It could, I don't know.
well, I think too, no, I think you're right on that, because a lot of people mimic or are more comfortable in relationships that mimic their family's relationships, marriages
My
and
parents,
stuff
yeah, they
like
were
that.
fucking nuts. Yeah, I just don't. I think in life, I mean, you look at the whole scenario from birth. I bet you money my parents drank and smoked and every other fucking goddamn thing. I'm surprised. I'm lucky I'm not fucking retarded or have like extra arms or some shit.
Right.
Yeah, really, man. So when you look at if that's all I got out of that from a bad gene connection, I'm still not doing bad.
Right.
But it isn't
Right.
what you'd like it to be based on what you know is possible. I mean,
Right.
honestly, I've said that all along. That's why I thought that I could identify with like these prostitutes in a kind of way with regards to like, like Christmas and shit. I could give a fuck. Birthdays, norm, don't tell anybody. That's not like normal.
No, when I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Now, when you were growing up, did you have normal family functions
No,
like that?
not zero.
See, that's where that probably comes from too. See,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
some of it, I mean, not all, but like some of it, that's what you were used to for so many years
Yeah,
being
but you know,
before the
you
big
can, yeah, it's
wheel.
true. But you can, but there are people that come out of the same or worse that didn't. I mean, you go through life, and you at this age, you'd think you'd figure it out better. But I just know the world doesn't work that way. I just know what happened, and I'll probably never know why. It's kind of like religion. Either you believe it or you don't. And, you
Yeah.
know, who knows why I live in Georgia now? You know, just a series of events that happened. Who knows why, how you ended up, how you did, how Stephanie got divorced. Everybody on this chat, you just, you know, there's a lot of fate, luck, decisions, timing, musical chairs of life. The fucking song stops, and hopefully there's a chair when you sit down. And sometimes there is, and sometimes there isn't. And sometimes it's a fucked up chair. Sometimes it's a small one. Sometimes it's too big. And then you see people, which is why they promote these people on TV. You know, they're good looking. They got fucking 19 fucking gold medals, probably a 10-inch dick, 9-inch, Stephanie. You know, they got houses all over, beautiful wives. And even look at Tiger Woods. That shit goes south too. So sometimes I kind of think that it's how life got presented to you at that particular time. You know, I just, you know, it's shit luck, decisions you made, serendipity, fate. You know, I mean, I'd rather be thinking, wow, this worked out just like I hoped it would, rather than I'm doing better than I should have, because that doesn't really get you anywhere. You know, but that's how I think about it to myself. I mean, I think the only thing that
I mean,
I got lucky with is that I don't get lonely.
this this is the thing with life. Like, if you felt at the times of your life that you had, if you felt like something was right,
Mm-hmm.
then you did it, right?
Yeah, but I did shit that I was suspicious of it, and I did it anyway. I mean, it wasn't like somebody was going to cut my nuts off with a machete.
You weren't
It's like
about it.
this person seems, you know, unstable, but you know, I don't know. We're not getting married, and you just do something. I had pretty damn good girl. I had a few kooks, but not bad. Not bad. But like Stephanie and I talk, you know, we're glad it's over. This isn't a consideration anymore. See, at your age, you still got, you know, you got 2 outs and a man on third. The
Oh
game's
yeah,
over for
because
us.
in my 40s, no, I was still, I mean, you know, having sex, going out with guys, but I was so into working and making sure I could take care of myself. I didn't really have any room for a relationship. I would go out with somebody a couple times, but after that, it was like I had a block about it, like, oh no, you know, no one's ever moving in with me. And, you know, so, you know, I probably screwed up, you know, I probably, you know, met a lot of nice men, but I didn't want it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But just think, Stephanie, how fucked we'd be if we got lonely.
Yeah. See, the only time, Tom, see, the holidays are a big thing for me. But I don't get lonely because I don't have a man. I want to be with my family,
Well,
my
see, I
sister,
don't.
the kids. You know, my parents are gone now, so that's the times I get emotional. Is you know, wanting to be, you know, all together on, you know, special days. But otherwise, no, I'm not lonely at all.
Yeah, me
And
either.
you know, people think that there's something wrong with that too.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, how you choose to live your life, nobody else can tell you, like, it's wrong. If you don't want to be in a relationship, I don't see why somebody would feel that that's the wrong thing to do. I mean, you tried it out.
Yeah,
It's not
but
like you didn't.
here's the deal. Like you're talking to this scenario of separate vacations. You can feel just as shitty not being in a relationship and not wanting one either as someone else does in a relationship that's married that you know you don't want, but the spouse wants to take a separate vacations. There's all sorts of ways to feel miserable.
Thanks, Tom.
No, you know what I mean? But there
Well,
really is. It's
I
like,
understand.
you know,
I-
it's like it's like you can't really, you know, win. You know, I was talking to a psychiatrist one time, and you know, I'm like a negative fucker. I know that, half full. And he said, "Well, how'd you like Detroit? Sucks. Ann Arbor, got tired of it. Blows. Florida, I hated that too. Georgia, I lived here before. I said, sucks. He said, I said, Florida. I said, that sucks. He said, how about Chicago? I said, it's terrible. He said, do you know where you're moving to? I said, no, but I know it's gonna suck. So, you know, I can't help but like try to objectively think that this is just me, and it doesn't matter what happens, I'm going to think this way. It
Yeah,
isn't because of anything. It
right.
wasn't because I wasn't rocked enough. It wasn't because I was finger banging my Cub Scout leader on a marshmallow tour,
I know what.
marshmallow camp out.
God.
Just this way. And you know, as a human, you know, you're trying to figure out, why do I feel this way? Why do I do these things? Why am I in this predicament? And you'd think, being you'd have like a better, you know, understanding of this, but you don't. Fuck, I don't know. I mean, I think I try to know, you know, you're trying to like, it's like taking a big giant crossword puzzle and just like, you know, not just mixing it up, but putting it in a fucking blender. It's like, holy shit, man. And, you know, I'm supposed to, and you realize at a certain point that it's like, this is just me. You know what I mean?
You're
Like,
just
Like
negative.
when you guys, yeah, like, you know, I know I'm kind of like that, but I think it's like 5% of what I'm really like to other people. And that comes out like when you impersonate me, you know, when we do these parodies. Yeah, you know, where I think I'm like 5%, and people saying, that was fucking great. Dead nuts on 100%.
Right.
You know? Yeah. So, you know, I think it's just fuck, I don't know. And you listen to these people and they have these big philosophical ideas on this, man. I think it's all a bunch of fucking bullshit. It's like, you know, why am I 5'10" and not 6'10"? Shit like that. Fuck, I don't know.
Well, that's genetics. So
Yeah, I
that's a
mean
little
genetics,
more
but there's
easy to-
variables to that because there is gene expression, but you know, it's nature, nurture. And like I said, studies on identical twins with the exact same DNA. You know, one's a fucking virgin, the other one can deep throat a 12-inch dildo. Is it because they were raised at birth and given up to different? Fuck, I don't know. They don't know. I mean, it's a moving target. You just don't know. I mean, you're trying to like be happy and, you know,
I
be
think
satisfied and all this
I
fucking
always,
horse shit.
I always go by like I always thought that you meet people for a reason. Like
No,
people
I
come
don't
into your
believe that.
life.
I don't believe
I
it.
do. And it's usually you usually gain something from having people in your life
I don't
and
believe
like
that.
when you work and stuff. Oh, I believe in that
Do you
wholeheartedly.
believe that's Stephanie?
That you meet somebody for a
Yeah.
reason? I don't
Only person I
know.
ever met for a fucking reason was an escort.
No, not for a reason. I said people come into your life, but
I
it's
think it's all
always
a bunch of fucking bullshit.
oh,
What's
I
the
think
reason
you're,
I met my goddamn wife then?
yeah,
your wife.
yeah, I
Well,
don't know.
you said you had many good years. I mean, it's not like you're when you
Yeah, but I mean, she's not bad. I mean, you know, it's just, but when I move on, I move on. I don't want to fucking
right. Well, that's fine.
talk to
Well,
these
no,
fucking.
that's fine. But you can't say that there wasn't any type of value or that you learned something from that experience or
Yeah, I learned I should have had enough balls to just stay friends.
yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like you learned something about yourself. Maybe she helped you in some way. Like there's just a reason. It's not. I don't think like anybody like friends, coworkers, whatever, like places where you worked, places you
Yeah,
didn't work.
I don't think that.
No.
I mean, I think I do meet him, but I don't think there was a reason behind it. I think it's no different than being in a Catholic bingo hall and the balls fucking landed. Is there a reason that some people win, some people don't? No. It's just the fucking nature of the randomness of the beast.
So what
Slot
about
machines, catching STDs, the whole, we can getting struck by lightning, getting drowned in a flood, falling off the edge of the Grand Canyon. I mean, it's in every facet of everything.
no, but I mean, I'm talking about like meeting people. I'm not talking about like weird scenarios or anything else.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a reason for it. And people say everything happens for. I don't believe that either.
Well, yeah, see, that's the old, wise, that's the old thing we heard our parents saying growing up. Oh, everything happens for a,
Yeah.
reason.
Well, I already
I
found.
my
Go ahead,
parents
Stephanie.
always saying that, and so I don't know.
Yeah, Chris is talking about, I don't believe in a soul. I believe in a personality. I think when you die that there's nothing. It's all canceled the fuck out.
I will. I'm not going to mention it on here, but I had a hard time finding my purpose on why I met Tom and why we became friends and everything, because we're a little different in the age and everything. But I actually found the reason, and I'm not going to tell you because you'll just. I know how you are. You're going to like debate it and like everything else.
No, tell me. I
No,
want to know.
you got to tell us.
Yeah.
So I was thinking to myself, I'm like, why do I keep on talking to Tom? Because like you're not a big religious person. You're always constantly questioning that, making fun of it, this and that. And I'm a believer, right?
Yeah.
And you know what? You know what you said? I don't even know if you remember what you said, but
What's
you
that?
told me, you're like, you need to go back to church, go back to your Catholic church, like stop doing like what you're doing right now, like almost like as a war, like, so it was very weird to me, but even that is in the Bible, meeting like that's actually a story from the Bible about somebody meeting an unbeliever, right, which is Tom, and the unbeliever actually ends up helping the believer get
No, yeah.
back on
No,
track
it's
in
funny you
life.
should say that because I had two good friends. One was a Monsignor at a big Catholic church in
Yeah.
Chicago, and another one ran one of those big giant churches in Orlando. 40,000 parishioners showed up on Sunday. Now, the Catholic guy, it was just like I would talk to him just like I talk to you guys. And he told me one day that he thought that God brought us together. I said, "You're out of your fucking mind." And he said that he felt that I was the best day off he could have. It brought him into just being a real guy on his day off. He got to take his priest hat off. It's like, well, that's great. I consider that a compliment. The other guy was kind of a fundamentalist, and he had to come up with some kind of an excuse why we became good friends. And he said to me that he could never convince himself that I was a non-believer, that I didn't show any signs of not believing in the creation of God, even though I talked to him just like I talked to you guys. So here's a guy that wanted to be friends, but somehow twisted this shit around to be friends with me because I didn't give any indications that I wasn't a believer or that I wasn't going to be at some time in my life. I just hadn't seen the light yet. Marty thinks that God brought me here. It's fucking insane.
Well, it was weird because that one night, I don't even know if you remember, but you were
Good night,
like,
Colin.
you literally told me to get back on the path of, which is weird for you because, technically you come, that's what you say is that you're a you don't really believe
Yeah,
in
agnostic.
it. But it's weird that you would tell me. So, but that actually, you saying that's actually a story in the Bible of a man going off his path, meeting a non-believer, and then the non-believer telling the person to get back on the path, which is, it
Yeah,
seems
because you
weird.
know that what you should be doing if you claim being a believer.
Right, but it's just weird. Like I was like, oh my, and I didn't tell you about it because it happened a while ago. But
Yeah. Well, here's the thing then, but here's the $50,000 question then. Why aren't you leaving this scenario about this couple that where the spouse wants to take separate vacations? Why are they believers? And if they are, why aren't they just leaving it up to God?
I have no idea.
You know what I mean?
Right. Like, I mean, God doesn't.
I
I
mean,
don't know. God
the
does.
way I look at it, if religion is true, and it could be, I could be 100% wrong. I think the only time that it really makes sense is in your salvation, whether or not you're going to go to heaven or hell. That if you're a believer and you're accepted and you live a certain lifestyle, when you die, it's going to depend on where you go. But I don't think religion does, I think it does zero for people amongst the living, whether you're diagnosed with cancer, whether you want your teenage son not getting in a motorcycle accident. I think it has nothing to do with me. I think it's totally about salvation. People tell me it's like, well, I'll pray for you. It's like, don't. Wish me a good oncologist. Find me a good orthopedic surgeon, but do not be pissing away time praying for me. It's a waste of time. I think. And I'll tell you, both these guys I told you about that I was friends with, when you really, we would talk about this a lot. And I'll tell you, they weren't as rock solid about it as you think they would be with regard to prayer. And one of them kind of bought my argument with salvation. Because if it wasn't, I don't think just because you're a believer that it's going to keep you from getting cancer, or getting your legs chopped off in a motorcycle wreck, or getting AIDS, or all that fucking bullshit. I can just, I pray you get there safely. What about the family that gets squashed flat like a fucking pancake by a semi-truck going on vacation to Disney World? Well, what happened to the prayers? Well, God's time to take them. I just don't buy it. Now, if they were Christians and everything was good, I think they'll get salvation. But this praying amongst the living, there's just so many holes in this story. If religion was taken to a trial, they would lose. You spend your whole life with a hypothesis in science, in studies, in approved drugs to prove something works. And then all of a sudden we're going to jump into virgin births, speaking in tongues, walking on water, burning bushes, turning water into wine. It never fucking ends. And if that isn't enough, Noah's Ark. Just one crazy, how old the earth is, dinosaurs, it just goes on and on and on.
Well,
and if you notice, Christianity in general is like dropped off. And I think it's because of science. And you'll say, well, Jesus created science. Oh, yeah, I get it. And down here, I run into these clowns all the time with the big cross dangling from a $2 fake gold chain that, love Jesus. They don't have the faintest fucking idea what they're talking about.
Well, a lot of religious people who believe, still believe in God and everything, they don't actually believe in like all the rituals that.
No, but it doesn't work that way. You got to be both feet in if you're claimed to be a Christian. You don't pick and choose what parts of the Bible you believe and what parts of the Bible you don't. Another one, deathbed repentance. Nuts. Some guy fucking rapes your kids and cuts their heads off and you're supposed to forgive him. Fuck that too.
Well, you forgive not for the person that did that. You forgive for yourself so that you can move on with your life without all of this animosity with something that you
move on by vigilante justice.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, me too. Me too, Tom.
Now you sound like some of my family members.
It would be like that.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime. No, anytime.
Yeah.
But I mean, and here's the thing: you would think like a guy like me, I fucking tell it like it is. Doesn't mean it's accurate. Could be totally wrong. But when people ask me, it's like, well, I've had girls that I've known. You think of getting into porn? I tell them, do not fucking do it. What do you need? Like $5,000 or something? You're behind on your bills. Don't fucking do it. When they tell me about topless dance and they just want to go to Miami and make fucking 20 grand, I said, do not fucking do it. And you would think a guy that's been involved in the things that I do, well, me watching it and suggesting, so I know what that leads to. And it's not a good idea. And if we're friends, I want the best for you, not the worst. It's sad what ends up to porno movie stars at the end of a porn career. Really, I feel bad for them. Hey, how you doing, Miss Lily?
Hey, how are you?
Good. Good to see you. I'm giving out relationship advice. If you need anything, you just fire away.
No, I heard double. It was saying double.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, just read it again. You need relationship divorce.
Oh, okay.
You need to me.
Will do. So, I mean, that's another like odd.
Right.
This is a religious thing too. With knowledge comes accountability. When you know better and you know the truth, you're supposed to act accordingly, not lie. Not give bad advice. I know what a porn career and a stripper career ends up being. And I see how people get tricked into this shit.
Yeah, well, it's not. Sometimes it's not even really their choice, though. Sometimes with some people, like,
Miss Loyalty, do you have a TV on or something?
I can't hear. Oh,
I think she had a TV. She can't hear because the fucking TV's on.
yeah, I know it. I couldn't hear Michelle.
What were you going to say, Michelle?
sometimes with some people, like, it wasn't really like a choice for them either. Not saying that,
No, I get that too. I mean, that
you
pisses
know,
me off when I get
I
these
mean,
comments about, it's their choice. Like, fuck off.
not all, not,
I mean, it kind of
like,
is, but it's
it,
like
it, it's,
1% of how they got there. You get finger fucked by your stepdad. You get some fucking scumbag Chippendale looking no good motherfucker giving you Vicodins. And before you know it, you're out sucking dicks for $10 a pop to support your goddamn drug addict. The Chippendale motherfucker got you in, dude. It all started with this PTSD, getting finger fucked by a school teacher. Weird shit. And I feel bad about people like that. Nobody raises their hand in the 6th grade and says, I want to suck cock for $10 a pop when I'm around 20.
right.
It just kind of happens. So I agree with you. It isn't this stupid, cheesy fucking choice bullshit.
Right.
It's a culmination of bad circumstances at a young age, meeting assholes, and then you're off to the races. When you're 14, everybody wants to help you. When you're 34, nobody gives a fuck. So if you don't corral this goddamn shit before you hit adulthood, then you start racking up shoplifting fucking things and soliciting and no fucking insurance and your shit's towed. You're making minimum wage and they want $800 to get your fucking car with 12 million miles on it out of the pound. It's just one big goddamn disaster after another. And I feel bad about that.
Or some of the girls that, I mean, they may have gotten threatened or whatever else, and it was really,
I don't know of anything worse. I tell Marty all the time, I'd rather have pancreatic cancer than be a fucking drug addicted prostitute. I would, because at least with the pancreatic cancer, you're not going to be around. As a drug addicted fucking prostitute, you're just going to live a slow, miserable, shitty fucking life for God knows how long. Look at Maddie. That is super fucking sad. Maddie is a sweet person. You don't hear her talking this goddamn bullshit and being mean to people, even under the worst fucking circumstances. She can't even tell her detracting fucking stalkers to go to hell. It's sad.
Well, it probably had to stem from maybe her marriage that she had before.
Yeah, but there's people that had bad marriages that don't do that. Who the fuck knows? You know what else it could be? It could be some goddamn shit she never felt comfortable talking to somebody about.
Could
Who
be.
knows what happens to them? I'm telling you this. I know this sexual abuse at young ages just does the craziest shit to a young mind. It does. It fucks these people up like majorly. It does. It's super sad. It's like worse than a terminal disease. I would rather have fucking pancreatic cancer than be a drug addicted, heroin addicted prostitute. I would. Because that shit can last for 30 goddamn years. That's why they roll the dice. Like you and I, it's like fentanyl. Fuck that. With them, it's like, fuck, maybe I won't wake up tomorrow, but maybe I will. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just as happy maybe dying than staying alive. It's about 50-50.
Well, the only thing that you have to be
Sucks.
the only thing that you have to be concerned about with that is because their mentality is like that, they could have a lot of destructive behaviors on people who don't who aren't there to harm them or whatever else, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean,
Because they
and let
don't
me tell you,
care.
when you're
Because
when
they
you're
don't
when you're
care if
down
they
that
wake up.
when you're down that low in the shithole, you
You
meet
don't,
every motherfucking scumbag motherfucker that ever lived.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Every fucking old fucking pervert, goddamn wacko loser son of a bitch. You
Oh
don't
yeah.
meet good people because good people don't want their life fucked up, so they stay
Right.
away from you. But let me tell you, I know this. There are good people out there that are prostitutes, and they're smart, and they could do a lot of things. But here's the other side of that too. In a way, in a fucked up, crazy way, but really, it's not. You take a person like Becky. Just great genes, fucking killer body, doesn't know what a treadmill looks like, no fat, slim, cute, French. Gets on this goddamn shit. Husband dies, STDs, daughter dies, weird shit, kids out of wedlock, God knows what else, fucking hepatitis C, you fucking, and you finally get to a point where you're 45. And I've talked to Becky about this before. And what she's smart enough to realize that going to rehab and getting out with a criminal record and running a dollar store and struggling for the rest of her life until the day she dies isn't as exciting as being a drug addict. And in a way, at that age, under those circumstances, if you pitched it to me, I'd probably went that route too. I would rather be in her shoes than some bullshit dead-end job running around telling everybody I went to rehab and I was a heroin addict for 20 years, and look at me now. I'm broke. I have no future. I cannot get a good job, and I work like a fucking slave. Is that happy?
and if certain people find out that too, they're not going to want to get to even if you
No, it
recover.
fucking sucks, man. I mean, I don't really go along with this bullshit of these fucking criminal records following motherfuckers around either. Once you pay your debt to society, your retribution, the financial part, your fucking thing, they shouldn't be like losing jobs because of this shit. They should have opportunities. And as the population increases, like, look at what we got out there now. There's a lot of places you can't get workers' comp and general liability if I hired a convicted felon. Now, this isn't a guy that chopped fucking 10 employees up he works with. This is a guy that embezzled or, what he did was fucked up. But it shouldn't mean that he never gets to get back into society. And we all pay for this. It is crazy the amount of money that society pays for these people because they all get Medicaid.
Right.
And we all pay for that.
Yep.
When Becky's got a cough and she needs an antibiotic, she goes to the emergency room.
Yep. Free.
Free.
I go and it's 20%.
That's it.
What my bill is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
it.
know.
And that's what you get for working and giving a fuck.
I know.
Yeah, that's
No,
it.
I know.
Yep, no, I know. Now, here's the thing. Would you trade places with Becky? You wouldn't.
No.
So, I mean, this is the fucking strange part of it all.
Right.
Oh, thank you, Norman. Oh, you're talking about Penny. Yeah, she was a sweet girl. Here's another perfect example, Norman. Thank you. You don't have to send me money, though. Thank you. Yeah, Penny was a sweet girl, man. But I'll tell you, there's a point in these people's lives. Not that I'm any expert, just my little experience that I had. I remember thinking to myself, Maddie's an example. I didn't know Penny well enough. Becky's an example. Tassie is an example. These fucking people aren't getting out of there. Raven was a sweet girl. Weird, fucking crazy ass stepfather, molested, went to a foster home. They fucked her too. Then it was on to topless dancing, fucking wackos there. Then she got in a car accident and lost her 2 front teeth. Didn't want her dancing. Who wants topless dancers with no front teeth? But she was already a heroin addict by then. So it's out sucking dicks for $10. Didn't want to go back to her family. They fucked her already. Met every loser in the world up until then. This is fucked up. And I still have a hard time admitting that people are better off dead than alive. But if that's true, then she gets my vote. She got lucky. She got hit by a car and killed. That's how fucked up it is. Sad. Raven was a sweet girl.
Yes, I remember
Just
Raven.
great genes and like, another person like
So
Becky.
cute.
Just killer fucking, just attractive fucking women that ate whatever they fucking wanted, that never had to work out. And it all, that fucking drugs just cancels that shit out like it's nothing.
Yeah, I know it. Yep.
It doesn't mean a thing.
But it's true, Tom, because you work your whole life to, retire and get Social Security, where I read an article the other day, they're saying that Social Security will run out in 11 years. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, thank God for me, I'll be dead.
Yeah,
by
but it
then,
will.
but-
But here's what they're doing, Steph. Don't worry about that, because here's what they're doing. They're already
Mhm.
doing. It was 62, and you got fined if you worked. Well, a lot of people weren't going to work, so they didn't give a fuck. And if they did,
Right.
they got fined. So you got 62, and you're collecting it.
Mhm.
Then it went to 65, which is what I waited. That way you could work if you wanted to, and you didn't
Right.
get paid. Now it's 67, and they're pushing to 70. So
Oh.
We're okay.
We're
But
okay.
the city is going to run dry. And the way they're handling it now is by making the requirement age so high.
Okay, that's what they're doing.
Now, if they
Okay.
kept it like they did before they first raised it to 65, we'd have something to worry about.
Right.
But all these presidents know, just like with hospice, they'll get fucking assassinated if they fuck with that.
Right, right.
And they won't. So the only way when you get these smart Jew bean counters that are in the cabinet,
Yeah.
how the fuck are we going to make this shit fly then? Well, we're going to continue to raise the age. Back when I quit basically working, the top money you paid into Social Security before they didn't take any more out was like $100,000. Now it's like
Oh.
175.
Wow.
So they're getting more people paying in more amounts.
Right.
All these rich motherfuckers just pay crazy goddamn Social Security because they're paying for all the fuckers that never paid anything.
Right. Right.
But they will figure this out. It would run out if they kept things the same.
I
People are
see.
going to be
Okay.
getting fucked. Michelle, I bet by the time you're our age, you'll need to be fucking goddamn 80 years old to get Social Security.
Well, probably.
Yeah,
It's just weird how it all happens like that.
Yeah,
I
it's-
know.
I mean, we're heading, it's third world, low wages. Inflation's the big one. Work like a fucking dog. Everybody now, the big thing is just working like a fucking slave to have a roof over your head. You
Yeah, I
already
know.
know you're not going to have a boat and a
Right.
vacation every year. You already know that. You're not eating steak except for your birthday once a year.
Yeah.
Buying all that cheap shit on Walmart on sale because your house payment is kicking your fucking ass. And here's what's happening now. Now with all this horse shit, fucking inflated bullshit of real estate, I know all sorts of people that are moving, selling their house, doing whatever because the fucking house is paid for. They can't afford the taxes once they've retired.
Right. Yeah, the taxes.
You're taking these houses that they're supposed to be worth $100,000 and assessing them at $400,000. That's great if you're selling.
Right.
When you're dying 2 weeks later, you don't have to buy another one. But other
Right.
than that, it's just one goddamn clusterfuck after another. It's a difficult time to be a
Yeah.
young person in the United States. Now, if you're lucky and you're an all-A student, you get a scholarship and you're a fucking brain surgeon, well, that's different. But there aren't that many of those. But these old days of like me being a PI, Stephanie working at Boeing,
Yeah.
other people working at Ford, Chrysler, that's fucking done, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it.
You know what I
We
mean?
lucked out, Tom.
We got lucky.
We
caught
did.
We caught the tail end of the good old days.
Yeah, we sure did.
If you'd have told Stephanie and I at your age, 40, this was going to happen, we would have thought you were fucking nuts.
Yeah, I know.
Because in our life, we experienced our parents, our grandparents. In the United States, there was nothing like it. Detroit, there was nothing like it in the 50s. All these
Oh, I
big
know.
cities, the infrastructure's failing. Chicago's gone to hell. Miami's a dump. Philadelphia's a shithole. Denver's got problems.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And, that's why people, that people are one paycheck away from being homeless.
Yeah.
I mean, you lose your job, you're screwed. You can't pay your rent, you're out,
Mm-hmm.
That's why we have so many homeless people.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, it is, because the rent is so
50 years
high.
ago, if you were homeless, you were a lazy bum.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not like that anymore.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because people are just working 2 and 3 jobs, trying to pay their frickin' rent.
Yeah, that's it.
This rent is out of control.
Yeah, rent's out of
mean,
control.
It is. I mean, my
The
rent.
big one is your buying power, inflation.
Yeah.
Fucking new
Yeah.
pickups are $100,000, new cars are 80. You get some piece of shit like that some old cheap grandma bought 50 years ago. It looked like a fucking toy.
Mhm.
Store and back. Those are 30 grand now. And they're fucking junk.
Yeah. I know it. It's crazy.
You look at these new cars compared to like the 70s, you bought a new car, you took care of it. It's like, great. Well, you look at what these old cars in good condition are bringing now. Big
Oh,
bucks.
I know it.
That's because they were good. They were affordable.
I know.
Now it's all this plastic shit, no more chrome. The excuse they use is gas mileage and making them lighter and less emissions and all this bullshit, which is probably partially true. But you look at these brand new plastic pieces of shit. You
I
look at
know.
even an Astro van, which was considered a small van, park that next to like a Lincoln Continental. A Lincoln Continental looks like a fucking kid's toy.
Yeah, they're
Those
not
old-
like they.
No, little small. Yeah, it's got a Lincoln Continental thing fucking hammered in the back thing. Where
Yeah.
but you can't only fit 2 pieces of luggage. Thing gets fucking 900 miles a gallon.
Oh God, I know. I wish I had some of those cars I had in high
Oh,
school,
man.
Tom.
Yeah, remember like the
Oh.
Lincoln Continentals at 73 and 74? It's like riding on a cloud.
Oh yeah, my friend in high school had a big old white Cadillac convertible. The Cadillacs that had the wings on the back.
Mhm.
Remember those, Tom? I
Mhm.
don't know what year it was.
Yeah. Yeah.
But her dad wanted her to have a big, heavy car.
Yeah.
And we would just pack in that. That was so fun. I mean, that car would be worth a lot of money today.
Yeah. They are.
Yeah.
They're crazy. Yeah, if you look at the middle class, man, it's like you drive around states, it's like any of them. They're all like in between, like, towns of like 30,000 to 100. It's just like nothing. The mom and pop store has gotten crushed.
Yeah, we don't have any of those around here.
Yeah.
No.
And, they've all got us like everybody wants to keep the independent grocer alive until they find out what he's charging for everything. And then
But he
you go
has
Walmart
to
too.
stay in business.
He does. But
I know.
no matter what, and then you're not getting that much money when you're retired. So you go down there, you like him, he's a good guy, you want him to stay alive, but you're not paying 30% more for everything. That's his
Oh,
fault.
I know.
So you go
You
to Walmart.
can't. I know. You
go to
can't.
Wegmans. Yeah, you can't. So, I mean, this is the situation we're in now. Fucking gas, goddamn 3 something a gallon.
Oh shit, it's
Everything is
4
like
something
crazy.
here.
Everything's crazy. New fucking tennis shoes, like good ones, like
Yeah.
ones 200, 300, 400.
Isn't that ridiculous?
Fucking nuts. I look forward to being dead. Really, it's not fun being alive, like worrying about this shit.
Oh God.
Really, it's not fun. Like it's like living torture. Like a non-drug addicted person that's fucking strapped by the way things have turned out. It isn't because you're dishonest or you don't give a fuck or you don't want to work hard. There's not, the opportunities have dried up.
Yep, that's it.
I mean, when you're starting fucking people at McDonald's for $20 an hour, what's that tell you?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Yep.
$5 for gas. Yeah, it's just fucking crazy. Seriously, man. I don't like worry about dying. I just hope I don't like go nuts before my body gives out.
Yeah, I know. That's we're lucky. We don't have any Alzheimer's or anything in the family. My mom, she was a little dementia because my mother died, because of her liver, and my mother was never a drinker.
Yeah, that happens. People die of lung cancer that never smoked.
Right. And so you lose your liver, that affects your mind.
Yeah.
I learned that from her doctors. So she was kind of off, but it was because of her liver.
Yeah.
So
And now, like, the way things are going, I mean, if you're like Michelle, like at 40, when we were 40, we're thinking, what's the problem, man?
right.
When you talk to people when we were 40, they wanted to live forever. Life was great.
Well, yeah, I know it's weird. We worked and we could afford everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you work and you can't afford everything. I mean,
right.
Yeah, because it's just gotten just ridiculous. I mean, the grocery thing is out of control, Tom.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Groceries, chips.
Oh my God! I know.
You go look at red meat, like.
Oh.
Yeah, fucking.
That's
nuts.
why I know. That's why I eat so much chicken.
Yeah.
Even hamburger now.
Hamburger's gotten there too. Yeah.
I know it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. I mean, you got to be a fucking millionaire to buy the deluxe nuts, the big can.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
I mean, shit like this. In restaurants, in order to stay affordable, they got to use like cheap shit. You can't be going out buying like top cuts and shit. The way that the places with big marketing and like research and shit, you just watch these steakhouses or steak in order to just keep from going out of business. The steaks keep getting smaller. It used to be they go for 22 ounce to 20 to 18 to 16. Now the motherfuckers are down to about 4 ounces.
Oh, I know.
In there and it's like, oh yeah, steak and you fucking shrimp, surf and turf kind of shit. Fucking $19.95. It's like, wow, this isn't bad. And you need a fucking microscope to see it.
Yeah, I know.
A little dinky ass bullshit.
Yeah.
They take what you used to get for one person and like, get full and still have some to take home. Now they cut that up for like 8 fucking things. And the job is for them to make money. It's just so hard. I would not want to be at a steakhouse. There's going to be some that make it in like rich places, but if you get in like a 100,000 population, man. I mean, if you go get a decent steak, it's $100 for a good one.
Oh yeah, around here, yeah. They start at like 60.
Yeah,
I mean, who the hell can go out and eat that?
Yeah. And like Blue says she buys one chicken deals. You get one free. Who in the fucking ever at our age would have thought when we were 30 we'd be out fucking scrounging around looking for fucking 2-for-1 chicken deals?
Oh, I know.
It's like what the poor did.
Yeah, the buy one get one free.
and
Yeah,
now-
Lucid,
now
I go
people
crazy.
now people with assets and retirement, they're doing that shit
Mm-hmm.
just to stretch their dollar.
Oh, I know. Yeah, and then if something else comes up, you're screwed.
You go
You know.
anywhere. You go anywhere in the country. I don't give a shit where it's at, and look at how long the lines are on free canned food day they hand out.
Really?
You need a fucking cop out there to direct traffic.
I've never, you're right, I've never seen as long of lines at the food cupboards here. And we're not talking, I'm not just talking about in the in the poor neighborhoods. I'm talking about
Oh yeah,
middle,
that's it.
upper
Yeah.
class, middle to like middle upper class areas
Yeah.
where the lines are like Tom said, they're so long, they're on the main roads.
Right. And you look at people, the people that are getting caught shoplifting now.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Thank
got
God
people,
I've never had to go to a food bank.
no, me
Never
neither.
had.
No,
Never had to do that.
no, it's just fucking luck.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it's luck. I mean, you got people that do everything right that are going to food banks.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's such a fucking downer.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you could be like fucking like, maybe that, I know this sounds fucking crazy. I'm like not a conspiracy theorist, but I think like maybe that's why they're opening up all these goddamn marijuana things, just to dumb everybody down from reality.
Yeah, I know.
Just give it to everybody. The
It's
dopers,
ridiculous
doctors.
around here. Yeah. I mean, there's
Smoke marijuana all day and you don't give a fuck.
right. I mean, there's weed stores all over here. I've got 2 of them within a couple miles from my house. I mean, yeah, it's crazy.
Like James says he's, tries to focus on things he can control, and Lucid said something like that. That all sounds great in theories and shit. But, at this level we're along for the fucking ride. We're not fucking controlling anything. Goddamn gas is crazy. Fucking groceries are nuts. How the fuck we going to control that? I mean, it's a shit we can't control. Like you can control your spending. Well, it's getting to where now you're eating goddamn ramen noodles fucking 5 or 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The end of the
call that
month. I
controlling.
know. I know.
You know what I mean? It's like that you can control that, but I mean, it's scary to me.
Yeah.
Do you think,
Hey, Robin.
no, I want your honest opinion, Tom.
No, don't worry about that.
I know, right? I shouldn't. I should. Do you feel that, and that it has to do with our government and America and just where
You know what I
it
think
went
it is,
to?
really? I think it's a global economy.
Okay.
And we don't have everybody by the balls like we did in the heyday. Everybody's making cars. Everybody's fucking making cameras. Even companies like traditionally like Nikon or fucking, they were probably out of business.
Do you think no, do you think that the government is making too many bad deals with other countries and stuff?
Yeah, it seems, that's one thing I'm a little weak on. I do know there's a lot of information in these agreements these countries have had worldwide, kind of like a financial pact that would be similar to NATO.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like that's just the way it works on that level. I mean, the stupidest motherfucker in your town's the one that's fucking running around with a misspelled sign, wondering why Ukraine's getting. That's a whole nother level of like shit that really doesn't have a lot to do with what's happening to us locally.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the World Bank and zero interest loans and shit like that. I mean, what we give to Ukraine, whether we gave them anything or anybody like them anything, isn't what's fucking us. What's fucking us is global competition, demand, high labor, and everybody making everything. We're not, after the Industrial Revolution and the good days, look at the big three. Now they're the small two. I mean, I like Elon Musk. I think Tesla, you couldn't fucking give me one. But here you got guys like that. Did you ever think in your life that one guy could come up and fuck with major car companies competitively? He's got these fuckers all scared. Tesla never makes any money. It's built on an ideology of solar and fossil fuel and hairy leg lesbian dildo riders. They buy those cars based on a philosophy they have, not because of the practicality of an electric vehicle making it in the real world. And it's fucking working. That's the kind of shit that scares me. It really does. I mean, but to have one guy come up and take these big giant auto manufacturers, Stephanie, it would be like some son of a bitch like Jeff Bezos putting fucking Boeing out of business. It seems like a goddamn horror movie.
Yeah. I know. My nephew works there and supports a wife and 4 kids.
Yeah.
What would happen? My God.
What would happen?
I know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's just, I mean, I know it all sounds like, and I'm probably the worst motherfucker in the world to ask this to, because I'm kind of this way anyway. But I mean, I don't run out of material. I mean, just being alive and like around, and it's like, it's tough out there, man. You think so, Miss Loyalty?
Definitely.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Definitely. Very tough. Very hard.
I'm not bullshitting you, man. I'm looking
No.
forward to dying.
Really?
Yeah, man, I kind of am, man. I mean, I don't like worry about it. I just had that upper GI where I got that propofol, and it rejuvenated.
Oh, yeah.
It rejuvenated my.
stuff.
Yeah, it rejuvenated my negativism, and I'm thinking, man, if this is really like death, which I think it is, this isn't that
Oh,
bad.
I mean, yeah.
It's better than
Michael
$4
Jackson,
a
right?
gallon gas, $28 a pound ribeyes, $160 a month cable,
Yeah, but-
$1,600 a month insurance with no collision.
Yeah,
Your
can I ask? May I ask a question?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want to get too personal, but
Yeah.
if you're ready, if you, you're not scared to die,
I'm
or
No, I'm
and
not.
you're ready, what do you think happens
I think
after?
not-
Do you
I
think we
think
go
it's,
somewhere else? Do you think we become somebody else?
No,
Like
hell
we-
no. No, fucking crazy talk.
No, I'm asking. I'm just
No, I
wondering.
think I think you
Having
become
help.
just like the dead turtle I saw on the road today.
Just dust to dust, ashes to ashes,
Yeah.
right? We just go into bones.
You know, the way you do get like go back to the earth as an element,
right.
But
yeah.
this soul and all this fucking happy horse shit, these people all need major psychiatrist.
What do you mean for church? If they go to church or
No, I mean, that's up to them. I
Right.
mean, I'm not a church guy. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I don't embrace it.
Right, and that's
But I
okay.
think-
That's your
I think this whole nonsense of soul and reincarnation, it's just it's the narcissism of human beings and their
Right,
audacity
yeah.
to think there's something other
think
than
they're that great to come back. That
that they're that great
right,
to come
yeah,
back,
I
that they're
understand
anything
that.
different than a squashed frog on the road.
right, like because that's true. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think that we came back. I mean,
What do you think
I
happens when it's tits up?
I have faith that we do. I have faith that we do go to a higher, better place that wasn't here. I have faith that like maybe our soul that we don't see does go somewhere to a better place where there's no pain and no suffering. And I know that might sound phony or whatever, but
Well,
I
I
just
mean, it does to me, but I don't think it
Yeah,
does to
but-
Michelle.
right. I mean, I would hope that there's at least like maybe a purgatory for me to work my way up to.
Oh, you're a Catholic. No, I love the theory of purgatory.
But that's funny because they just added that to the Catholic. They didn't
Yeah, no, I
always
know.
believe, and I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not like a practicing. I don't like practice it.
No, but
I did
it's a
do my communion this
It's a hell of a
year.
good idea. You get brushed up, cleaned up, and off to heaven you go.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
do you believe in the whole like you suffer
do.
the last few years to make your way into getting
No, hell
that way?
no. No.
That you suffered, John? I mean, Tom? I'm sorry.
Do I suffer?
Is that what she said? I'm sorry, I didn't hear her.
What'd you say, Michelle? Say it again.
No, do you believe in suffering the last few years of your life so that you can go to heaven?
Fuck no.
You don't believe in that?
God, no. Hell no.
You know that
Not insane.
they have that thing that you can take if you find out like you are like terminal or something.
You can do
Like-
that in Oregon, Vermont.
Oh, so you know what I'm talking about? Where you can take the as long as you can eat it yourself.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. You can even they'll do it for you. They'll inject you.
Oh, really? Well, I know they'll. I mean, I didn't know that they'll inject you. I thought you had to.
Actually, you can do it in Europe for about 33 grand. You can just go over there and say, you know what? I watched the news 3 days in a row, and here's 33 grand. They'll take you out right then and there, and you don't need a terminal disease like you do over here, which I think
Really?
is great. I don't think you should be forced
No,
in
I don't think you
being
should be forced to suffer.
into a criminal, even, but suffering. I don't think suffering needs to be tied to a terminal disease. If I don't like how much my stock took a dive, and I want to end my life, that's up to me. Not
Yeah,
the
that's true.
government. They turn everybody into a crook. They take every person that wants to get out of this rat race that takes a fucking swan dive off a bridge instead of dying a dignified death because he's had enough. You can suffer a lot of ways. You can suffer by have good bodily functions, but your mind is shot like mine.
Right, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I
have a
should be able
story.
to go. I should be able to go down there and say, I've had enough. Could you inject me with this sodium pentothal? And I get the eternal colonoscopy treatment.
Right,
Never wake
right.
up.
Yeah, peaceful sleep, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Sleep
everybody
and
would.
never
Hope,
wake
I
up.
mean, I hope that I would hope I would go in my sleep. I would hope anybody goes in their sleep peacefully. You know, like
Peacefully.
I think,
Yeah, who
you
wants
know,
to suffer?
like night night. Like
wants to
night
suffer?
night. Exactly. Nobody wants to suffer, I'm sure.
Michelle, you've got to admit that amongst the living, you got to struggle with this whole God thing on this rat race we're in now.
I do.
There's
No,
one thing that I will give Christianity A+ for. Whoever wrote Revelations.
Oh, I didn't. No, I really never
Read
read it.
Revelations. Man,
I know it's the first one you're supposed to read, isn't it?
That's
Okay.
dead nuts on, man. They say Paul wrote it, but whoever wrote it was dead nuts on. Absolutely,
Was
man. Yeah, Revelations for sure. They got it, man. Sound like a
So,
damn
what do you do?
science
Hi,
fiction
Tommy.
crazy thing. But it's the world will end. The Bible says
crazy.
that man can't end the world, that only God can,
You're crazy.
you know?
Yeah.
Kevorkian. Yeah, but although, when Kevorkian did that,
We tried. He did good. I think that he was helping people, honestly. That
yeah,
he was
but I mean,
helping
that'd
those
be like,
kids finally,
if you had a toothache and I came over and blew your head off with a 12-gauge shotgun, would I be helping you?
I mean, if I signed my paper and said, I'd like you to put my head
but
off, my teeth would kill me.
that's the unfortunate thing is we still get our end of
Ass
life
ant, no.
choices are predicated by government policies that probably don't have what we have.
Right.
It's the same
Exactly.
thing when you get locked up in the loony bin. Do you think
Oh,
that
yeah. Well, I've never been there,
of
but
the
I've
6
been
people on the
locked up in
panel, do you
jail.
think 3 of them were also locked up at one time in a loony bin too? No, it's all 6 people. They wouldn't know depression if you smacked them in the head with it. They're the
Exactly.
ones legislating what's going to happen to you when you have a bad week.
Right. They didn't grow up in circumstances. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
some things,
I do. I sure do.
circumstances, like
Yeah,
cause a lot of things, to
yeah, suffer.
to make
But,
people
in
grow
the old
into
days,
what they're
in
growing
the
into.
old days, suffering used to mean like a terminal disease, right? You got in a car
Right.
accident, some shit like that. Now
Yeah.
suffering is looking at your paycheck.
I was looking in the mirror,
Well, too,
and saying,
right?
"Oh, I'm depressed. I can't get up." I mean,
Yeah.
not saying that that's not. I'm not making fun of it at all.
No,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
no, right,
Didn't
exactly
say
right.
it like that. Mental health is a big
Disease of the mind.
right. It's a big thing, especially
It's
after
alcoholism.
COVID.
alcoholism's like, yeah, when
Oh,
somebody,
definitely.
it's the same thing when you argue the death penalty and see, oh, just think of the money we save. That's the end of the conversation with me. If you read about research on alcoholism and some dumbass says to me, well, they just need to stop. It's a choice. We're done talking.
Yeah. Right. They can't stop.
Yeah, no, you cannot have
Stop,
a
you'll
conversation with an idiot,
Oh, and yeah, that's true.
you know? So I just dropped
They-
it, you know what I mean?
I guess they never read a book, or understood that,
no, yeah,
if
they're
an alcoholic stops
they're-
drinking, they will have a seizure and die and have heart attacks.
You're supposed to, like, in the old days, like when Stephanie and I were around, all you had to do is like not be a criminal and
It's the
work.
olden days. You guys aren't that old.
Right.
It's the olden days.
She's 66.
Yeah.
Oh my God. My son's father was born in 66.
No, but she's
No,
60.
not-
Not born in 60.
So it's not old.
It is older than
Definitely.
Stephanie.
Yeah,
No, I don't think it is.
Hold on one
I'm
second.
I mean,
feeling old tonight.
Right. It's all in how you feel. Like tonight you feel old, but sometimes I bet you don't feel 65 or whatever, right?
No.
You still have your 20-year-old mindset sometimes, I'm sure,
Oh
right?
yeah, well, Miss, no, my mind feels young all the time. I can't get my body going.
Exactly. I'm the same way. Right. There you
Yeah.
go. Right.
I know. Yep.
Yes, but it's all in our minds and all what how we act, I think. Yeah, we're all getting older and I can't believe, that I'm gonna be 50, but
Yeah.
it's women.
I know.
And
Yeah.
to see like my grandmother, she just turned 97 in March,
Oh,
and she
God.
still has
Wow.
all her staples. She can still do her bank cards.
Wow.
Oh, God. I hope I don't live that long. Now, that may get me religious. If I can pray to make sure I don't live to 97, you got me.
She was religious all her life, and she recently stopped going to church around COVID, and just watches it on Sunday morning mass, and then they bring her communion once a couple times. But she used to go faithfully. She went to Christmas mass in 2007 and came home in the morning. And my grandfather, when he was still alive, had to tell her that her youngest daughter didn't wake up that morning after just coming home from Christmas morning mass. You figured that you would be mad at God, that she would have been mad that that her youngest daughter didn't wake up 4 streets, up from her house. And she had never been mad, she's never mad at God or Jesus. She prays every morning. I mean, not out loud for me to hear, but she has her ritual. She does the rosary when she sits on the toilet. I mean,
Yeah, the rosary's not biblical either.
No, it's not.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I don't know. It's not biblical. They didn't.
I mean, I
they
put
never-
it right up there with a rabbit's foot.
Oh, okay.
It means something to people that carry it
That
around.
wanted to. Right. I understand. I don't care.
This conversation where I'm sure there's a chat going around someplace with 6 people that are these
Oh, yeah.
these personalities that tomorrow's this and that and everything's a 10 out of 10, and maybe it's I don't know. I mean, maybe just they could tune into us for a while and say these people are just.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think that if things were perfect, not perfect, but you guys would, all 4 of us on the panel, I can't see the chat, so I don't know, but out of us 4, if you guys all had money where you could do whatever you wanted every single day, I'm not saying to lavish, I'm just saying to live. Feed your dog, eat 3 meals a day, and if you wanted to get any type of coffee, a snack, you're able to do that. You're able to go to the grocery store, nothing, no worries. All the bills are paid. Would you be? Of course, you'd be much more happier, I think. But do you think your life would show your personality, Do you think your demeanor would change? Do you think you would hang with different? Do you think you would be a different person if all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Do you think it would change your happiness, or you're
Yeah, fuck yeah.
you don't think you'd ever
I
go
think
back
there's
to
I think there's a link to poverty and violence because they're just.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Nothing's ever good.
Well,
Right.
yeah,
I ran
you
into a
have,
black guy in a store in Detroit about 15 years ago, and we struck up a conversation. And nice guy, and somehow got around to race.
Of
And I
course.
said, well, what's the deal with this race shit? And like, your opinion. He said, I'll tell you what it is. He said, we watch the news and all these suburbs and new parks and $500,000 swing sets and shit. He said, we're not getting any of this shit.
Right. But
And he
neither are
said,
we.
yeah, you know what I mean? It's all sorts of programs that are benefiting
That
white
is-
people. And it just kind of gets to you after a while. And when you watch the news, it's all the black guys robbing banks and all the
Yeah,
white.
and it's
Yeah,
really all the
there was kind of an element of truth to what he said,
Yeah, definitely. But
And I
they do.
think racism's alive and well.
Oh, definitely. And it's always probably going to be there.
I think
You know, there's
whenever
not-
you got the majority of a race running a place, that's just the way it's going to be.
No doubt. Oh, yeah, definitely. I
Yeah.
think you're definitely right. Yeah. And I just
It's
think
not
that.
right, but it's like
No, I said you're right, not they're
I know,
right.
but I
not-
mean, I
yeah.
think it's just the way it is. I mean,
Yeah, I think it's the way it is too. It's just like I think because of
no, you're right.
you know,
Bill. Yeah, I don't think that's the thing. It's like there's no clear cut path to where you think you'd like to be. We already know it's not money because of Hollywood.
right?
It's
Oh,
so
definitely.
exposed. They've got houses and like, it wouldn't surprise me if I read Jeff Bezos dove off a 25th floor balcony someday.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, I know how
Yeah,
this.
anything's possible. Yeah, Robin. I mean, anything's possible. People take their lives for
Yeah.
very different reasons.
Well, I think if you had enough money, that stress would be gone. Not having to worry, what
Yeah,
you
what about
said.
Prince, Matthew Perry, Tom Petty?
Oh, yeah, I know. Then you'd have to, yeah.
I mean, why? You think you'd be able to run enough interference and distractions?
How did well, I don't. I mean, I know Tom Petty died, but I wasn't. I never heard of why. Did he?
fake Vicodin?
He
It's
died
fentanyl.
on Vicodin.
It had fentanyl. He thought it was Vicodin.
Oh, I was blessed. Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you-
to make the pain go away. Yeah, I'd be a lot happier then.
Yeah, and I think he was living on an oceanfront thing in Malibu. But he didn't mean to die.
Well, I know. Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't. Just wondered how. So
Yeah.
it was a tainted Vicodin. Oh my gosh.
Same thing got Prince.
Yeah, Prince took pills
Prince is-
too.
That was fake.
Yeah, I know. But he was
Vicodin.
going. Oh, his was fake. I thought his was. He had went to like a double pharmacy. You know what I
He
mean?
was
And
doing
got
that
like
too,
a-
but he ultimately died from fake Vicodins with fentanyl bought on the street.
Yeah, there
Wow.
was fentanyl. Yeah.
Mm, that's a
No,
shame.
always buy from a prescription.
No doubt. Yeah. Exactly.
I was talking to a black guy yesterday that said he's
And even then, you have to make sure, like they could have the old bottle or whatever, and still have pressed ones. You gotta read them, look at them, take pictures of them and all. I mean, you gotta be very, very.
what was Prince in constant pain for? I know they said that.
To Prince from
What was his
dancing, from his dancing and his. Didn't he have some type of Purple Rain incident? Like when he did Purple Rain, I think they said he had back problems after that. I read some magazine that said why he was doing what he was doing, but he had gotten caught double doctoring, I think.
Yeah, he did.
And they were trying, right? And they were trying to lower him down. One of the, ones that kept him.
No, you're right, Percy. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
So I think, like you said, I didn't know he got it off the street, but he must have been so sick that he, bought off the street and,
Yeah.
I
read that hip thing. I mean, why? Look, there's thousands of people that get hip surgery. Why the fuck didn't he get an operation if it bothered him so bad? It doesn't totally add up.
Right, exactly.
I mean,
My
is
dad.
anybody out there's just getting fucking high because they want to get high. It's always a hip or a
Right, or it starts out
Right.
that way. it starts out that way back when we're in, back before Oxycontins were getting ready to come out. People would go and say,
Right.
"Oh, well, my neck hurts," and your primary would just write you out, a
Yeah.
Tylox prescription,
Yeah.
right?
They
I
did.
mean,
Yep.
I was born in 75, so I'm 49, and like that's not even like the worst of it. Like when my mom and my dad, in the 50s, they were able to get, Quaaludes and like Yellow Jackets and Black Beauties and all those great things that I've never got to try. You know,
Yeah.
Placidils and Secanols and Tuinols and different things you never ever see that, you know what I mean? So it seems like they always are making these strong ass narcotics and then they take them away after 10 years, after these people get addicted. And we don't know like how these other people in those years, when they were taking Quaaludes, which I heard like a Quaalude was like a knock your pee pee in the dirt type of thing for like 3 days. So
Well, did
if
you ever
any,
have it, Miss Loyalty? Did you ever have a
never.
drug?
Oh yeah. Yes, I have.
Which
Yes,
one?
I had no. I was on heroin, just heroin, not fentanyl, but not just heroin. Like
How
no,
how long?
uh, well, I started the day I started 6 weeks after my child was born. We him and his father and I were introduced to it in '99, and the guy was like, oh, the so-called friend, he came to put carpet in, and he's like, here, try a little sniff of this. He's like, everything will be like, we used to do coke, you know what I mean? Every now and then, not like an everyday thing, like walking down the street and have to have that one hit to live. No, it wasn't. We weren't like that. You know what I mean? It was like a weekend thing type of thing. Anyway, so when this stuff came, this like scramble stuff, I did a sniff and I was like, whoa, well, I like pain pills anyway. I was 24. I was 24 and I was like, wow, this is better than the perks that the doctor was giving me, when I came home from the hospital. And it was just, and then all of a sudden, my son's dad started getting, primary doctor started giving him 80s, the 80 milligram Oxycontins that were like so expensive.
Yeah. I've heard of
lucky if
those.
you could get 20 out, at a time. You know what I mean? If he
Mhm.
gave you like 60, I mean, it was like almost $1,000. You had to beg his grandmother, to get him out for him, and she didn't, of course, know what they, were supposed to, what they were, like that bad. But man, and then people were selling them for $80 a piece, and they were
I've heard that. Yes, I've heard about
good
that.
like the good ones before they
For
changed
one pill. I know. I've heard about that. Yep.
Yep. I
And Miss
mean,
Loyalty, Miss Loyalty, did you ever get into sex work because of it?
yeah, actually I did. Well, not because of that. That wasn't the reason. I was younger prior to that. I was 18. I didn't get into it for the drugs. But when I got into that type of, it was massage parlors that I started at. I was 18. I did it for money because I wanted to keep the man that I thought that I was desperately in love with. I was
I
like
get it.
17, and he was older, like 12 years older than me. And I thought like the rain, I thought the
Yeah.
sun and moon set. I would have walked on my parents. Like I literally
Right.
probably did a couple times. I mean, I didn't literally, but like,
Right.
I mean, I would have done anything for him. And I thought
Mhm.
that was the only way to keep him was to make sure that I had money. And basically, when I had money, I always had him. But I learned that I was never going to be first with him. I didn't have my son with him, thank God. I did
And
get
how long
away.
did that go on?
About I was almost I was almost 17 when I was in December. So May. So I was like 5 months away from being 18 when we did have, and when we did
Yeah.
it or whatever.
Yeah.
And we were friends for a while, like 6 months before, it's like I had to ask him
But how
because I
long did
just
the
loved.
whole massage parlor thing last?
I, well, I mean, I was like 18 May. It was Memorial Weekend. I'll never forget that. Memorial Weekend, I was 18. So I'm 49. Gosh. So then I worked at Park Avenue for like a year. And then I went to another one where, a couple streets over in downtown Baltimore, because they had a thing called the city paper, when they used to make the paper. It was an alternative paper. So in the back, they would have like, lots of different classifieds. Like, they had
Yeah.
people with like masseuses, you could go to their houses and,
Yeah.
or escorts, so forth. But this was honestly to God. I mean, I'm not saying that it wasn't sex or oral. It was, the hand
Yeah.
release. And
You know,
yes, we
that
did have
means-
to, and we could be naked if they paid for it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But there was different sessions. And we
I wish
made,
it was still open.
oh my gosh. Yeah, now, a lot of them are open in Baltimore, but now they're just Asian. They're not American
Oh, yeah, it's
anymore.
true. Yeah. Now it's
Right,
sex
there's-
trafficking.
Oh, that I'm sure. But luckily, I mean, the one when we had a dungeon, that was the wildest place. It was like a 3-story row home down, in Baltimore City. If you look up like Maryland Avenue,
Yeah.
you'll see how like what the houses look like.
Yeah.
And it was like on the top was the dungeon. So like, say you came in to get a massage, you'd walk in the front door, they'd sit you down in like a sitting room, and then each girl would come upstairs in front of you by themselves, and you're sitting there, and I'd be like, "Hi, my name's Courtney," and then the next girl and the next girl and so forth, and then you would choose, whatever girl that you wanted, and then you picked your package, and say if you did want that either to be dominated, or if you wanted to dominate, you could
Oh,
choose.
yeah.
It was $210. That was the most expensive session back then. It was 1995. So the house got 90 for that one, and then you got the rest plus tip. But the dungeon was painted black. It had a pommel horse, like the type of gymnastics horse. It
Yeah.
had one of them bolted to the floor. It had 2x4s going across the roof. I mean, with chains hanging down. Like, I mean, a cabinet. You open up the doors, full of every size, plug and thing, and just you name it, whips, floggers, like everything. I mean, it was, and I couldn't be mean. Like say you walked in and we talked like this, and you said, "Well, look, I like it really hard, and I like you to tell me, I'm a piece of shit, and laugh at me, humiliate me." And here we're talking like you and I are, and it's like I have to go outside and then like come back in as a totally different person and with a totally different mindset and tell you what you wanted to hear. You know what I mean? And that's very hard for me after I just met you as a normal person. You know what I mean? It was easier the other way. Like, you know what I mean? It was easier for me to take the submissing as long as it wasn't, like hardcore. I didn't do nothing.
So was it really
hardcore.
good pay then? You made good money?
Yes, very good money. Yes, very good
Michelle,
money.
you
Just like
listening? Another person brought into your life.
yeah, it's really good. Actually, one time I even worked with a woman. She was her. Actually, it was another place, and I hadn't even gotten my first client yet, and it was in the evening, and I usually didn't work at night. But when you start out a new one, you got to take what you can get, because usually during the day was a lot better. You got a lot of the businessmen from downtown Baltimore that came up there.
Yeah.
At night, it's totally different down on them streets. It's like, like
Right.
whatever, like night and day. Okay. So it was called a place called Mystique. And I was in there, and a girl went back, and she was, in a room doing a massage. A man came in, and the lady working the desk, which was the owner's mom, she's like, "Oh, hi, how are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm fine." She's like, "Yeah, long time no see." So he had been there before. She remembered him. And she's like, "Oh, the only person we have available is, our new girl, Brittany." And so I walked out, and "Hi, how are you?" And he was like, "Oh, she will do, that's fine." So apparently, okay, so I walked back into the room of like where the girls would like sit, or dress or watch TV.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting to hear the lady walk him past and put him in a room. Well, I don't hear anything. And I'm thinking, that's weird. All of a sudden, the door flies open, and it's like these guys wearing yellow coats that say cops on one of them, like it was raincoats. And it was like 3 days before Thanksgiving, and like, uh, I don't even know, but like 1996, probably.
Yeah.
So it was, and so they started going. They were like, they opened the door, like, move to the front of the room. I'm like, yes, sir. They opened up the massage door where the lady and the man were in there, the client. They let the client go, like the man that was on the table naked. They let him go. She came up, to the front, and they were like, do you have licenses? And I was like, I have a license. I thought he was talking about a fucking driver's license, and he's like, no, massage license. And I said, I heard you didn't have to have a massage license if you were working underneath someone that had a license, and that was the truth, right? And he's like,
Yeah.
try that back in 1921 or something really like smart mouth it. So I didn't say anything else. You know what I mean? I'd never been in trouble before. I'd never gotten arrested for anything. I mean, I was like scared to death. It was the city. Remember when you said that you had been on Baltimore Street before
Yeah.
years ago? And remember, it's a club street. It's like,
Yeah.
all dancing clubs.
$100 bottle of wine.
Like dirty, like naked, Well, back then in the 90s, the late 90s, the jail, Central Booking was there at the bottom of Baltimore Street. So they arrested us because we were massaging without a license, which was apparently, and they arrested all the other girls that had worked there. They went to their houses because this guy had came in and seen every girl that worked there except me. But still, I was still working there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Except me. And when we went to court, now we got arrested and all that. And we stayed there for almost 24 hours. It was horrible. It was like the worst. It wasn't the worst of my life, but it was just a scary thing. Anyway, so when we went to court, all the other women that were arrested, that were caught, they were there, and they just like hurried up and got theirs over with. They took their little guilty plea, and I thought, I'm not pleading guilty. And this other girl that was there with, the one that got released, that was there too, and they let the client go. She was with a public defender too, and they all had paying attorneys, and the owner and the mom had a paying attorney. So when we all went back after we postponed it the first time, us four went back, and the judge had to get the book out, like the law book, in order to understand like what type of like crime we committed and all this. Well, get this. The guy that was coming in to get the massages, he had to leave early that last court date because he was getting married.
Oh, wow.
And nothing, but so one thing was he did proposition every girl. He did try to get them to do something other than the the hand thing, and every one of them said no. Every one of them said no. Nobody had did anything wrong. So like apparently that in Baltimore is like a 7th degree sex offense.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, but
You
me
gotta
and
write
the
a
other
book.
girl,
You gotta write a book.
I really should. I mean, because I would love to. I
I'd
mean, I
read it.
really would
Read
love to. I just don't know how to start it. Like I
Yeah.
was never molested or anything like that. Like growing up, I mean, I'm not. I just
So you get out of the heroin, you get out of the massage thing, you get away from this old guy. And then how about the other years? Were they compromised because of your earlier experiences?
yes, very much.
And why?
Very much.
What would you attribute that to? I mean, I think I know, but what do you have to say?
There's a few actually. The way I come off is I'm like very upfront, and I'd rather tell the person the straight up truth, and I tell too quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, I've been on methadone for 12 years, but it has kept me off of any type of opioids. And I know that's a thing, but I don't go every day. I don't, you know what I mean? I've earned it for the past 5 years where I just, pick them up once a month.
Uh-huh.
I'm not really
Congratulations, by the way.
I don't have to drink it every day. You know, I've learned how to,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like miss a day. As
Yeah.
long as you can control it yourself, you're not like at the window, you know, okay. But I'll admit the first 6 years I didn't stop taking pills, you know what I mean? On top of the methadone. So I didn't earn anything. I didn't take it seriously. And
Right.
then finally I seen so many people, you know, just passing away and, you know, I lost all my teeth. I had to get all my teeth pulled out, which is like one very big, I'm not being self-centered, but that was a big thing with my face. You know what I mean? Like that
Oh
was
no,
something
I
that helped
know.
me.
I know, Miss, because I have dentures, but I don't wear mine all the time because they don't fit anymore, and I don't have $4,000 to get a new
Right.
set of dentures, honey. I understand the teeth thing. Believe me, I only put them in when I go out because they don't fit right anymore,
Right. I paid,
and people, you know, we can't afford it. So we
no,
have
and
to go without, and it's makes you feel self-conscious,
so
but you know,
much.
try not to let it bother you because, I mean, no, I understand seeing people with missing teeth and all that because we can't afford it. We just
Right.
can't do it.
Right.
I understand.
And they look at, you know, you just know they might not be looking at you thinking, oh, drug addict or whatever.
Oh
But
no,
to me, it's in my head like, oh, she lost her
yeah.
teeth. You know, oh, you know, this is what, yeah, it's just, you know,
Yeah, that's
you
what
know, it's
people
just
do.
weird.
If you
But,
don't have teeth, they say, "Oh, that they were a drug addict," or, "Oh
right.
no, I understand that."
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then like I came to a new state, you know, and like I said, I was from Maryland forever. And like I came to a new state to help my grandmother. She's 97. Like I said, you know, her brain's good, or, you know, it's just she needs help. Her body's old, you know, so she needs help doing things, you know, like, and I love my grandmom. She lived across the street from me growing up north when my mom decided that she didn't want to be married anymore and, you know, wanted to run around on the weekends. And she left me and my brother after, you know, she told my dad she was having an affair after like 3 years. And my dad said, don't let the door hit her in the ass. When she's like, you can change or I'm going to leave. And he was like, I remember hearing him say, don't let the door hit you in the ass. Because she knew she'd come back, and I like it broke my heart. You know what I mean? Because she was my best friend. You know, she was my mom. I was the oldest. I was the only one. You know, I thought. And then when you ask, like, why didn't you take me and my brother? You know, me and my brother. Well, you were already established in school, and it was a house, and I went to a place that wasn't really nice. You know, like a bad area, or, you know, at the time, I was like 8 or 9. I couldn't hear that, but like as like when I got older and I asked her like, why did she have to have children before she left my dad when she was married for 5 years to him before she ever had me? You know, because it was some
Yeah.
type of thing. The what? I don't know, it was something weird.
Hey,
Why?
Miss Loyalty,
I'm
Lucy
sorry.
said something, and I had heard about this before. There's isn't there some connection with heroin use and teeth?
Oh, coke and all that. Yeah, any type of drugs.
And
Missing.
what's going on there? Do you know?
It sucks out the calcium out of your teeth.
Oh, that's
It
what it is.
makes them soft. It makes them rot
Okay,
from the
there you
inside
go.
out.
Okay.
Make them rot from the. If you notice, like they'll start up at the tops of like people's gums,
Yeah.
you know, and they'll be blacker at the back. You know, one will break, something will break, you know, on a person's tooth, and then they look at it, and inside it's like, you know, dying. It's like basically they die from the inside out.
Gotcha.
Yep. And that's from living the lifestyle of ripping and running, waking up in the morning, wondering, oh my God, what am I going to do to get well? You know, you're not worried about brushing your teeth. And like,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, I appreciate you telling your
I
story.
mean, I'm sorry. I hope it helps someone out there that they realize that, you know, these opiates are not, I mean, I'm sure they know now if they watched any type of television, these opiates are no joke. I mean, they can just watch Kensington, you know, for a little bit and just see that this is a very dangerous thing, and you might not come out of it. You know, you can always put something in you, but you can't take it out. You know, I mean,
So true.
you know,
You
you
got
know. I
that?
mean, you can right.
Stephanie's
You can
gonna
put it
find
up
that
in
out
you,
in
but you know,
July.
you got you know, don't do like big massive things at a time, 'cause you might not come out of it. I wouldn't do it at all. That was funny, right? That was. You
Yeah,
can use that any type of way you want.
yeah, I threatened.
But what was really funny
Yeah, it
was
took the
trying
words right
to,
out of my mouth.
Yeah.
but
God.
what's really weird
Trust me.
is trying to explain to like an older gentleman who likes you and wants you to be around them after their wife passes away, and you have to explain to them that you're an addict, that you're not an addict. I mean, I don't mean like, you know, a hardcore cocaine addict, but you have an opioid addiction to where you need to go to a clinic and you need some type of help. And back a long time ago, they didn't take you know, like insurance. Everything was cash. There were very far and few between clinics. You had to get online, you know, like waiting lines. It was very hard, and they didn't have like Suboxone back then. It wasn't, you know, but I do know one thing. February the 1st of this year, they did make a change to the, you know, Suboxone and like methadone thing because of COVID. They made it to, well, they put it in place, you know, and then they kept it to whereas if anybody needs Suboxone, they can go on the phone and get it from like a doctor without having to leave their house. Now,
Sounds
methadone
like
is
a trap
different.
house, though.
It sounds like what?
A trap house, though. You know, I mean,
But
like,
yeah,
you know,
kind of. It could be. You know, I mean, I'm not on that, but I'm just saying with
no,
Suboxone, yeah, it's different. I'm on the methadone. The methadone, they won't. You can't get online, and you have to literally go there because it's like I
yeah,
guess
I've
the
heard,
difference here.
right, I've heard that it's bet people, what is it? Is it
It's it's for the
methadone?
people that
It when you when you get off methadone, it's harder to get off of. Is that
Yeah.
what I've heard?
yeah, it's just as hard to get off Suboxone. It's, you know, they say it's the same. You know what I mean? I mean, it's much harder. I'm sure maybe to get off methadone than it is Suboxone, depending on how long. But they say like people that okay, that long-term use, opioid addict use, like say my use was at least 20. Well, I just say I took pills at 18.
Yeah.
You know, pain pills. So 20,
Yeah.
18, 20, just say 31. Okay, so 10 years at least. That's a long time to have an opioid addiction. They
Yeah.
say that the longer the addiction, methadone is better, but it each his own. You know, I've tried both, and just the methadone worked. You know, I don't nod. You know, because I've been on it forever. You know what I mean? It just makes me normal. I mean, not normal. It just it makes me just like the normal Kara. Oh shit, the normal Miss Loyalty that I used.
Hey, Miss Loyalty, what happened to that old Lech?
Huh?
What happened to that old guy?
He passed away.
Oh,
Oh,
Mm.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
sorry, man. I'm happy for you. That was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, I'd let him down. Before he passed, I'd let him down. I'd given him back everything. He offered me. He gave my grandparents a letter. Well, and you know, with a promissory, like it was like I'd never seen anything like this before in my life, and I swear, I don't think it was like a promissory thing. If he could get me away from who I was with, if my grandparents could get me away from the person I was with, then he promised, you know, to give such and such you know, and promised to have, you know, me in the
Yeah.
car when I got back to Maryland. But he
Yeah.
wanted me back in Maryland, and he came
How
down
old
with like
were you then?
rings, and I left it. I was 20. I just 29. I was just turning 30. And I told him the truth. He came down here because he had sent me down here to Florida, and he was going to buy another house and all that. And he came down. He stayed a couple weeks. And he's like, "I got to get back to Maryland to my business." And I'm like, "I don't want to stay here living with my grandparents." You know what I mean? I had gotten a job, you know, with my aunt. and I got in a car. So I was thinking I was going to start living my youth life again. You know what I mean? Like I was off the dope and there was nothing here. Well, all of a sudden, those pills like oxycodone 30s and shit that I'd never heard of up north at the time in 2005. I'd never heard of them. I heard of the 80s, you know, the oxycontins, but we had never had like 20s or 10s or 10 milligram Vicodins. I didn't know that they made them. I knew they made 7.5s, but down here it was like they had all kinds of pills and they were giving them to not me, but they were giving them to my aunt and her husband and they weren't taking them and she didn't know what she had. So I was like, look, you give me these, I'll give you some greenage, some herbage. And she was like, okay, no problem. And she's the one that passed away Christmas morning, but I had went back home, so I wasn't, it wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything to make her, she didn't do anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I couldn't be blamed for it, even though her husband hated me. I was, I guess the black sheep. But, I mean,
It
I
seemed
never
like
lied to any
Florida
of them.
and the
I always
South
told the
is
truth.
female country.
It's
What's that,
I'm
Robin?
sorry.
It seemed like Florida and the South were pill mill country.
Yeah, it's true. You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they say. Right. Yep. They were at first. And now down here, you can't even you have to choose. My cousin got his leg cut off from his knee down, and he's my cousin's husband. And literally, he had to choose from either having 7 days worth of pain medication a month, 7 days worth, or to get a marijuana prescription for edibles to
Yeah.
take the pain.
That's that crazy governor.
And he
you got.
never, and he was never even a smoker, but that's how he had to choose. Like apparently they won't give you pain medicine down here unless you have terminal cancer.
That's that
Or
crazy
the-
governor you got.
DeSantis or whatever.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, my grandmother says she doesn't like him too much. I don't really consider him mine, go home every once in a while.
Yeah.
So do you like Georgia?
Yeah.
Are you all
Yeah.
guys from this eastern seaboard?
Yeah, no, I'm like 90 miles east of Atlanta.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you guys all in, like the east side too? Like
East side?
eastern United States? Yeah, like east side United States, like eastern.
No, I'm,
Yeah.
I'm in Seattle.
Oh, you're in Seattle? Wow.
Yeah, I'm in Seattle.
Yeah.
Wow. So it's like a 4-hour difference?
3.
3.
Yeah,
Okay.
3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I know a
Thank you for
musician
that.
in Seattle. Do you ever get out and hear music?
Um,
Johannesburg, Glen
But
Broom?
she loves live entertainment.
Yeah, there's not much around where I am. I'm about 20 miles outside of Seattle.
Yeah.
But downtown there might be I haven't been downtown Seattle in quite a long time.
I
I
don't know
can't.
where he plays. So yeah.
Yeah.
Have you always lived there? Like,
Yes.
I mean, do you like it a lot? I mean, do you like the area?
She likes it.
Oh yeah, I like it. I mean I've been here for 66 years,
Oh, wow.
So I don't really, I've never really investigated other, states to live. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I never did either until I
Yeah.
guess I had to. Right.
Yeah, well,
And
no time like
it's
the present.
it's either that or she didn't want to go to an assisted living. And assisted living, they wanted like $4,500
That's
a
cheap.
month.
That's cheap.
Yeah, for all exclusive, but you only get 2 rooms, like a little half a living room and a
Mhm.
bedroom, and you can only bring so many things. And my papa had been gone for like 13 years, and she just said she wouldn't be happy, and she's on one floor that she's kept up for 40 years. The house is probably 300 times what they paid for it. You know what I mean? Back in
Yeah.
81.
Yeah.
So, why not stay in it until she, you know what I mean? And the things I can do to help, I
Yeah.
mean, she's
Well,
97.
that's nice of you to do.
I mean, I mean, like I said, I'm not like, I'm not married. My son's old enough, where he's had his same
What,
job for many, many
what's he
years.
doing now? The son.
Actually, actually, he started working out. He started working in a Italian restaurant and a bar, and they catered and stuff. And he started out as a busboy when he was 17, and now he's worked himself all the way up to like second top bartender. Like he
Oh, nice.
works, busts his,
Nice.
Fabulous.
busts
Good
his
for him.
butt from like Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and he has his own. Tuesday he runs it by himself, the bar at night. So
Does he
So-
live
Have
with
fun.
you?
he used
your
to, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
yeah, he's still up in Maryland, but yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I do miss him. Miss him a lot. But he's doing his grown up thing.
So, Ms.
But he was
Doyle,
always very open. He was
What's that,
always
Rob?
really
I have a
open.
question.
Yeah.
Is it true there's a lot of Russians in Baltimore? Is it like
No. Not that I see. I mean, I was in Baltimore County, but I mean, of course, I went to Baltimore City, to do other things. But no, I didn't see many
I'm
Russians.
not real
Mm-mm.
familiar with Baltimore. I've been there once or twice, maybe, but yeah.
Oh, really?
There are a couple
Was it
times.
in Baltimore, like the city, or
I-
like?
I guess the city or the suburbs. I mean, I was there for a wedding party.
Oh, did you have fun?
Yeah, it was nice. Yeah.
That's good. As long as you had fun. Was it a lot of Russians?
No,
bet there
none.
were.
I mean, none that I knew of. So.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Well, so if you didn't see any and she didn't see any, I'd say there are not a lot of Russians.
No.
See that old
No.
PI coming out in me?
There's a lot of how can I?
Michelle?
It's very diverse now. Put it that way.
Diversity
Yeah,
is
every-
good. I like diversity. personally.
Every county except Cecil County has opened up, areas. So the city people, there's less people living in Baltimore City now than there ever has been. Because there's so many, homes that aren't livable, and people still live in some of them. But I mean, these are homes that were built in like, early 1900s, 1800s, and
Yeah.
they were beautiful homes at one time. I mean, my grandmother, she said that she lived, real close to, like where the straight up worst neighborhood, very bad neighborhoods are now. And, that was like 97 years ago, right? And it was like, just weird. Now they're redoing some of the streets. And so some of the streets are real expensive. And then like a couple streets, you know what I mean, over from the houses that they just redid and made them, $300,000 townhomes, two blocks over, they're selling every kind of drug that possibly can, and they're robbing your cars. So they're trying slowly but surely to move it from like the inner harbor in Baltimore City and Fells Point, which is probably like a vacationers, they hear like, oh, let's go to the harbor, let's go to Fells Point when they visit Baltimore.
Yeah.
But if you go in that area in the city you'll see just dilapidation. It's terrible. It's just worse and worse. It seems like the poor get poorer and the rich get richer, and the middle
Well,
class, we
that's-
just keep getting, we
Yeah.
barely
Yeah,
stay
that's the
afloat.
thing. Definitely there's an equity problem, and Tom is right. I think where there's poverty, there's more crime, but with reduced poverty, there's a lot less crime. And
Definitely. And I'll say where I'm at here in Florida, I know there's a lot of, drugs everywhere, but around here, you literally have to travel probably 50 miles to find find someone to talk to. Do you understand? To ask. But I would be and I did it like 15 years ago when I was on a mission. You know what I mean? I was like, I'm gonna find. I
where
know.
in Florida are you? Where in Florida?
I'm like a little bit above Fort Myers on the
Mhm.
south. I mean, on the Gulf on the west
Yeah,
side.
east, or west, what side, right? West side.
Yeah, the Gulf. Yeah. So like I'm under Tampa, I'm under Sarasota, but I'm a little bit above Fort Myers.
Mhm.
So, and it's all like, very older people, like not 65, like older. I mean, they retire down there
Yeah.
at 65 and then they come down for 4 months in their beautiful homes and then they leave and go back to another home up in Michigan or Massachusetts or, Indiana or wherever, and it's just,
Yeah.
they built a house on my grandmother's street and it's 3 bedrooms. It's a normal 1-story home. Do you know how much they want for this
Yeah.
house?
$750.
No, you're very close, but it's $598,000.
Yeah,
It
that's
doesn't
how
have a pool. It's in the middle of 2 other homes.
no, that's
It's
how it
like
is nowadays.
there's
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I'm like to myself, it's nice and all, but who the heck has money to buy something like that?
Oh,
Unless,
no.
you're a millionaire or whatever, but still, why would you want to buy that for $600,000? I mean, and in between 2 other homes that are literally you can almost touch. I just don't get that. I would rather, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
I
seems
prefer the country. I mean, I love the city. I love the city, but
right,
I live in the country. I love the country. I don't
right.
like having neighbors next to me really
Right. You like
close.
I mean,
I
either.
exactly. I'm the same way. I don't like it either. I don't like it. I like to be like away from people. Like if I have to walk outside in short shorts, I don't have to feel bad. If I'm going out to get my paper or whatever,
Need a
that not
bathrobe or whatever. Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
right. Or if I have to, the bathroom overflows, I got to run out and not that yeah, you know what I mean. I'm just saying if something happens, I don't want a million people would be like, "Oh, are you
Hey,
okay?"
Tom,
Or
so I think I got chiggers. I've been working out in my yard in my forest,
No, I'll
and
tell you how
and
I
I
get them
think
down
so
here.
you mentioned chiggers and like
No. Yeah.
just right around my birthday there, I was outside,
Yeah,
doing
no,
stuff
you know what? If you
and I've got these and I saw some poison ivy and I thought I avoided it, but I reached down to get a big branch, to drag it out and so I could
Mm.
burn it. And then 2 days later it was I mean it's like maybe at 5 hours later I was starting to get these marks. I'm going, oh my god, did I get into
No, it's
poison
like you don't
ivy
know what the
without
hell you got bit
realizing
by.
it?
Yeah.
But it's all these like little pimples and then they like and I think I got the
they bust.
chiggers and I
No, I bet
never
you did.
ever had chiggers
Yeah.
before.
Do the
No,
And
I
pimples?
didn't even know it chiggers till I got down here. You ever heard of them, Stephanie?
No.
Yeah.
What are
Haven't-
they?
they're these little
they're
bugs you
little
can't even see them
mites.
when they
Come
bite
out
you.
of the woods. They come
Yeah.
out of the wood,
Yeah.
right? Out of trees.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got
Yes.
Stephanie's coming down around July or so, and I hope she's not turned
So
off
she's
by
gonna
my
get chiggers with you.
no, my chigger bites right in between my syphilis marks.
Uh,
That's not what's gonna turn me off, Tom.
Hey, and Miss Loyalty, not to bring back old dark memories, but I don't have anybody else to ask. Do you
Oh
have any?
yeah. Oh God. Oh God. Poor Miss Loyalty. Oh Tom.
Thanks, Mom. But do you have any suggestions on handcuffs that don't leave marks?
I guess wrap them with plastic.
Oh
Bubble
God.
wrap. Bubble wrap. That
Tell
might
him
work.
to shut up.
Well, I'm just guessing. I never did it or nothing, but I mean, bubble wrap. I'm thinking how you would send something in a mail that you wouldn't want to
Yeah.
get. So that bubble wrap.
Oh, okay.
Probably
I'm
rub
glad
that.
I asked.
Glad
I
like
asked.
wear hair ties. Wrap hair ties around them, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
Why don't you want marks?
Yeah.
What's
I
your
don't
wife
want
gonna find out, Tom? You don't want marks?
so creative.
You don't want marks?
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, you're right. No, it's you're good at what you did. Thank you for the information.
I mean, I never did that, but I
She's
was
a
just
little,
thinking,
weird about this shit.
hey, I will say one thing. Some people used to say, like, not people, but when they came in to get a massage or something, and
Yeah.
some of them obviously were married, of course. And
Yeah,
I would
course,
say,
right.
it's very
Yeah,
hard to do.
no. Were they on
It's very
vacation?
They were coming from lunch or, after work. Sometimes, so I would say, what would you like, oil, lotion, baby powder? Nothing. How would you like your massage? Soft, medium,
Yeah.
hard, deep
What's
tissue,
that one, shit cake or shitu or something massage?
Swedish.
Yeah, it's like real
Oh,
hard.
shijitsu. Oh, like that chopping. That's
Yeah,
like Asian,
yeah,
and
fuck
I
that.
wouldn't do no
Who the hell wants
shijitsu.
that?
Right. But, some people want a real deep,
Yeah,
pushed muscle massage. So anyway, the man wanted to be like, oh, I don't want anything, no lotions or cream. I'm like, well, we have a shower. You're welcome to wash off afterwards. It's just very hard to,
Yeah.
do a full body massage without any type of, even if it's cornstarch, you know what I mean? Where you can do
Yeah,
it
right.
lightly, but it's like, it's tack. It's like, I don't know. That was the hardest part that was one of the very hardest things to like do an hour massage with no any type of stuff. You know what I mean? But it was
Yeah.
okay if their stuff it was
Yeah, I do
okay
know
if their
what you mean.
Johnson got the stuff on it. You know what I mean? The
Yeah, I do.
lotion.
Yeah.
But how come their wife wasn't going to smell that?
Oh, yeah.
Because
Right.
I guess they went to the bathroom and they washed. Like normal people. But I guess they just didn't want to wash. I don't know. I mean, it was
Hard to
just
figure out.
Yeah.
Hey, were any of these guys on vacation?
Oh, God. Separate vacation.
I don't know. They never asked. We did have a couple bachelor parties though.
Oh, we were talking about that earlier. Married couples taking separate vacations.
Oh, I heard about that. That's funny. My uncle and my aunt could even sleep in different floors of the house now. They've been married so long.
Yeah.
He sleeps in the basement, and she sleeps on the floor. She's got the kids' rooms because they all grew up, and now they got grandkids, so I guess they can't leave each other. So they
Right.
share the house. He goes out the garage. She goes out the front door.
Right.
They go to church in separate vehicles too, but they go to the same church. Could you
Yeah, right.
imagine
Yeah.
going to church every Sunday and not going with your wife? Drive there in a different car.
Yeah.
Like I just think that's like old neighborhood.
Was this-
Hey,
So there quite a few married men came through there, right?
oh God, yes,
Okay.
very many.
Listen up, Michelle.
Yeah, but they didn't. Then they didn't ask. They were mainly a lot more politer than the single guys. They were politer. They were much more not trying to get something that they did not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean,
Of
whether
course, they
if
were
anybody's
cheating
married
on
or
their
not.
wives.
right, because they knew
They
they
had
were
enough
just there.
problems.
Right, they were there just to get
Yeah.
that hand thing, and whatever.
Seems like
But
Michelle just had her.
hopefully they didn't go home and beat their wife, and hopefully I figured that they would go home and be nice, and not yell at their kids or, yell at somebody for not
Yeah.
doing their clothes wrong or whatever, or having a burnt potato or some shit like that. So I hoped I made it all right when they, came around.
Michelle, you out there, babe?
Half a smile on
you
their
with us?
face.
Michelle just downed her 8th shot of Jack Daniels.
Oh no, it doesn't. Like, this is good. This is all good.
Oh, good. This is good because, you're not getting from me, biased, and you're getting it from someone that doesn't know you.
Oh, I don't know anything that. I just know that I've just been following Tom for 100 since he,
Well, it's good to
Since
get a good look at somebody.
interviewed everybody. Yeah, so I guess And then,
Oh,
and then I
oh,
think,
stop, Miss What? We're not laughing at you, honey.
No, we're
We're
not.
I'm
no,
laughing.
it's okay if you
Tom and
are.
I. No, Tom and I have a joke between us, and that's
Yeah.
why we keep laughing because
Yeah,
we
no,
know
we're not
what
laughing at you at all.
No,
what
that's
each
that's
other
okay.
are thinking.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
How'd she get stuck there, right?
Yeah. Oh
I think
God.
I got the drift.
Yeah, no, we're not laughing at you. Make sure you know.
No,
No,
we
I
no.
didn't
laugh. We
Yeah.
laugh
And
a
you know
lot
what?
on here.
Hey, Michelle, look, Michelle, look there, a fellow smoker. Robin.
I'm a smoker.
Hey, Michelle, I wanted to ask you something. Have you been to Mother's in Rochester?
To where?
Mother's. It's on the east side. You
No.
know, over
Mother's,
by,
what is it, like a bar?
yeah, the Mother's. It's a
Like a like a club?
yeah, it's a club.
Are you asking
Yeah,
Michelle or
I
Miss
know it's club.
Loyalty?
Michelle.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm asking
Oh, I'm
Michelle.
sorry.
Well, no
In
wonder
Rochester.
Robin. No wonder Miss Loyalty didn't know about it. Michelle, you been to
Rochester.
that place or not?
No.
Mother's or the
Tell her
Bug
what it's
Jar.
like. What is it? A bunch of bisexuals? What's going on over there? Why didn't
It's
you know about it?
it's a. Well, I was there one night. It was trans night. It's a sweet
Oh, well, there
transvestite
we go.
night.
There's your answer. Fuck
It
no,
was
she doesn't know about
really
it.
fun. They were really sweet people.
Oh, I
Everyone
know
was
about
that.
cool.
Yeah.
I bet. They are, I mean, I always wanted to go to before it came, before it was like very accepted. I mean,
You wanted to do what?
go to a bar like that. I wanted to go to
Oh, yeah, it doesn't bother me, man. I'd be cool with it.
I could never find one. And, I was never able to, I was never able to bring myself to go into one by myself anyway, but, I would have went with my
Yeah.
girlfriend or a friend or something.
You better not tell
Oh, I've
Grandma
been
about
to a
that.
lot of them.
You better not tell Grandma
She
about that,
wouldn't.
Miss Loyalty.
She wouldn't care. I'm not there tonight anyway. I actually got out of there this weekend. I mean, this week. I rented.
Miss Loyalty,
hell.
were you actually a moderator on SG's channel?
Yes, I knew you. That's what I thought you were laughing at. I said, "Oh, okay, you know what I mean?" Yeah, I heard you guys the other. Well, SG was playing. Yeah, SG was. Did you hang up on? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking. Oh, they left me. Yeah, well, I have been a mod. She was the only person I was watching. Sharon. I used to watch Maddie all the time after you stopped.
Yeah.
Interviewing. I watched them all the time. Religiously for some reason. I couldn't understand how her could keep herself out there. You know what I mean? And go the way she went.
Are you still a moderator there?
Oh, yeah, but yes, I am still a moderator there. Yes, I'm just being honest with you. I am. I have not talked to her since, and I have not been on there in probably 5 days or something. But and I do know
she's not going to think too highly of you being over here.
Oh, I told her I told her that I get on Marks a lot. You know what I mean? Not a lot, but I get on Marks whenever I see him. Get on there.
Yeah.
And she never said anything mean to me. To each his own. I mean, I'm allowed. I mean, if she doesn't like it, I don't know what you guys have wrong. I have no idea what happened. I don't ask. You know what I mean? Honestly, it's none of my business. It's none of my business.
Fair, don't you, Stephanie?
And
What?
I think that's fair.
Oh, yeah, I think people should be able to go where they want to go on YouTube. I don't think I agree.
like, I mean, when I went from Maddie and Sharon, that girl Sharon, she started arguing, they started beefing. So I thought, okay, I'll watch this one because I got mad at Maddie because Maddie started Facebooking me and playing that baby bird role, baby bird in a nest, like, because I explained my situation, like what I went through, and I knew what it was like to feel that way in the morning. And she started, well, when I found out it was only $3 for her to get well. That's why I try to put it in all the comments when people like JB and whoever them, make them little shorts for them. Like, I'm like, dude, it only takes $3 for her to get a Capadope. Not that. I apologize. I didn't know what I can say. I'm sorry, but you know what I mean. I
Yeah, I
would
do.
write you. It's only $3. You guys, or put. She's asking for a coffee and a tea. Well, she wanted an ice cream one day, and I didn't know how much. This was before I'd asked her, before she started Facebooking me, because I was, nice to her. I was, trying to help her. I'm like, look, I even offered her a place to come and stay. I said her and Gerald could go to Baltimore and they could both get on in Baltimore, they allow couples, whether you're married or not, to come into and stay, and they'll try to get you clean. You'll have to stay in a house together, and you'll have to pay like $75 a week in food stamps to stay there. But that's not bad if you consider, you're getting a bedroom, a bed, you're getting, they're helping you get your resources. They're, helping you. You're, going to be on medication. You're not going to have to go through a cold turkey. I just figured that she would take a step. I mean, I know a lot of other people probably offered her better things than I could, but I offered them a camper to stay in. You know what I mean? Like not in the house, but yeah, I mean, I really offered her more than him because it's hard, when you have two, and you know what I mean? They were both on separate or whatever. He had more of a hard issue with the smoking, and I guess I don't know, but I just think she was sick more than he was, and period. And then the phony shit of her going, oh, don't make me have to go get in somebody's truck. That you were going to do it anyway. You know what I mean? You're going to do it whether that guy sends you money on the live, or you're going to do both. You know what I mean?
Well, I
So
appreciate. I mean, I'm not a fan of hers.
who, Maddie?
SG.
Yeah,
But
I know.
you're straight
I
about
do
it,
know that.
and I'm fine with that.
And
Or
I
Sharon.
And I've never
Yeah.
spoken bad about you in any type of way, shape or form.
Yeah.
I don't think,
I get that too.
I don't think any bodies followed you. You just happened to be there doing your, interesting job that they told you. And that was very interesting. Everything that you did was very, very, I think, informative, and a lot of people should know. Like, the Softboy under whatever, that guy that does, all these other people, but you know what I mean? You have to get on an email and beg to be there.
Straight about it. I mean, there's people, it generally doesn't fare this way though.
Oh, I know. And I believe this wholeheartedly, that to lie is to basically, well, I mean, I'm not saying I've never lied before, because that would be a lie. But to lie on social media, what am I getting out of it? You know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
why be someone that I'm not when everybody else plays that game? I'm just trying to be honest. And I've found out that sometimes when you are honest, you get more shit than you do if you're lying.
True.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
well put. No, bingo.
they'd rather
Sure.
hear you lie to them than if you tell them the truth. They're like looking at you like, yeah, right, that shit didn't happen. And you're like, I swear to God, oh my God, oh, you want this number and you want that number. Oh, fuck you liar. You know what I mean? But if you went in there and just told them some stupid off the wall, blah, 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 okay. And you're like, huh? They went for that, but they wouldn't go for the truth, because oh man, just sometimes the truth is so far-fetched that it's got to be true.
No,
You know what I
right.
mean?
Yeah, I do.
Because it's like I went for Maddie for a while, and then started watching Sharon. She was okay for a bit, and then she started beefing with this person, SG, and I never knew who that person was. I didn't follow anybody just because they said so. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't go with like that. And I thought it was all click anyway. Like they were talking about each other, so they would all follow each other. So everybody would follow them. You know what I mean? Like Bobbles, which I never, I don't know any of them really. Like the Munchie lady, I don't know. And I don't want her to, hate me or start anything with me, because I know she's like there, goes after people, and I don't want that. Because when I did not know what chicken, no. Chomo Wiener, I did not know that was her, and that was my God's honest. I would have never offered my $50. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
To shut down a Chomo account, and I had no clue it was Chicken Winner. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
didn't know that she called her that. And then, of course, as soon as I offered my money, it was like, I was the worst person in the world. And then when she was like, "Are you still going to offer it?" I'm like, "My word's my bond. If I offered you the $50, I'm not going to give it to, she said she wanted it in a super chat, but she never did get the ladies thing taken down. So I guess I got out of that, and I said that I was sorry. I tried to I did apologize to the lady, and I'm like, "Look, I did not know you were talking about her. I don't know what went on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought you were just talking about somebody different. Like, I think she picks on that one girl you don't, with the crazy one that goes in the bathroom and plays with the balloons. Remember? You said the mom. I don't want to say the name or
No, say the
whatever.
name.
You know what I'm talking about,
I
right?
don't. I don't.
Oh gosh. You said that her mom says that she's a little bit Down syndrome, and that you used to put her in the bathroom with a balloon and she'd have fun for hours.
I mean, I know the Down syndrome, but I don't remember you talking about Cray Cray?
Yeah, that's the one that. Yeah,
Oh,
I don't talk to her, but I just thought that was really funny. I heard you say that one day. And I thought that was
yeah.
fucking
I
hilarious.
avoid those people like the plague. So, how would you describe your relationship, if there is any, with Maddie?
No, I have none. I'm very angry with her because she just could have told me the truth. She would hit me in the morning and she'd be like, "Boo, can you please help me?"
Now, how about this? Here's
and
another. I just, I mean, I don't get into that stuff, and I basically get, we try and stay away from drama if we can. But, your name rang a bell. But when, like I was talking today when I was getting the coffee this morning.
yeah. I figured you were gonna. I thought.
But my thinking on the whole thing is like, I'm pretty good. Well, other people are better at it than I am, of just getting rid of people that are connected to these fucking kooks. And I don't want to. And I just couldn't believe that name rang a bell, but I didn't think it was like connected necessarily to anything negative.
Right.
And I just kind of assumed that by you being around and commenting as much as you do, that somewhere along the way would have caught this.
Right, I do comment whenever I get on any live. You know what I mean? I try to just say hi, because it's kind of hard. Like, I don't know. I feel like, in a way, I do feel like this is a way to make some type of friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if they can handle,
Wait, now, were you ever connected to Tiffany out there in California?
No, I don't know any other Tiffany's.
How about
None
this
of them.
crime scene Louie?
No, I know she goes on there, SG's chat.
So
but
that's
said hi. I don't. She's not my. I mean, we don't chat.
How
I just say hi.
about Ollie in Canada?
No, I don't know her. Is she the one that makes fun of? Is she the one that makes fun?
Yeah, she's the one that causes a lot of trouble with people.
She had the accent. Does she have the accent?
Yeah.
Or is that Amy? No, I don't watch them. I just hear. But I don't go after like that. You know what I mean? I don't follow in that type of drama. I don't want it back on me. You know what I mean? I don't want it to come back.
It's something about. I mean, I got an idea. I know why they do it, but I'm curious on your opinion. They refer to themselves as the chosen one community.
Yeah, and that doesn't make sense to me because you started the chosen one community, and it just so happened to start in Detroit, correct?
Right. Yeah.
And then, but it's you started it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was just
a
name.
Seemed to be like, yeah, but it's still your name. You know what I mean? And you hear these different women and these different people say stuff like, not saying all the time, just different about how much money you make and how much you did this, but you did a lot of work and you got a lot of people, a lot of stuff. You helped a lot of people eat. During COVID, you gave them clothes. Well, other people, you drove there in the Astro van many times in the snow and the sleet. I mean, you were there for a lot of those women that needed you.
Well, it was like, it was like, minimum. Hey, Chris, I mean, I'm not,
Yeah, but you were helpful. I mean,
yeah, but I
yeah,
mean,
I'm not trying to pat. I'm not saying, hey, you're a god. You were helpful when they needed you, and they obviously they came back because they didn't mind giving a second or third interview. You know, and they wanted people to know what was going on, and you were good enough to put it out there. I mean, it's true. I mean, every city's got them, and some of them are hidden. I mean, you'd never believe, like, there's 75-year-old men and 75-year-old women that are out there stuck on crack, that are barely, that are house poor. They live in a nice house, but their house is empty because they're drug addicts.
right.
It's just they're living on SSI. It's just crazy. I mean, drugs have really. I mean, growing up in the 80s, in school, they didn't tell us anything about what went on with opioids. They just said, just say no to drugs. Okay, well, who the hell listens to adults when we're young? You know what I mean? We don't want to hear just say no.
It was
So,
Nancy Reagan's thing, yeah.
right,
Yeah, it was
exactly. Nancy
right.
Reagan, the older lady, just say no. And then, you know, and I never tried anything hard. I
Yeah,
didn't
that
try
was
pot
during
until I was like
Iran-Contra
17.
deals, and
Yeah, you're right.
so
Right.
so
And
they had to come up with a distraction.
yeah, and then then they tried to say, like, Baltimore, that around that time, after they was just say no, they would put on benches down in the city. Baltimore, the city that reads. What? You know what I mean? Baltimore, the city that reads. Come on, man. Like, yeah, we
Well, the
read.
80s here, man, we were doing all kinds of cocaine.
Right.
I
They,
know
There
the
yeah,
was
'80s. It was
cocaine
the
in
'80s.
there. Yeah, everybody was
Iran-Contra.
doing.
Reagan
I
brought in
know.
all the coke.
It was everywhere.
it was powder there, right?
Hey,
It
now,
was
Miss,
The
powder.
good old days.
Miss Loki, this Carrie Stellner said that is coming across as a truth seeker, and says that you know all the players in the drama community and you go to all their channels.
I just told you who I know. You can check my thing and see who I'm subscribed to, can't you? Could you check my?
I never like
I
doing
mean,
that.
aren't you able to check a page and see who they're subscribed? I don't know. I thought you guys could, but I've never been on Bobbles. I've never been on any of the Janelles, Courtney's. I don't know any of them. I don't go to no Ollie's, Amy's. I listen to SG's, but I don't stay on the whole 5 hours. You know what I mean? I've never made a whole. I've never, unless I fell asleep. You know what I mean? And then you'll
Right.
see no chat from me. But I
No, but
mean,
let me ask Carrie.
honestly, I'm not on any other else's channel. I will tell you.
Carrie's right. Carrie, what channels are you talking about, other than the one we've already discussed?
Right, like Maddie and Sharon. I signed up to Bobbles one time, and that was when she had that. That's when she had that mega super chat where that lady was sending her all kinds of super chat money, and then after that, I unsubscribed to be. I wasn't, I didn't want to watch that stuff about
Yeah.
suicide stuff. You know what I mean? I just
Yeah.
don't. And the dogs, the dog medications, where she was. I heard about it. I just couldn't understand why somebody would feed Dilaudid to their dogs.
Yeah. Why would somebody do that?
Exactly. Knowing that they're very hard to get, you know what I mean,
Yeah,
from
I
a
do.
doctor.
You're exactly right.
Very, very, very hard. And you're going to give them to a dog to watch him peacefully pass away in how long? How many hours did it take for that dog? I don't know, but it took longer than it should have, I think. I didn't watch that part, but I just heard. It just makes me, to think that she would just take it into her hands. Instead of just taking it to the vet and say, I found this dog, he's very sick, something just to get it out of his misery if she couldn't afford it.
Yeah, let me, I can tell you this, I believe you, but this is how the
No,
internet.
I know. Everybody, I know.
But I want to, Carrie is coming across as being a truth seeker and letting me know things that he thinks would benefit the channel as far as honesty.
I
Carrie,
understand.
but
I
Carrie,
appreciate that, Carrie.
Carrie, why is your channel only a week old?
Oh, mine?
No, Carrie, this person that's bringing
okay.
Carrie, why is your channel only a week old?
Hmm.
If you're telling the truth. I mean, you know all these people.
Exactly. You wouldn't have known me. I've been here since a long time. I've been
exactly
here
right.
since when
So
he
what's
was
your
interviewing
other screen
way
name?
before Maddie and Tom,
What's,
Carol had a
what's your other screen name, Carrie?
mine.
No, Carrie's. This person
Oh.
bringing up all this stuff. This channel that this person's talking about, this Carrie Stellar MMA, is 1
Mhm.
week old.
Right. So
Because
that would
I'm telling
say
the truth under a sock, but it is the truth. But why wouldn't you tell it under your real name? Why would you hide that?
exactly. And why would she put her first name as Carrie? You know what I mean? If she's just a week old.
She's
no,
a
right.
troll. That's what
Exactly.
she is. She's a troll.
I think it's
She's
time for
using,
time for Carrie to go bye-bye.
yeah, she's
Why would she
probably
bother?
from one of those channels and she made up a name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're going to block you, though, Carrie.
yeah. She's here to cause trouble, I think.
No, of course.
No, yeah.
Because we're
Well,
having
tell
a
the
nice,
truth, but not
we're
usually.
having a nice chat
Looks
with
like
Miss
a duck.
Loyalty.
Well,
And
Flies like a duck.
you gotta
trying
you
to,
gotta
Like a
love
duck.
people that come in with fake names, can't show their
Yeah,
face and talk,
right.
you know what I mean?
Right.
Stir up problems.
Who wants to do the honors?
You
I
have to. I
will. Oh, I can't. I'm on the panel. I'll try. Maybe I can. There we go. Somebody got her.
Oh, they did? Bye-bye, Carrie.
Yeah.
Nice try.
Yep.
So you got
Yeah,
come
enemies
back.
out there.
Come back
Miss
as missing loyalty 3 or something stupid. Just spell it wrong.
Yeah.
You know.
Mhm.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come back as me and go to all the channels you want to, Carrie, because I know how to write and talk, and people will know my writing.
Another
I hope.
troublemaker for you. Okay, bye-bye.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay,
see,
bye.
I don't like that. Like, I don't know what doxing is. I found out what it was. Like, I guess that's when you pretend to be somebody else's name. That you pretend to be somebody else's family member's name. Is that what a dox is? I don't.
No, you tell people, you put out in the internet where people live and
Their
Oh,
address.
and there's
where
that
they
real
work,
name.
that kind of-
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Or their
Yeah.
children or whatever. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I don't do anything.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, no, my honest to God, you were the first one, and I don't know why. But that your name, the chosen, it came up, and I thought, wow, that's really wild. Chosen, WON. You know, wow,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. And then all of a sudden, it was like something I was very interested in.
Oh,
You
okay.
know, women and men on the streets because of, drugs. And honestly, I was, I could have been there.
Yeah, I'm
I
going to
mean,
ask you this
any
too.
of us.
I've heard from a lot of these women that I've interviewed that they said they're never, ever going to feel the satisfaction
Never.
and the happiness they had as they did when they were high. Is there any element of truth to that?
They're never going to feel
They're never going to
Right.
feel as good sober
as
as they
happy.
did when they were high on heroin.
No, that's not true.
You don't
I
think?
don't think so. No,
You don't?
I don't think so. Because, I mean, yeah, I was happy for the first 6 months, before I realized that this was something that was not going to be able to go away by itself. You know what I mean? And it wasn't, and and then I had to go from using it up my nose to privately by myself. I didn't ask any, and it was weird. I didn't ask anybody to help. I didn't, I wasn't around anybody. But when I chose to stick it, in
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah.
I did it by myself, and that was also the dumbest thing I could have done because then that only took a little bit. That took not as much up my nose as I could use a little, and it got me so fucked up that I was like, wow. But I didn't realize I have. They were very small, deep, and hard to get. So my body didn't, I scarred myself up. I looked like death, and I was nowhere near happy like that. I was miserable every day. I couldn't save anything for the next morning. No matter how much money I would have had, I still couldn't save it. I couldn't even save anything. I just couldn't save it. It's just an addiction. I had to have it, and it was just it was one of the horriblest things. I mean, literally, I think the reason why I'm not with my son's father anymore. I mean, we're friends. Thank God we can still be friends. It took a long time, for us to be apart. we went to jail, for violating probation for stupid stuff like, what do you call it? Holding, like possession and stuff like that. And then he went his way and I went my way and he got his, life together and I got my life together as much as I, could. And I'm happy the way that I am. I'm happy that I haven't felt the need to want to, see that stuff go back in the, needle or feel that. And I tried it. That was the thing. The first like I said, the first 5 years I was on the juice, I still tried dope, heroin every now and then, thinking, okay, well, I didn't do methadone, all weekend. I saved my take homes. Let's see if, if I'm going to feel anything. And I wouldn't feel it. And I kept, I'd still try it. And I thought, man, that was a waste of $80. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do it all at once, but I'm just saying. And then finally it just got to me. I said, Kara, you're going to keep trying to catch a buzz and it's going to be the buzz that takes you out. Because if you're not feeling it, obviously the methadone has been in my system way too long and it's blocking everything. It's just blocking it. So when it doesn't block it, that's probably when I would have got a high and I would have just went right out.
Yeah,
I probably
you're right. Yeah.
So, and that's when I just stopped. And I would go downtown with a girlfriend of mine and they were getting the stuff. This was probably like 4 years ago. Yeah, about 4 or 5 years ago. Because I got punished from my clinic and they took my stuff away for a month. So I had to take a cab, not pay for it, but like with other people that were going to the same clinic every day.
Yeah.
And when you're going every single day with people that are going every day, it's still in their minds, they're still not done. Not all of them, but some of them aren't done either, So in the cab ride back, they'll be like, hey, can you drive me here? Even though they're not paying for the cab, medical insurances, it's still very easy to get caught up, in using, even though, what I mean? Because you're
Yeah, I do know
peer
what
pressure.
you mean. I do.
So anyway, this one girl, she would go down and she would get the Fetty or whatever, and she was on a lot of methadone, and she would do it, and she would get so retardedly high that I just couldn't understand it, and I was just thinking to myself, you're the same age as me, you're on the same thing, and you're just stoned out of your mind, and I just could never understand, but it's like.
I think she got kicked off. You there, Robin? You hear me, Michelle?
Yeah. Yep.
Robin, you there?
Yeah. Hello.
Hey, Robin.
Yeah, there you are.
Hey, Robin.
Yeah.
Did you ever fuck with any of these drugs?
Yes, I can hear you.
Did you ever fuck
Yes,
with
I
any of
am
these drugs?
buffering. No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm boring. I never did a needle. I was never interested in horse. I mean, nose candy, done that. I smoke
Yeah.
weed, but I don't know anything else. I've been around people who've done heroin and, they've passed out in my house. They tried pissing on my wall, and I've dragged them out and thrown them out in the street.
Yeah.
When I
Yeah, I
moved
get
to Ithaca, I was really surprised how many heroin addicts there were here. I'm really surprised. It's rural America, and what I realized moving out of the city, there's a lot more drugs in the country than there are in the city. It was really interesting. Hey,
Oh.
Bopak. But yeah, and what else? Meth. I never done that. No, I'm a boring person. Just the regular, natural stuff. Microdot. I used to like that in the 70s, right? So I did some of that, but I like the psychotropics, and I'll drink my tequila once in a while.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame you.
Well,
You,
I'll
you
have a margarita once in a while.
see, salud. See? Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's people.
I hitchhiked around the country, in the 70s, fresh out of high school, and I went down to Mexico, and I've been around a lot of different people, and in a few scary situations. So there were drugs that I wouldn't do, because I wanted to be alert and
Right.
stay tuned in, to
What
everybody.
was
So
going on?
yeah.
Yeah.
And to the vibe of people. I mean, when you're hitching a ride, you have to
Oh,
really
right.
sense somebody's vibe, and I'm pretty good
Yep.
at that. It's just people in general.
You want to have all your wits about you when you're around strangers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
But glad you're not hitchhiking in Mexico now.
no,
Oh,
hey,
God.
I didn't hitchhike in Mexico. I went down. I was living in Tucson. I went
Yeah.
down to be an extra in a movie. So I was in Lucky Lady, that movie. Remember that movie?
No.
My with Burt Reynolds and Liza Minnelli and Gene Hackman, and it was a rum runner movie, and so I got to sail on a 35-foot sailboat on the Sea of Cortez, and for
Oh,
like a month.
cool.
Anyway, but I met, but I'm just turned 18. I just turned 18 when I went down there, like a couple days later, and I met, and I was at so I'm wearing cutoffs. Remember cutoffs and a tank top, and
Oh,
and and I was on the beach living on the beach for like, I don't know, a couple, 3 weeks maybe. And so I was really, I
wow.
turned copper in the sun. So I look really Native American, and, and that really shows up. So, and so I was at the Mercado one day, and all these women started throwing fruits and vegetables at me and pummeling me with fruits and vegetables, and I didn't realize. And so a woman, she was dressed nice, and she pulled me aside, and she started speaking English to me. And I said, I don't speak enough Spanish. I don't know what they're saying. I didn't speak Mexican. I spoke a little Spanish, um, because from school, I took Spanish in school. But so she said, they think you're here to take their men. And I went, oh my God, I felt
Oh,
terrible.
my
Felt
God.
awful. And and she goes, and I know you're not here for that reason. And so she said, this is what you should do. Just go buy a dress and, and get some shoes. And so that's what I did. I bought a dress. It's a Catholic country. I didn't realize, but it was a good experience, to learn that. And then I met some crazy, rich men, and there's a reason why, like, I don't have a lot of money. I could have been in the movies, but I wasn't interested in having sex with Hollywood men. I wasn't interested. I didn't know anything about sex. I mean, I just turned 18, and I wasn't about to give my life up for, a 40-year-old somebody to,
Right. Grow nasty. Yeah.
I,
Yeah.
well, I mean, I, so anyway, but these are things that I decided, and I didn't compromise on certain aspects of my life.
Right. Right.
Congratulations.
But you still had a good time, right?
You want to go pee pee, Daisy?
Oh, an experience I'll never forget. I mean, sailing on the Sea of
Right.
Cortez and diving, and I met really good people too. And
Right.
I
That's
went
cool.
diving with the fishes and the manta rays and the sharks and the porpoises and
Uh-huh.
sailing. I mean, I love sailing. I love the water. So I love the water.
Yeah. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. Can't take those memories away, huh?
I hope not. I mean,
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the same story for Stephanie at 66 when she visits.
Ah, ha, ha. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's not going to be what you think either. That's for sure.
Yeah. I don't want to flatter.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
shit.
like remember when MySpace started?
Yeah.
When
Remember how
people started
strict they
getting
were? Like you could only have like one account. They were real pricks about like, it was like you were getting into the gates of heaven. And then they ended
But
up
I
going
met
like,
really good people on MySpace because I'm an artist, and so I met these great artists and musicians, and we started trading like work and music, and I got like invited and got on guest list to like go down to the city and be on a guest list and go see a band, and hang out, and nobody expected me to do something that I didn't want to do. Let's put it that way, okay? And I meet people like that. I get invited to like go on the road, and I don't have to do anything I don't want to do. And that's how it should be. You make your own choices. I know it was
yeah,
totally great, Bopak, right?
yeah, it
And
all
so
sounds
now there's YouTube. I still have my MySpace account. I rarely go there because everything's kind of switched, and I don't know how to get back to my pictures and stuff that, all that life that happened on MySpace before Facebook. And the only reason why I got on Facebook was because a friend of mine in Sorexcuse, where I used to live, convinced me I should get on Facebook so I can stay in touch with all my friends that are in Sorexcuse. And so I had to.
well, I mean, Stephanie, I don't want you to fret over this.
Oh, boy, what?
Yeah, no,
Yes. Yeah, it is.
What?
no,
Like
but
that.
I think you're going to be talking a lot like Robin. There's nothing you're going to be doing that you don't want to do.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, let's put it this way: there better not be.
Oh, God.
No, it's like I can't win on this damn thing.
No, you can't. I just want to drink margaritas and smoke.
I know, right?
Yeah. Hey, Michelle, if it makes you feel any better, you can go on vacation by yourself when Stephanie comes to visit. You'll feel safe here.
When Stephanie comes to,
Yeah. I mean, we don't mind sharing the cold steel metal feeling
Well,
of a gun barrel in your mouth as we get trash.
Michelle, we'll both go down there together, and then we'll do a live stream from Tom's house.
Yeah, I want to see that. You absolutely should.
Hey, Robin, you're welcome to come down and visit too. But those days of not
Oh,
doing shit you
thanks.
don't want to do are over.
Oh, God.
I know I can hang out in that little house you have over there that's falling apart. This is where my guest is going to stay to help me move my
Oh,
book.
my God.
I want to do that. That would be
Yeah.
fun. I'll bring my tent
Yeah.
and my cot.
Yeah. that
Oh,
sounds
my
good.
God.
Yeah,
Tom,
that's so great.
you know what? You'd get 1 million views on that one.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
I can't. By the attitudes of you two women, I can't wait. Don't waste that Dilaudid on a dog anymore, Miss Loyalty. I'll start taking it right after Robin and Stephanie and Michelle show up.
Don't worry, I'll bring some with me. Oh, God, I'll need it.
Yeah, hey, Michelle, you're going to be able to show him you're on vacation by yourself too. Welcome to the best of the worst.
Oh, yeah. And Michelle, when he sees it, he's not going to be worried at all. Oh, God. Oh, no.
Oh, fuck yeah, man.
Oh,
Just,
God.
yeah. No, fuck no. This is a safe haven.
Just start laughing. It's like she's out of control. Stephanie is out of control.
Oh, God. A safe haven from what? From what?
Yeah. So far, it sounds like from having fun.
We're gonna have booze, pills, and cigarettes.
And weed.
And
I'm
weed.
bringing weed. I'm in New
Yeah.
York. I
Okay,
can
and
bring weed.
weed.
Hey, Robin, will you bring your mandolin?
No, it's my
Or
ukulele.
ukulele? Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. That's portable.
We'll have our own Woodstock.
Oh, yeah, Tom can. Oh, jeez. What would Tom do at Woodstock? Let's see.
Yeah, shit, yeah,
I'll
why
bring-
not, man? Fuck yeah.
I'll bring the tie-dye moo-moos.
Wow.
Hey, Stephanie, you gotta promise me that when I got an outdoor shower with no curtain. I hope you don't get offended when I have the light on when Michelle's taking a shower. Turn it off.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Tom will be the moo hanger. And I'll
Oh,
play my
don't worry.
ukulele
Yeah.
to your shower moo hanging.
Fuck yeah. God damn. You may charge me with fucking Michelle taking a shower outside, but you're not going to be able to convict me.
Michelle, don't worry. I'll hold up a towel while you're showering.
And then you take the towel and do the whip thingy with it.
As soon as that Jew attorney I hired shows it, it was pitch dark.
God.
Don't worry, Michelle. I won't need a towel. You can film me stark naked. I don't give a shit. If somebody wants to look at this body, let them.
Fuck yeah, man. Why not? Let it fucking rip.
Go ahead and look.
Yeah.
Oh, God. A car drives by. Look, there's a naked old lady. Taking a shower.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Horses will go by and they'll fall over, Stephanie.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be so great.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, worst thing you may be able to fucking stick up my ass is age discrimination.
Oh, God.
Oh, hell yeah.
I need my inhaler.
Fuck yeah. Hell yeah, we'll do it right, man.
Oh, man.
Yeah, don't judge us, Robin, please.
Yeah.
No judging here.
God.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez.
Hey, Robin, didn't your parents, weren't they like worried about you like doing that shit at 18?
Well, I graduated high school early at 17. And I left New York State to Tucson, Arizona. My mother bought me a backpack and a sleeping bag. I told my father the night before I left. I decided to leave at 16 when my father beat the shit out of me.
Oh, he did.
So I decided to graduate early and leave. I planned it. I didn't leave right away. So that was I didn't want my sister and brother to experience the same thing. And so that worked, I guess, sort of. But my brother was like, I don't know, 10 when I left. That was really hard on him. I didn't realize I thought I was doing something smart, Um, my brother ended up, sucking on a bullet. And
Oh,
he was in his 40s when he did it, and he was in West Palm Beach, Florida.
oh,
Um, he didn't, he was judgmental, very, and he was a Republican too. And he was stupid. And he did something that was, I don't know why he did what he did. It was a mistake. And I was very sad.
oh.
Anyway. But yeah, and then when I came back east after being gone for 3 years. I lived in Arizona and Mexico and California, and then I didn't know what to do with my life. I couldn't decide, so I wanted to come back east, and I missed being in the East Coast. There's something about the green trees and the changing of the seasons that I was accustomed to, and you could really see. I mean, I love the desert. I think it's beautiful, and I love the ocean, and I love the West Coast, but I was really sick of LA. That was the last place I was living. Was it like in North Hollywood? Um, and I was working in a leather shop because I could work with leather, and these people were just awful, mean assholes that came in and wanted me to like fix their clothes for them, fit them, and they were just always nasty people, and I was just sick of everybody,
Yeah,
like that. In Tucson, the
just let
same
her off.
thing. Like I worked at a Woolworths in a soda shop. The soda shop that used to be in Woolworths. I don't know if you
Yeah,
had a Woolworths,
yeah, I do.
but so I was the Woolworth girl, in that like with the apron and I got to pop the balloons, and so you could get your free sundae or your milkshake or whatever, and that was fun. And but all those women that I worked with, they hated me because I was young, because I'm from New York, and everybody thinks New York is like New York City, and they all freak out. It's like, what's this East Coast girl doing here when she should be barefoot and pregnant? And that's how they all thought in the 70s. And there's still that thought wave that's even more prominent now around the country. Anyway, so yeah. So I came back and I decided to go to school. I have a 2-year degree from
Well, Robin,
OCC.
I'm glad that you touched on that a little bit as far as the society does put pressure on women to have babies. And you're like almost like you're a bad person if you don't. And the pressure usually gets put a lot on women. So thank you for.
Yeah, I mean, especially now, and especially if you're white, they want the white babies.
Yeah, it's true.
Um, it's so fucked up. I cannot believe how backwards things have gone. I really can't. I can't believe like they want to monitor a woman's menstruation. That's what it's getting to. They
Yeah.
want,
Oh, it is.
and they're stopping women from choosing what to do with your own body and your
Yep.
own life. It's so fucked up.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
You know,
No,
I
you're
went
right.
through a lot in the 70s, I was a lot. I was what? how old was I when an abortion became legal? I think I was in my 20s, right? So that, and that's how short of a time to make a decision about your own life, whether you're raped, to make a decision to carry that, and everything that's been learned about like what happens to the fetus when you're under stress, um, when you take your vitamins, when you're in a safe space, how much healthier things can be, to be checked, every 3 months or whatever. I ended up like I opted not to abort, and I had twins, and I'm not married. I was having twins, and I mean, who would know? Who go figure that? And I just opted not to abort with that, but I had an abortion previous to that because I was raped. And, you know, I can't imagine, and now it's like even 10-year-olds getting raped. And this is okay with these people.
Well, the
It's
thing is,
insane.
the law says that if you are under a certain age, I think New York State it's 18, but you cannot consent to sex. So it's considered rape under the law of New York State. I
I
think
don't think
some
it's
states
18, is it?
it's 17 or 18.
Yeah,
No,
17 is the
now
problem.
I thought it was 16. I thought it was under 16 and under. I mean, so like, um, I'm pretty sure it's at least 16 and under. Um, but if you're, yeah, I can't remember, but I know those laws are changing in New York because of what just happened with the asshole that was adjudicated as a rapist, but he couldn't be, he couldn't get that title and have to go knocking on your doors. Hey, I'm your new neighbor. I'm your new president. But I'm a convicted rapist. I'm supposed to tell you that, you know. I'm a sex offender. I'm supposed to tell you that. That's what he should be doing right now, you know. So New York is changing that law, because of all of that.
Well, I know they changed. I know every state has a different age as far as
Yes.
um, statutory rape is brought about. And I know some states I'm not sure. I mean, I have to look, but it's like either 17 or 18 for most of the
It
states.
can't
So,
be fucking 18.
what's that?
No, it's
It
not.
can't be
18
18.
is
Shit,
if
man.
you can vote at 18. So that's part of that. So it's not, but now, I mean, no, like, I don't know. It's like Mississippi, Missouri, Tennessee, all the southern states, Texas. It's like now there's no, you have no choice over your body. If you're a female, it, no matter what happens to you, you cannot choose to abort, no matter how old you are. A 10-year-old died in Texas. There's a since testing DNA, and figuring out your DNA now, and um, there's a word for it, but they're discovering how much incest has occurred in everybody's lives, especially with adopted children. Now they can compare DNA, and this is why the children have been adopted or taken, because, girls under the age of 14, 10 to 14, their parents walk them to a place, drop off the child, and that's that. You know, even in the early 1900s, like in the 40s and the 30s, it was it was still looked upon, if a woman was raped by a brother or father or uncle, they were still considered a dirty woman. And you know but they had nothing to do, but and blamed for that happening. no matter what age she was, the girl is blamed. Just like when a guy tried to rape me once and I knocked his fucking lights out. I knocked his fucking lights out and I called the cops. He cornered me in the hallway of my apartment building. And it was amazing. He kept punching me until I started to see white. And I said, I hope I can. And he had his knees on my arms. He was on my chest. And I managed to get my knuckle just like this. And I hit him right in the temple. And I got him and I clocked him and he dropped. I got him off of me. I ran in. I called the cops. The cops showed up and they said, well, and I said, look, this is not somebody I know. This is not a friend. This is not my boyfriend. This is not anybody. And it's like, look at what you're wearing. That's how they used to think. This is the 70s or 80s, 70s to 80s. They still thought that way. It's the way you dress. And that's why I'm a punk rocker, because, I dress like this, not for you to fuck with me. This is my choice, the way I dress. If I want to wear my little black dress and my boots and my spikes, it's the way I dress for me. It's not to turn you on. I mean,
That's
this
right.
has all been twisted, and it's
I
only
think
been like,
I think
what?
I
How
I
many
think
years now?
I think I think almost every woman has had a time in their life where unwanted sexual stuff happened and then they blamed the woman because of how they were dressed or how they
Yeah,
looked.
that's not right, man.
Well, you were dressed like that, so you were basically asking for it. I've had that happen before where I was like, you have another thing coming, buddy. I mean, it's
Yeah.
unfortunate, but it happens a lot.
Right. But and then there's and then you do have that other side of where the females do dress that way for that kind of attention, for
Well,
whatever,
well,
to attract,
I
but
even said
it
one time, I'm like, what do you guys want me to do? Wear like a like a sack, like a potato sack, like a big potato,
no,
like
the burqa.
loose.
The burqa. That's why the burqa was invented. Women invented the burqa to close yourself off from people being able to look at you, because if you're attractive, those men have no control over themselves. So
Well,
they had to like create
I
a
mean,
clothing style so that men
I'm,
couldn't look at, and then the men, like, they just, don't know how to keep it zipped. They just can't control themselves.
I mean, I'm not gonna say all men. I've met a lot of men in my life,
That's
and
right. It's not all men at all.
not all men are, like it's not. There's a few that, for whatever reason, they feel that they're just like entitled to whatever, and it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. It's like I don't know. They must feel that they're really special, that they can just do whatever. I don't know.
Takes two to tango.
No, but it doesn't take two to tango to come at somebody when they don't want you to do that and they verbally,
Yeah, but there's got to be. I mean, look.
No,
Yeah,
Tom.
bullshit.
That you're not a woman.
No, I
You've
don't need to
never
be a
had to.
woman. I don't
You've
need to be
never.
a woman.
Yes,
But
you
you're
do.
acting like every goddamn guy out there.
I never said that. I never said that ever. Actually, I said I've met a lot of men who were very much about consent and
Yeah, fuck yeah,
stuff. And
consent.
do you
Yeah,
know
like
what? They were
99%.
very, very much. But like I said, there's going to be
You're
those.
comparing horny young guys attracted to horny young girls against criminals, and that's not fair.
Yeah, there's a difference, definitely.
There's there's a difference between.
You tried to say that, you didn't want it to,
I didn't.
but there were sometimes you did.
No, yeah, then that was fine. But
Oh,
there
yeah,
was.
that's what I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about.
about. No, what I'm
But
talking
there were
about.
way more times that you were cool with it than when you weren't.
Of course, Tom. But I'm.
Okay, all right, we're
What
getting
Robin and
somewhere
I
then.
are talking about are the situations
No,
where and it
but
happens.
the conversation leans towards like all these.
I never said, not one word did I ever say that there aren't whatever, but there's for whatever reason, I don't know what their psychology is behind it, but it does happen. So
Yeah,
I don't
I
want you to
agree. It
minimize
does.
that it
But I
doesn't.
think it's a minority. There's a difference between sexually active, young, attractive people and criminals.
That's right. There's a
Right,
difference.
but they're
And
out
you,
there.
They
But
are out there. It's
they
true.
are out there. And I mean, you're a man, so I'm sure like it's to be in a woman's position, it's just different, you know, because it's a little bit more intimidating. It's a little bit more.
Not if it's like done right.
No, we're talking about unwanted. We're not
Yeah,
talking
okay,
about
that's different.
wanted.
You're talking about rape.
Right, and
yeah,
sexual
yeah.
assault and
I don't
stuff.
think
I'm not
guns
talking
are.
about like you meeting somebody, you're into somebody, the other person's into you, you're into that person.
Okay.
Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah,
That's
right on.
different. That's different. That's
Yeah, I agree
different.
it's different, but I also think it's the majority.
Well, right. No, I would say
You're selling this story
I
like
would
it's
have
a
to I would have
50-50. You never know what you're going to get when you date a guy, and that's just
no,
false.
I
No,
never said
no,
that.
it's not just
I
dating.
never
No,
said
no, it's
that.
not about dating. It's about the I don't know. It's true. Some guys don't know how to read you, or they think they're reading something into
Yeah,
something
they're
that isn't
like
there.
mentally ill.
Right.
That's
There has
right.
to be
And
something
there is
that's
that,
I
and
never
so you
figured
have
it out really. Like what it
Yeah,
was.
you
But
did.
I came into I know how Robin feels. I've came into interactions with men who are you verbally push away say no, and it's like for whatever reason they just felt like I have no idea. Like I don't know what was going, but a lot of
They're
times
sociopaths. It's a sociopath. It's a psychopathy. I mean, they
well
think
no,
they
I
can
also
just
think it's
take.
a
They don't know
competition
anything
thing.
about
Like
romance. They don't know
like
how to have a relationship with
No,
anyone, how to be close.
but yeah,
It's
no,
about
that's all true.
pleasure, period.
That's all true. But what are you doing with these kind of guys anyway?
no, no, it wasn't like we were on a
And why,
date or
and why
anything.
are
This was
they here on the
just
planet, Tom?
No, right? No, it sucks. I agree, but I still think it's like,
well, it's a competition thing too. Like if they think that, oh, you're this pretty, like
if
I
you
want,
told the same story about amusement rides, you would make it no kid wanting to go on a Ferris wheel because
Yeah,
he'd think the cart was going to fall off.
that's right.
no,
No
I didn't
means
say
no.
that at all. All we said, we didn't
I
say,
agree, Tim.
and I actually said before you started arguing, I said, I've met a lot of nice, like you,
Give me some fucking numbers, percentages.
for my life, I
Yeah.
would say
I'll be back, okay?
All right.
it's not a big percentage, but it
Well, then give me
happens.
some goddamn numbers.
Okay,
And I'll decide that.
let's look. All right, let's think.
Of all the,
I
all
would say
the,
I
all
would
the,
say out of all of the men that I've came in contact with throughout my life, it was
yeah.
probably only like 5% that were
You
like
know, I think that's high, but I can live with it.
that. So like if 95% of men that I've came in contact with were,
No, I'm
it
not.
was
No,
just
look, I'm not.
like that.
You're going to accuse me of being the devil's advocate, but
Well, because
let
you
me just
are.
give you an example. I'll bet you fucking money that Stephanie's wasn't 5%. I bet it was like 1%, and even that wasn't as egregious as yours. Worst shit she had because of her attitude was a guy who brought a bag of dildos. Steph,
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
what
But I think
do you think of Michelle's 5%?
I'm sorry, Tom, I missed it. Of what? 5%
Like
of,
guys like coming onto her that they didn't get the green light. I mean, in your sexual escapades when you were sexually active, I know I'm going back a while.
yeah, ha ha.
But yeah, how many guys came onto you inappropriately and it was borderline rape? I bet hardly any.
Oh, borderline rape, never.
Thank you. There we go.
I mean,
I'm
that's
I'm
pretty,
not saying this is true. I'm just saying, Michelle, your personality is kind of like submissive. And Stephanie's is like you're getting your fucking skull cracked.
well,
but that
yeah, I've
doesn't
been
make it
very
right.
lucky though.
That doesn't
I've
make
been
that
lucky.
no matter I mean,
Don't,
you're
Stephanie, don't
justifying. You're
water it fucking
justifying. No,
down to Lucky.
you're saying you're see. This is the problem here. You're saying because you have to be a certain personality type, and then maybe it won't happen as much.
No,
But it's
no, I believe this 100%. I think that a
no,
submissive
it's not the woman's
persona
fault. It's
can be
never the
misconstrued. I
if
think even
if
Robin would
if
agree
someone
with that.
says no, if someone says don't
No, that's
touch me,
different. Yeah,
if
no, I
somebody
get that.
says
I'm not
that,
talking about
but
no.
that's
I'm
what
talking about
that's what happened. Well, this is what happened in my scenario. So you can't rewrite what happened with me. So
I
I'm
mean,
just
are
saying,
you counting like walking by and a guy grabs your butt,
yes.
in a bar or
Well,
something?
it grabs my leg at an airplane.
okay,
Feels like
yeah.
they can just like do whatever, like it just saying like, oh well, you're dressed like that, like this and
No,
that,
man,
like
that's a fucking criminal.
Yeah, that's when I know you have to get to a point where you understand what's happening and you have to just say, dude, you know, hands
right. Oh
off,
yeah.
But you
Oh
shouldn't
yeah.
have to say that.
and
And
you
it just
just,
strikes me as
I
it
understand what you're
no,
saying,
no, but it just
Michelle.
strikes me as odd that it ever got down to this.
It
There
is
should have been
odd,
like
Well,
Tom.
fucking clues
Tom.
up the fucking
It's
ass.
odd. It's odd. Right. You're exactly. It freaks me out and it's odd and it's rare. It's not the common. It was never the common, but there's people out there and you can't deny that there's people out there who
No,
just
I
feel
don't deny
like
it. But
it's okay.
5%
Like
to me, if there was 100 guys you fucked and you thought 5 of them were raping you, that's fucking high. And I can't help but deep down think you had something to do with that with vague signals.
well,
I'm not
5,
fucking
yeah.
if
thinking rape is okay. I don't.
right.
No, but
It's
I mean,
not.
it's right. I mean, it's not like, how people who get struck by lightning, I know someone who's been struck by lightning 3 times. It's like once you've been struck, you get struck again and again. I mean, I would hope that, something you don't put off that vibe where that's a thing that
No,
you
but the
want to
point
do.
here is, and I'm not taking sides or saying anybody's better than anybody else, but to me, is a guy with a big giant pecker. The vibe I get from Stephanie is that my brains would be coming out my ears. The
They
vibe I
would
get
with
with
my 357.
the vibe I get with Michelle is like, am I misconstruing things here? I mean, I'd find out through Stephanie with the baseball bat and through Michelle with a police report.
Well, like I
Big
said,
differences.
the definition of sexual assault or rape is any unwanted
That's right.
You can't
sexual
rape. Hey, you can't rape the willing.
exactly. That is not rape. If you're willing and the other person's willing
Right.
and it's all good, then it's all
That's right.
good.
It's not rape.
But if
And rape is violent also. So
but
if you're
also
not
Yeah,
willing
it's
for
a
the
violent
violence,
crime, not
right?
a second. Yeah, but I don't totally believe that either. Because if it's violent, why are they having orgasms? And why are women getting
Which
abortions from rape?
what? Wait, who's
They
having the orgasm?
claim that rape is a crime of violence, not sexual. I don't buy that.
Well, you know,
well, rape is usually violent
it's
because if
violent.
somebody's not
It's
wanting to
violent, but
have
it's
sex,
also
you
but to
might get
say it's not a
violent.
sex crime is fucking nuts. Women
It's
get
also
abortions
a
because of rape.
sex crime, right?
Okay, yeah.
And
So
you
it's
can be
both.
raped with other than a dick, You
Right.
can be raped. Look at the women in Sudan,
Yeah, no,
being
right.
raped with guns, with
Right.
rifles. I mean,
Mhm.
it's disgusting what the cruelty of rape. It's cruel.
No, but I still, you guys are
As a man, no,
you
Tom.
guys are talking in
So
one conversation
so
about casual dating and
no,
rape,
we
and
weren't
it's
talking about
two
casual dating.
different,
He was talking about rape
majorly
and
different.
sexual assault. And that's when I, all I mentioned was I've had that happen. I mean, I'm sure if you were a woman, there was some point in time during where you met these, and like you said, Tom, they're whatever. Like it's not the normal. You're absolutely right, and I'm glad it's not. But it happens. So
No,
we can't.
I don't say that's happened. I just think this. If you had sex with 100 guys and you said 5 of them raped you, I just think that's high.
Is that what you said, Michelle?
No.
Yes, you did. You said
I said as far
5%.
as I didn't say rape. I said like sexual assault, like
Okay,
unwanted, like
sexual assault then.
okay.
I think that's high. And Stephanie said no to that.
Well,
And,
that's
and,
Stephanie.
and there's nothing else left other than the vibes you gave off.
If you say no, if you say
Well,
don't do that, that's
Yeah, but
all
did
you
you
have
say
to do.
no in all those 5 instances?
This is so rape.
Maybe this is the issue. Stephanie never said no.
You're saying that it's my fault. You're saying that I wanted
Well,
it,
no, I'm just saying
even though I
that you
communicated
unintentionally gave
clearly.
out vague signals.
No, don't stop.
okay.
Apparently,
How
because
about
I
this?
have a vibe, it wasn't that bad. Like
No,
it
but if
probably
Stephanie
wasn't
had sex
that.
with the same 100 guys you did, and she
But it
claimed
didn't
only
happen.
one.
So that's a false scenario.
No, it's for the sake of argument and the vibes the different personalities gave off.
But it's an
Like
invalid
you,
argument.
like I said, Stephanie's would be a baseball bat across my forehead. Yours would be a police report a week later.
It's okay. Both would be deserved. I mean, like if you're going around trying to rape, like and sexually assault
Well,
people,
see,
I
you
mean,
said, yeah, you said rape. I mean, I don't, like I said, does that include if you're in a bar and some guy grabs your butt or
That's not
your,
rape, Stephanie. That's
right?
just
So,
It
I
is
mean,
it
that
is an
things
assault
like
though.
that has
but
happened
it's
to
but
me, of
if it's
course.
aggressive,
and
and
was
it's
it
unwanted,
wanted? Like just because you're at a
Well,
bar doesn't
no, I
mean
mean,
that
you're
guys can
walking
grab
Okay,
by,
if
you.
but
somebody ever did some fucking shit like that with a woman I was with, I'm just gonna take the fucking
Wouldn't you be
rap
pissed?
and
It,
fucking
like
I'm gonna do something about it and take
because
the
there's
oh
something
fucking.
wrong
yeah.
about that. Exactly. Even Tom, you're even admitting, right? Like there's not something right about if somebody's in a bar and they just
No, if a
randomly.
guy ever did that fucking shit, you were gonna get a fucking beer bottle busted across your
Well,
face.
well,
there you go. There you
well,
go.
it happened to me one time right in front of Eric, and I couldn't believe how like
No, I
nonchalant
would have
Eric was about the whole
no, that would
situation.
not have ended the same
I,
fucking way.
I was
No.
freaking out like you wouldn't believe, and then I was like, kind of nudging him like freaking say something, and he's just like looking out the plane
No, hey,
window.
it's just like the fucking Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. You think that goddamn fucking shit would have happened with Mike Tyson?
But I mean, yeah, like it's not just because you're at a certain place or you're wearing something doesn't mean that
No,
it's
I
okay
agree. I
for you
agree
to
with you
just like.
100%.
That's right.
But if you're,
There's
I
some
understand
guys,
where you're
there's
going
some
with it,
guys
Tom.
though.
Yeah, but
If you're
here's the
into
thing too.
somebody,
Here's another thing to do. What if you're both drunk? Then the lines get blurred.
yeah, I mean, if one person's drunker than the other too, like let's say one person has a couple of drinks and then one person's completely shit-faced, that's not good either. It's just like how like if I went to a bar and I started talking to this guy and I was kind of into him and whatever, but I noticed he had like 20 drinks. I'm not going to feel like okay to like, hey, let's go somewhere because you're clearly very intoxicated. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
that's
that's
good.
the
You
kind
know
of,
where to draw the
I'll call you
line.
later or
Draw the
whatever.
line.
Yeah, but I'll bet you this, and you don't need to answer it. I bet you fucked guys sober that you wish you wouldn't have.
Mhm.
So you can't blame it all on alcohol. You've made bad decisions too.
Most of whatever decisions I made that I was like I was on something.
Oh, you mean like high?
Well, when I was a teenager, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think all bets are off then.
With what?
Being high.
Right.
You're not like some Vestal virgin that's getting her high.
But I was like 14, 15, and we just discussed another law. And they came
Holy
up with that
shit.
age, and they didn't come up with that age because they didn't come up with that age just because either. Those ages. So
So what's the what's the
I think
word
if
to the
you're I think
wise?
if you're a decent person, whatever, like you're gonna realize if you meet somebody, whatever, and you guys are dating, like if someone's completely intoxicated and you're not, or and you just have like a couple and you're just like, relax. But if you notice that like the other person's falling over, I mean, you know,
So the whole thing really you're hanging your hat on is consent.
well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you meet some like fucking Chippendale son of a bitch with a 9-inch cock. There's gonna be
I'm
no,
going, yes, yes.
there's no complaining. What's the fucking complaint? You fucked for 3 hours instead of 4?
Well, that's why you always go out with friends, because if you get too shit-faced, your friends are there to take you home.
Right.
Right.
Well, no, you're right. You're right. But like, it's like,
Yeah.
no, Stephanie, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
But
but would
like,
you agree
Oh,
with it?
yeah.
Okay, how about this, Michelle? This is for you. Would you agree there's a fine line between the circumstances when you're shit-faced to getting fucked? That it can go either way. You know the problem with this shit with women drinking and fucking around? I never had that shit happen. Not even like an allegation, not even close. Probably in listening to like you women, I'm probably fucking lucky. Yeah, because at the time it seemed like it was like everything was great and nothing ever happened. So, but when I hear these goddamn stories, I kind of wonder. But when you're out there, I understand no means no and rape and all this fucking bullshit. But I mean, what about the times
I think you don't
when you
understand because
consented that you weren't drunk
I
and it
think you,
wasn't rape? Who do you
I,
blame that on?
I think you don't understand because you're not this rapist person. I don't think you're that
I know,
personality.
but I
So
don't
that's why
know.
you
I'm
don't
not.
understand.
I'm not. But
Right.
who
So
do you
you
blame
don't,
it on? The dicks you got, not drunk, that you wish you hadn't done later, but it didn't meet a criminal standard. Whose fucking fault's that? You're
that's
not
your own.
taking any responsibility. You're acting like this guy takes the bait on a mini skirt and does this and does this and does that. And he's a criminal now. You've
No,
made bad
I didn't
decisions on
say that.
consensual
I
sex too.
didn't
She's
say
not
that.
saying that. She's
I'm
no.
not saying that. We're
How about
talking
this? How
about
about this? What do you call bad decisions on
bad
consensual
decisions.
sex not under the influence? What would
Those
you
are
call
bad
that?
A bad
decisions.
decision.
It's not,
Right.
we're not, that's not
But
what we're
would you agree
talking
that it's a
about.
fine line sometimes?
No, there isn't a fine line. It's very consensual and whatever, or it's very not consensual and it's bad.
Yeah, but very non-consensual, I would consider rape.
Right. Like
Right.
some kind
So
of sexual
Tom,
assault, rape. I mean, like
Right.
sexual assault isn't rape, but
Yeah, it
you
is.
know.
right. So Tom, what
Yeah,
about the guy who turns violent while he's performing
yeah,
sex
that's fucking no.
and
It's total
and there
crime.
there's this something happens. There's
Yeah, total
a
crime.
switch goes
Total crime.
off.
Total
Then it
crime.
becomes rape. It's not consensual anymore, right?
Right.
Well, what do you
Even
mean
during
by
that.
like violent? I mean, there's sometimes I thought I broke the headboard.
That's that's your head. That's why that happened.
And there were no
That's
complaints.
why you are the way you
Is
are.
that a crime? Is that a crime?
We're not talking about the same thing.
No, we're not. That's what I'm trying to get at. This is this line that's like not definitive sometimes.
It's pretty definitive.
Okay,
I
well then
mean,
explain to me when it goes from like this is awesome to I'm filing a police report.
when you say no, stop, and they
No,
don't
no, I
stop,
get that. I get the no stop bit, no problem.
or
After that. Let's talk about after that.
after.
Yeah, well, I get the no thing. You say no. Yeah, I mean, you'd have to be something seriously wrong with you to not get this. I'm talking about the times where you didn't say no, that you had a problem with it later after it happened. This is where it gets vague and weird, and the difference between another date and getting arraigned.
Getting
I think it becomes emotional, right?
That's the problem.
Well, and so you have to think about what just fucking happened. It's like, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah, but what would you consider, what would you define less than rape that was police report worthy?
I
mean, I wouldn't
can't
probably
answer it.
it would be consensual then. I mean, then what
That's
would you
my
call the
argument.
cops on?
That's my argument. I mean, look, I'm not an advocate for just, being aggressive and hoping they don't call the police. I'm just trying to figure out this uncharted territory, less than rape.
I mean, the
that you
thing is,
consider
if
some kind of an assault.
if you're in a public, most public places are decent, and if they see like a girl, woman, like a young woman, whatever, you can kind of tell body language too. Like if a guy is being like really, you
No, it's
might see it,
terrible, man.
and
It's
then
terrible.
most people will say something like, hey, or try to like diverge the situation just in general.
Well, how
I
about
just feel
this?
like
Do you think that sometimes guys get charged with crimes because it's, consensual sex remorse? And the only way out of it is to file a complete police report like it was all his fault.
I mean, I
Is that
don't
still
know
happening?
because
Because
Yeah, I think
I
it, I
see a
think
lot
it
of
does.
rape charges not falling through.
I don't
Um,
I mean, I can't tell you because like I've never met anybody, like that just did something like that just because,
But
you
as far
know.
as I know, and I could be wrong, but
It
when you
takes a
do
lot.
like rape,
It ta-
like there's a different
it takes a lot.
presentation medically between rape and consensual sex, isn't there?
Well, yeah, oh yeah. Well, not only medically, but like it takes the problem is, Tom, is when it happens to women, they usually don't run and tell the police, and I'll tell you why.
No, I
Not
know.
right
I've
away.
heard of this.
Because there's a lot of like shame, guilt. They might think it's their fault because society, like, it's a major thing. So
and
there's a
that's where
lot of
this
things where
conversation
people don't
started, right?
don't report it right away. It might take them a couple, they might have to ask somebody. They might go to like a trusted person and be like, this just happened to me. What should I do? I need some support. I'm
Right.
scared.
And
I
what
just got
just happened,
violated.
right?
You know,
Mm.
Yeah, but you're
mm,
talking about, once
Right.
again,
The
now
sense
we
of
went back to
violation.
now we went back
We're explaining the violation now.
yeah,
What,
we went
how
back to
does one
we
feel
went back to a
violated?
criminal act.
right.
The problem I have problems with is the less than the criminal act.
Well, like I said,
You don't
when
think
I've
it
gotten
should have happened,
when
but
I
you still consented.
the
I
the
mean, what woman out there hasn't been fucked that she wished she could have taken back? It doesn't work that way with guys. It's all a notch on the bedpost. But it doesn't mean it's a crime. This is my argument.
well, then
I'm
it's not
not
a
an
crime if
advocate
it's
for
consensual.
aggressive,
If it's
unwanted sex.
if it's consensual, then it's not a crime. It's if you feel a certain way afterwards, but that particular night it was you were then that's not the crime here. There's no crime. Like if it was at the time,
Yeah, I agree,
everything
Blue.
was all good, then that's not what.
How about this? Would you
Right,
agree that
Blue.
there are guys that
Oh.
end up getting charged with crimes that shouldn't?
Probably,
Hey,
I mean, it
yeah,
probably happens. I mean,
sure.
I'm
Okay.
I'm
And
sure
what
there's a
about the
lot of
men who have
innocent
been
people that
raped
get
by other
charged with
men?
stuff.
What's that,
What
Robin?
about the transvestites who have been raped? That's, so
No,
Tom,
no.
you're lucky.
How do you have this data? Who knows how many transvestites been raped?
I think there's a number out there. I don't know what it is, but it's
Yeah, but where
happened.
does this data compiled? I mean, who the fuck knows? I mean, it's hard enough to differentiate between straight men and straight women. I mean, how do you come up with this number on this transvestite shit? I mean, they shouldn't be raped either.
And look at the guys in prison, you know. That seems to be a popular thing to do for control, you know, to intimidate your cellmate and to control, right? It's a control feature.
Yeah, but somebody else said that earlier. I think Lucid said that. So differentiate. You know, a lot of guys, you know, it just, I think this, honest to God, I do, man. I mean, this stuff is so gray area now. I mean, it's not like you got to get a pair of handcuffs, taken down and butt fuck them. That's an obvious crime. We all know that, right? But now it's like gotten to the point where the line is kind of fucking blurred, and women are so fucking sensitive and on edge. You know, when I was young, I never had any fucking problems. Nobody ever said any of this kind of shit.
Because you're
got
probably
raped,
not.
they did a rape kit and all this shit. But now the way things have gotten now, it's like you're still rolling the fucking dice on consensual sex when a bar closes, depending on how they feel about it afterwards, even under the influence. Irregardless of none of this, they said no, none of that shit. Just the aftermath of a tryst and the guilt associated with it. And
I don't know how common that is
some,
personally. Where did you get that number from? And it is location, you know. I mean, and it is like, you know, which of the elites do that? Because you know that no poverty-stricken person, no middle-class person is really going to do that. It's like, if you got the money and you can say that shit, that's you know, I mean, that seemed to be a big thing with like sports people. I remember some, you know, like 20 years ago, let's say, it just seemed like, you know, the you know, the girls were just trying to get money from their rich boyfriends, you know, and so they declared rape. And but those are the only stories I ever heard about someone, you know, what you're talking about.
yeah, but I
Just-
remember when rape was definitive. You said
But-
you got raped, you went in there,
but
they did a thing,
lot
and they
of-
said, yeah, this is rape. There's a difference between a vagina in general having consensual sex and not. The
Right.
aftermath.
And
Or
and the thing is-
vagina.
A rape kit.
well, the thing is a lot of rapes and sexual assaults still go undocumented because women are still afraid to stand up to men. And it could be because maybe they feel like these men have power or whatever else, but
Yeah, but that's a separate.
And what about the what's that rape drug called? You know, it gets slipped in your drink and
Roofies?
and yeah, the roofies, right?
Yeah, I'm going to slip some
So-
in Stephanie's drinks.
Yeah, I mean it's fucking scary, man. I find yourself in
Not at this
like
age.
Lewis saying, you wake up, you don't know where the
You
fuck you
have-
are. And
You'd
Right,
have
that's
to
the issue.
slip something in my drink.
Well,
And you
funny
know
you
what,
should bring
Tom?
that up because that's going
I
to be
bet
no
it- I-
fucking problem. Hey, not only am I slipping something in your drink, I'm slipping something in mine.
There you go. I was going to say, if you did, nothing probably still would happen. Jesus,
No,
you couldn't.
When you get this age, and when Stephanie comes down, I'm not only putting her a roofie in her drink, I'm putting one in mine.
And then we'll wake up and we'll say, God, Tom, wasn't that great?
but Tom, I want you
And
to
then a
admit
week
this.
later, the goddamn fucking Calabar County Sheriff's Department will be over here. And
Yeah.
you know, I'm just like, what in the fuck are you talking about?
I was raped.
I'll say
I
I
don't-
banged
wait,
this old ass
don't
out
wanna-
of charity.
I don't want to make, I don't want to make fun of that because
I
that
don't,
is,
I don't want to make
that-
fun of it either, but
no.
I promise you, I will hire a Jew lawyer, and we will bring up that you hadn't been laid in 16 fucking years.
Every-
And I guarantee you, I pray for a jury trial.
Yeah. And remember what I said, I wasn't worried about going to prison. So I'll just bring my gun with me and take care of you. You won't have to worry
Yeah.
about
Yeah, if you bring your gun with you, I think it's only going to be a threat in putting it to my forehead to bang after taking a handful of Viagra.
Yeah, end your misery, right, Tom? Shit. You'll be dead, I'll be in prison. What a way to go.
And Michelle and I will be waiting there with towels to
Yeah.
Yeah, you know you're in fucking trouble when you're putting a date rape drug in her margarita and you're putting one in yours too.
Yeah, you know you're in trouble then, I'm telling you. Shit.
Yeah, Dan, I'll be putting date rape drugs in her drinks, mine, plus
Yeah.
I'll be taking a handful of Viagra. How is that fucking rape? You know, my fucking expert witnesses are going to be scientists.
Oh, shit. Probably, I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, God.
Holy fucking shit.
It was like,
first-
okay,
No,
who attacked who?
that first PowerPoint fucking presentation my Jew lawyer puts up a Stephanie nude. I guarantee you I'm not going anywhere.
They would just go, case closed. We drop all the charges.
That Jew lawyer's gonna say, why in God's name would Tom put a fucking quaalude in his own?
Because he was desperate.
Hey, you know what we're gonna get a fucking hung jury. You know what that is? All men.
I don't have a chance. That's why I have to bring my gun.
Have you ever seen South Park? Have you ever seen South Park? You know that what's the teacher has Mr. Slave as his his lover boyfriend, and he teaches the boys and he teaches the kids in class. He brings Mr. Slave in, and he has this tube and a hamster, and Mr. Slave bends over, and it's just wild. It's like this is sex in the ER, kind of thing. Like what happens and
Oh, God. Oh.
Fuck yeah.
So Tom, have you had instances where women regretted having sex with you? Is this why you're bringing this up so much?
No, but I have had a couple instances where I've had women like give me a hard time
afterwards. Oh, okay.
I mean, honestly, man. I mean, I
You don't come off as a type that would just goes. You know what I mean? Like I think that you.
No,
would,
but I fucking tell it like
you
it
could
is, man.
tell.
I mean, I think, for not like being like a good-looking guy or something. I mean, I think I
think.
had
Yeah,
compared
I
to
think
my
if somebody
buddies,
told
other
you
people I
no, you
knew,
would be like,
I never had
okay,
any problems getting girlfriends.
right.
And for some reason, I had like decent like women that liked me a lot more than I liked them.
Right.
And I had a few of them like do weird fucking shit. Let me give you an example. So when I went to college I transferred to this 4-year thing. I was fucking around, bad student, couldn't believe they accepted me, this kind of shit. This isn't some smart guy that decided to get a 4-year degree. I was planning on being a cop. I got a 2-year degree. I didn't get a 2-year degree. I was like some credit hour shorts. And these cops said, you really ought to get a 4-year degree. So I thought, wow, I'm going to go up to this place. Hopefully I'm banging out a bunch of fucking pussy. I was watching these like college fucking shows and shit.
You're in the loop.
And I thought, yeah, so I transferred up to this 4-year school. And during the time of getting this degree in criminal justice, I met some local cops. Well, I knew some Greeks that owned a restaurant, and I was tight with them, and I hung out with them, and knew the waitresses and shit. And one of the owners said one to me, this girl, Karen, she said she really likes you. And so I had a girlfriend at the time. She said, so I talked to her. I said, hey, you want to go out sometime? She said, yeah. I said, why don't you come over tonight? It's like, yeah, okay, I did that. So we went over, and I was banging her for about a month while I had a girlfriend. And we're out one night, and my girlfriend catches us and follows us. And I'm trying to drop her off at her house, and she won't get out of her car. So I said, will you get out of the car? I'm going to go drive down to the police department. She said, I don't care. Drive down to the police department. So I did. And she gets out and nothing happens. About 6 months later, there's a detective I know from the police department. And I run into him and he said, we're bullshit. He said, hey, we had that waitress from this restaurant say that you were sexually harassing her. It's like, what? Who? And he gave me, and this is back in like the 70s. And he said, I knew you, and it sounded like bullshit, and the case was assigned to me. So I just dropped it. And I thought, that is fucking bullshit. And at the time, I'm thinking about being a police officer. And this fucking broad has filed a report at this police department. And I'm very good friends with the guys that own the restaurant that she still works at. So what did I do? I fucking sued her.
Mm-hmm.
Because she made a false police report. She slandered and libeled my name, which I didn't expect to get any money out of. So about 6 months after that, she had to write an apology letter and retracted what she said, and they weren't going to charge her with filing a false police report. And the whole thing went away. Now this cop, who was a good guy, ended up meeting a waitress about 25 years younger than him. Great guy. His name was Jeff Muchler. Super good guy. He was always giving me advice about what police departments to apply to. He wished he had a 4-year degree, all this kind of shit. I mean, things were looking pretty good. And, he got married to this younger girl, and, that lasted about a year. And I don't know what really happened. He came home one day after he retired as a detective, shot her between the eyes and killed himself.
Oh, fuck.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
Fuck.
It pissed me off. I felt at the time that, if I was going to try and get on a police department, they got checking around, which of course, they do. It's like, well, what's this shit of the sexual harassment? Well, if I sued her civilly and she was forced to retract that, and the police department think it was, now today you couldn't do that. If somebody files a police report about me, but it all came down to me banging her on the side and not getting rid of my girlfriend and dating her. I've had that happen, stuff like that happen, probably 3 or 4 times. This isn't like top-notch fucking women. These are like kind of like, okay, nothing great, but it was easy and you did it. I had the same fucking shit happen with when I got I got an Indiana Police Department, Indiana private detective, and I'm filling out this fucking bullshit, and I'm talking to this girl on the phone all the time, and she's the director of the private detective division in Indiana. Well, the red flag was she thought I was cute, which is like,
Yeah.
And we talked, and she had a nice voice. Long story short, she got sick and was off for about a week, and I got talking to a coworker, and I'm trying to figure out what this fucking broad looks like. I'm trying to, back then, like Facebook wasn't a big deal, and and sure enough, and the girl was a sweetheart and said, she's big. It's like, how big? Like, like 5'11", 350. It's like, no fucking way. No fucking way. So I'm applying for this goddamn private detective license, and I'm not getting it. And they start sending me all this bullshit. You haven't filled this stuff out on time. This, that, this. It finally got down to the point where this fucking broad is taking my shit and throwing it in the fucking trash because I'm not coming down there like I said I would. So at the time, you had to have a sponsor. Even though I was living in Chicago, you needed an Indiana sponsor. And the sponsor I had who would like sponsor you was kind of like a big shot in the PI thing. And it finally got to where I'm not getting this PI no matter what I do. They're not getting it in. So once she found out that I found out she was like heavy, I'm just piecing this together. She was just throwing my shit in the trash, and she was running the whole PI licensing division. So I ended up finally having to call this fucking guy and said, hey, this fucking fat cunt is, really fucking my shit up. Long story short, she gets demoted, gets taken out of the position. I get my PI license. Another time, I had the same CPA for like ever. like 40 years. I got him tons of work, including my sister's fucking McDonald's. Good guy, great guy. And there was a girl that worked for him, Terry. Look, I got a pretty low bar for blowjobs. But as women, you guys know that there's just some people sometimes you're just not attracted to. You're
Right.
I don't know why. She
Yeah.
liked me and we get talking. She'd
don't
been
know
divorced
why.
a couple times. And when I would go into town, I liked her. I liked, like, I'd take her out to dinner, kind of like that Catherine 313, just being a good guy to a plain Jane. And like, really, I thought they were like cool people. I just wasn't interested in that way. So they decide to take a different route and no longer do in-house bookkeeping because I was a lazy fucker. I didn't want to fill out all that bullshit. And it was just better off for me to pay somebody to do my bookkeeping. So she said, I'll do your bookkeeping. It's like, oh, okay. So I'm paying her on the side and she's doing my bookkeeping. When I would go into town, I'd take her out. I liked her. And, but I didn't want her blowing me. And we're talking one night and she said, she sends me and she's kind of hinting around about blowjobs. You know how I talk about this shit, right? And she's hinting around and I'm just kind of like, so you know what ended up happening? And this is an overweight, not very attractive woman. I'm not trying to mislead you that I got these goddamn penthouse models chasing me. I let them all blow me. And she gets a hold of me, and it finally got to the point where I had to say that I didn't want to ruin a good friendship with sex, which is fucking bullshit. And you know what that bitch did? For 4 years, she took all the bookkeeping that I'd sent her and paid her for and threw it in the fucking trash.
Wow. Well, that's vengeance. That's that
Yeah, I've had
personality.
this shit happen to me a couple times though, but it hasn't been
Mm.
like anything great. It was just I thought I was being like a nice guy, and I liked them in a certain kind of way. And like I said, I'm not trying to bullshit you, mislead you. I got a very low bar for blowjobs. But for some reason, it was just like, I don't want to fuck with this. It just didn't do anything for me. I mean, which is like almost fucking impossible. But that's what happened. So I ended up eventually calling her boss, the guy I knew for like 40 fucking years, and they were going to fire her. And she had done that shit one time before earlier, and they decided not to because they were getting older. And it was going to be 6 months of training and fucking around so they could. Well, she died a couple years ago for breast cancer. I mean, I don't think that has anything to do with what happened. But I've had like probably 4 or 5 fucking times where a woman. I'll tell you another thing. I met a girl through. I was a big photography collector for a long time and making good money and just outbidding everybody on old vintage photo albums on eBay. So finally, this girl fucking emailed me and said, hey, I'm getting tired of, getting outbid by you, and long story short, we get together. She's married. And it's funny thing is she had a husband that was a good looking fucker. Everybody thought he was like a Brad Pitt. Like they thought he modeled. Good guy. And super fucking henpecked, pussy whipped. I mean, whatever she said went. Long story short, she talks me into coming down and meeting her in Mississippi. And she wants to go with me to buy a photo collection in Biloxi, Mississippi. Yeah, no problem. And, they're weird. And I thought maybe the husband was jacking off thinking of this. There are relationships like that. I didn't know. And it's like, I was cool with it. So we get down there, and this is going to sound fucked up, shallow. I'll take the hit. It's 100% true. She had like an okay face. The husband let her leave with me on a 3-day trip to Biloxi because she said, hey, look, you put up with this. I'll divorce your ass fucking next week. And when I saw her calves, they were like the biggest, shit turns you off. Or fucking thin hair, little nipples. There's a gamut of things that you don't like. When I saw the size of her calves, I thought that there ain't no fucking, it just totally turned me off. I pick her up. We drive down to Biloxi. And by this time, I know the lady that I'm buying the photo collection for. She takes us to a casino. We eat crab legs all night. And I didn't know this lady that well, but we had kind of talked through buying some shit from her, and she got me aside at the casino and said, "Hey, this woman really likes you. She really thinks there's going to be a fucking future." And I
Oh
thought,
boy.
no fucking way. I thought I wouldn't even let her fucking blow me. It ain't like I'm any great prize, but I mean, these are like the worst case scenario fucking examples. So on the way back, we stop at a place. We went to Natchez, Mississippi, got drunk one night. And by this time, she said, "Well, are we going to do something or not?" And I said, "Nah, I said, I was still married, which I was, but I had lived with my wife like an eternity. So I used that card. I said, I just don't feel comfortable. If you know me, that was total fucking bullshit." And she was actually pretty smart. She's a nurse down in Jackson, Mississippi. We end up getting drunk, fucked up, and she's getting pissed because I won't fuck her. And I don't even want her blowing me. We end up getting drunk. I go out to my car to get some fucking shit. And you know how you got the chain on the fucking door at a hotel? I go to get back in the room, and the fucking chain's there.
Locked you out.
So we're drinking, and it finally gets to the point where, "Hey, look, you fucking cunt. Open this goddamn fucking door. I'm going to call the police." And she said, "No, I'm not. She's pissed off that I don't want to fuck her. But she's got like calves the size of like a 900-pound woman. Just turn me the fuck off." So I'm trying to talk to this fucking
So
whore.
she's got like Popeye calves or something.
It's just the biggest calves,
Just
bigger
like
than her
Popeye?
thighs. It's like this weird freak fucking shit. Everything else was like not bad, but I mean, believe me, like I said, I could say it
You
a
tell her
1,000
it's
times.
like, look, it's the size of your calves.
Yeah,
man.
no, I would never say that, but it's like I got the
Yeah.
lowest bar in the world for blowjobs. So I'm
So you
trying
keep
to
saying that, but did you
I'm trying
did
to
you say
talk to
that
this.
to her? Did you say, look, I got the lowest bar in the world for
No, I'm trying to
blowjobs, but
talk to
those
this fucking
calves are
stupid.
just turning me off?
I'm trying to talk to this bitch because she won't fucking take the chain off the room door. And you know what she did? She drops kicks the fucking door, and it hits me in the forehead.
Oh
My
no.
forehead starts. I'm not fucking serious.
Between the
My
headboard
forehead,
and the door.
my forehead starts bleeding, and
So
it
he goes,
it
"Oh my
like won't
God."
fucking quit. And I had to go to emergency and get 9 stitches in my fucking forehead. So I am like, fucking, I'm trying to call this fucking bitch from emergency and say, "Look, when I get back
I
you are
love
gonna-"
drunk stories.
Yeah, I said, "When I get back there, you're gonna get your fucking ass beat, man. You might as well just find a ride home." This kind of shit. So I get out of emergency. I get 9 stitches in my fucking forehead. 'Cause I couldn't stop the bleeding. I tried. I had like fucking beach towels. Go back there.
And you were drunk. Oh God.
Yeah, she's drunk too. It's like, I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck if you're sorry or not, man. You just don't say one motherfucking word to me. So, luckily there were like 2 fucking beds. He sleeps. We get up the next morning. And I said, "I don't even want you fucking talking to me, man." We drove like from Biloxi all the way to Jackson, which was like a fucking seemed like eternity. I drop her goddamn ass off. You know what she did? Luckily, during this whole fucking time, you guys know what a fucking pervert I'm in. I'm into Deep Throat and shit like that, Linda Lovelace. Well, she had sent me some videotapes of like Deep Throat and these just these fucking huge dildos. You wouldn't even think it's possible. Like, really like great fucking shit. It was really good. So I had those, and I'm not that kind of motherfucker. But she starts sending me emails threatening to contact my clients who she knew I did work for as a private detective. And I said, "Hey, look,
because
you-"
you had this stuff.
Yeah, I said,
now
"You
that
do the," I said,
he
"You do
sent
this
you.
fucking shit." I said, "You do this fucking shit, and I'm gonna fucking dub these tapes, and I'm gonna send them to your parents and your fucking employer and every motherfucker I can think of." And that got her to just fucking drop it. And over like the next 5 or 10 years, she would like get a hold of me. "How you doing?" And I just fucking ignored it. And that actually it was 2005. So we're talking about 19 years now. But I've had about
Wow.
4 or 5 fucking incidents with fucking psychos in my life.
God.
Yeah. I had one from fucking YouTube. You
Oh,
know,
I
here
know.
down in
Yeah,
Indiana,
you
shows up
did.
at my house 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Tries to
Yeah.
fucking get me in trouble for giving her some fucking gummies because she said she was going to kill herself. And it was the same goddamn fucking bullshit. Pockmarked face, no tits, big ass. But I was cool with it because I was just trying to help her. But I just didn't take the bait. Yeah, I fucking had that happen like 4 or 5 fucking times in my life. Just these fucking psycho fucking Looney Tune fucking bitches like, you know,
What
that
percentage?
that
What
movie where the
percentage,
lady
Tom?
boiled the fucking rabbit in the thing. That kind of shit.
Oh, God. Fatal Attraction.
Yeah, the only difference is these women
Yes,
just weren't that
yeah,
fucking
feel
great
attracted.
looking. They just weren't that great look. But it goes to show you that there are women out there that are
Kay is
fuck,
hilarious.
fucking crazy.
Oh, God.
Kay
No,
was
yeah, I
so.
get
Did she
9
have the
fucking
winning
stitches. I
smile?
still
I'm
got a
gonna
fucking
Cracking the door
goddamn.
before she kicked it in.
No, but luckily that fucking chain was on that motherfucker. Who knows how many stitches I'd have got? It stopped.
Oh, God.
I got 9 fucking stitches in my fucking forehead.
Oh, God, Tom.
And, you know, I didn't.
Forehead,
You know,
left ear scar.
I'm down in goddamn bumfucked Egypt, Mississippi. I mean,
Right.
I could not
You're-
get that motherfucker to quit bleeding.
Yeah,
And-
head wounds bleed a lot.
Yeah, and like 9 stitches. I mean, I'm not saying that's like it was a near-death experience, but when you get 9 stitches, you can see why it didn't quit bleeding.
Yeah, in your forehead, right?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I've had some
Yeah.
goddamn psycho fucking experiences with women. And I've had like others that was just like, you know, threaten me and shit like that. And
Well,
yeah,
you really know how to bring out the best in a
God damn, man. I mean, in the whole scheme of things, it
in a
wasn't that
psycho, I
bad, but
guess.
no, but I've been there. Fucking psycho motherfuckers, man. I had a
Oh.
fucking I want when I was living in Chicago. I'm not shit. I'm not bragging, but I tell it like it is. When Match.com was kind of like going through AOL and it was free, it was like for the first couple years when it was free, I'm not shitting you, man. I got like 20 blowjobs free. And you know how I would do it? I would go through the ads and there'd be women that were divorced that had kids that rode motorcycles. And I'd go in and I'd say, hey, man, you know, what a selfish parent. You know, you've got a kid to raise and you're out riding motorcycles. What the fuck is wrong with you? And they'd write back, fuck you. You're a loser. I enjoy life. You know, if it's my time, it's mine. And eventually it would morph into let's meet for a drink. That lasted for about 2 years. It was really great.
What did
And
you
I
do, Tom?
actually
You wear
had
your officer uniform and knock on the door and like intimidate them?
no,
And
they
then
would come to me. We would meet like at a restaurant or something like shit. And one of these women, she actually got a full ride scholarship to Juilliard as a
a rock
pianist.
star?
Pianist. Polak, super smart. She was a pathologist, a doctor, had a good job, had a kid, didn't work out with the guy. Same fucking shit. I was close to filing a police report on her too. You know, I met her and it's like, I don't fucking think so. You know, and I liked her and she kept sending me these things that we were going to be a perfect couple. And I was like, that's like, no fucking way. And it finally got to the point where, and I had the same thing happen in fucking West Branch with a fucking honest to God truth prosecutor, about 5'2", 400 pounds. And she drove me fucking absolutely crazy. She'd buy me about $2,000 worth of presents at Christmas. And
Oh, my
Wow.
God.
prosecutors in Michigan are the chief law enforcement officer. They're ahead of everybody. And it finally got to the point, it's like I finally said, hey, look, I can't fucking take this goddamn shit. If you keep fucking doing this, I mean, she watched Daisy a few times. We had fun. We played Jeopardy a lot. I go over there, we eat. There's no fucking way I was banging this goddamn broad. I wasn't interested in that way. It finally got to the point where I said, hey, look, I'd come home and there'd be a sticker on my fucking computer screen inside the house. Why aren't you returning my call? Well, I'll tell you why I wasn't returning your call. Because you drive me fucking nuts. It finally got to the point where I said, look, you do this one more fucking time, and I'm going to file a police report on you, and it's going to be embarrassing. Do
Oh,
not contact me anymore. I don't want you fucking with
geez.
me. I'm
You
not
you
interested.
got to
Look.
that. That's how you get hooked with Michelle on the police report thing. I
Oh,
mean,
so yeah, so I've had it like in my life like 5 fucking times with these psycho fucking goddamn crazy women, and none of them were attractive. But I was just
well,
trying to like be a good guy, non-judgmental, and
you
really
gave them attention and
yeah, I
you
get and
gave them
they're
attention.
not in a non-sexual way. I'm not like some fucking
Right, you gave
Chippendale
them
fucking stud.
attention though. Mm.
No,
So,
I
so they
had fun
felt
with them.
romantic and they wanted to buy your love.
In certain senses, we had like fun, which I thought was like a safe harbor, but I wouldn't have
Is
fucked
that
any of
why
these
you
goddamn.
kept
I wouldn't
returning
even.
like with the friendship because you were having fun? I
We
mean,
were having
right?
fun, but I
Right?
mean,
Yeah.
when it gets to the point with a pervert like me, if I don't want you blowing me, there's something seriously fucking wrong. And I
Don't you
didn't.
think there's a way to be honest with people to let them know like
No.
you're not
I
interested,
used to
you're
think
not
that, but until of what these stories that I've just told you, no, I couldn't have been more clear that I just wanted to be friends.
Yeah.
Now these fucking beasts, once they get in their gun sights, which is probably why I'm a little defensive of like Michelle's attitude on, guys getting in trouble for this shit. God damn, man. I mean, these fucking broads would have fucked, not all 5, but I'll bet 2 of the 5 would have fucked me any way they could have.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you're saying that there's psycho women. I'm saying there's psycho men. And that's that.
Yeah.
It's out there, both
Yeah.
sexes.
Out there. Yeah. I mean, but you could have never came up with any evidence with me like on a rape kit, or you couldn't have paid me $1 million to fuck any of these
But
guys.
you've called the police on women for less than rape. So if someone gets raped or sexually assaulted, they should call the police.
No, I've fucking called. I mean, I've threatened to call the police. Even though they're fucking with you, you don't want to really like go there if you don't have to. But yeah, I've had
But you
probably
were pretty
5.
clear with the women, right? You were pretty clear that like you didn't want any
Fuck
contact
yeah, I was
with
clear. I'm
them.
not fucking stupid, man.
Okay.
If you think that there wasn't anything at all. Matter of fact, I probably went overboard.
Okay.
It's like I appreciate our friendships, which I did. They were just desperate, old, overweight, fucking lonely
digging
beasts.
the attention, yeah. And they wanted to buy your love.
Oh, like no, fuck 'em. I had to kill myself. I mean, I just and of course you guys know this. There's like that old pervert that was whacking off after you left, helping him clean in his house when he was going through a divorce, Michelle. There are guys that you don't mind being a good friend to, but there's no sexual interest.
I've had, I mean, I'm pretty open with people, and I only had one guy that was stalking me for a while, but that didn't last too long. I had to get, but that was just one guy out of all the guys, so usually when you say you're not interested, usually the norm, okay.
Yeah.
And they, I only had one instance where I was legit nervous and scared, and like it's not like I think all these guys, or anything, but this guy was, I don't know, something was not pinging right, or I have no idea, but I was pretty honest with him too, so, and it was just weird, so.
Yeah, it's I mean, believe me, it wasn't like a big problem in my life. And if you look at my whole life, those were like rare instances.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, I thought that like, I got a late start just because of my upbringing and shit. And I kind of fucked around, got lucky. And You know, I could have. It was a very fine line between, you know, being I mean, I say all the time, I probably should have been in prison for a bunch of shit. Really, I was a total fucking delinquent, and it just kind of worked. I ended up getting a PI and all this bullshit, and getting fucking lucky and selling these businesses. I could have just as easily got caught stealing a car, breaking in a building, whatever, and it just worked for me. You know, fucking shit luck. And in the
Where
whole
did you
scheme of
grow up?
thing, you know, but I know when I was young, like, you know, you get older and you know things, and
You oh,
you get
experience, you mean? You
yeah,
experience
you
and
get
then you
smart,
know.
and I knew I got to figure out what I was really like heading into my 30s. I didn't get married till I was 30, and I remember thinking to myself, you know, I don't think this shit's gonna like really like this fucking storybook marriage stuff. I knew that I didn't want kids because I didn't want to be wrapped in that tight, because I knew the likelihood of like a long-term relationship with a woman was pretty unlikely. And I didn't want to bring kids into it. So it's like I never fucking wanted them anyway for a million reasons. So in that sense, you know, I give myself credit for like getting out of that. It was fucking weird, man. You just don't know, like, you know, what's in store. That's why, like, when this Miss Loyalty and shit came in, I mean, I think she was honest and upfront and truthful, and that's hard to find. I mean, it would have been just like she said in another example, it would have been 10 times easier for her to lie than it was to tell the truth.
Yeah,
That takes,
it's weird. I can't admit. I personally can't do that. I don't know how to lie, because then you have to remember the fucking lies all the rest of your life, right? So
yeah,
what a waste of time and energy for somebody like me. I can't imagine.
yeah, no, I think that way too. But you look at too, you probably like in a way, like, you know, Michelle's like with a different guy than she had her son with. You're not with the guy that you had your kid
I
with, or
don't think any woman. I don't know any women anymore that are with with the guy who impregnated her. You know, maybe was the father for a few months or something, and then she's so. No, I you know I don't. I bet you could meet anyone in their 30s with kids that are not with the same person they
I
had the
agree.
baby
Yeah, I
with.
agree. But
You know,
here's the thing though, but and I'm not saying it's good or bad, but what causes this? What creates it?
Creates
You know,
what?
are we all like stupid? Are we are our hormones making our decisions for
yeah,
us?
right. Is it your
Eh,
hormones? Are you?
or is the thing that we compare it to, that we compare it against, a fantasy to begin with? And that's why we're always in the shit bucket. Maybe what we've experienced is the way it is, and what we'd like to be, or what they brag about, or what movies or books are written about is bullshit.
But I see, I'm not a self-helper personally, a book reader for self-help, stuff. Experience is a thing, I think at a certain age in your life, your experience, you decide what you want and what you don't want. And then maybe, 10 years later, it becomes a different, thing that you want or don't want. And y- y- I don't know if you keep if you're not a stagnant person, if you're a person who's alive and experiencing, it it really does depend on the personality and who you're connected with, and if the connection isn't there, it's not going to stay.
Right, but
If you're not.
do you think there's some logic to the long-term connection just isn't how we're
I
wired biologically? I mean,
um
anything less than a 50-year golden wedding anniversary, you're a loser.
yeah, I those days are gone. I don't know what is that, the ruby glass you get
No,
or
yeah, you
something,
know,
or
that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm just
I
wondering if we'd
I
all
really
be
think it
happy.
depends on your personalities and how you connect, and if you can maintain that connection, then why
But
break
but
it?
but Robin, if you look at statistics nationally on divorces, then we're
Sure.
not doing too bad.
uh, Right. And or people like me, I haven't I've never had a ring put on my finger. I've never had a ring put on my
That bother
finger.
you?
It's obvious.
No, does it bother you?
No,
Okay. I mean, really?
no, really. Did I want to
Okay.
be married? Once, maybe twice. But that didn't last long. And
No, but see, here's where it gets interesting. Me either. It didn't last long, but did it not last long because that's natural? And is the disappointment only because of this false ceiling that we've created on what total happiness and success is?
I think there's something to that. Like, I mean, I told you I live with, who I live with, and we've been
Yeah.
together for over 20 years now.
Yeah.
Um,
Is this a
he's
guy?
never going to put a ring on my finger. Yeah. No, he's never going to put a ring on my finger. And that was, I asked, I told him once that I wanted that. And that was probably close to 20 years ago. So,
Yeah. So
so
you're
my
cool with it.
expectations of, it's like an expectation of my own desire
Do
or
you think it's an eternal second place?
explain that.
Yeah, you're never going to be first place. You've agreed and consented to
Oh,
second.
I don't, I don't do that. I'm not,
Okay.
I mean,
I mean,
that's almost like in the line of like, have I felt jealous of him thinking of somebody else, preferring somebody else, and is that why we were never married? It maybe that preference, was there with him that I don't really know about because he's like closed off and secretive, let's say.
mhm.
And yes, I have been like I've had dreams. Okay, let's say, okay, I know you think I'm weird, but I do have this like thing that happens with me sometimes. So I had this dream once. I dreamt of her. I knew her name. I met her. I knew her name, and I mentioned it to him. I said, "Look, was her name? Did you? And is this how she looked?" And it's like, yes. And he would never talk again. But anyway, so as far as second place goes, yes, I always I felt I felt really bad and hurt that I wasn't, good enough or,
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah.
first. But now I don't care. Now it's like
Do you
I
think you
mean
don't
not that
care
I don't
because you
care,
do you think you
but
don't
it's like this pardon?
do you think you don't care because you're so much smarter now and realize that the
I am
don't caring
smarter.
is based
It's
on the
not that
whole.
I don't care. It's not that I don't care. It's like this is life. This is life the way it is. It's not that I'm unhappy. It's not that I'm expecting something. It's not that I don't feel fulfilled from him because I don't need that kind of fulfillment from him. I
Do
have
you
to
think you've
I
settled?
pardon?
Do you think you've settled?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all settle. And people that say that they don't settle, I think they're lying or super stupid.
Mhm.
You don't always get what you
You-
want. That ain't no fucking shit.
That's right. You don't. That's right. And you got
It's
to
a
work with what you
whole
got. You got to
it's a
work with what you got.
you gotta work with. I agree 100%. I mean, I tell people all the time, me too. When you're sitting and you're
You got to
having
look in
dinner
the
with,
mirror
yeah,
and you
look,
got to
yeah,
work with
that's
what
it.
you got.
I tell people all the time, when you're sitting across from your significant other, you guys need to realize in unison that's as good as it's going to get.
And, you know,
There's, I don't know if you guys want me to, I don't mean to
No, but
just
fucking let
change
us
the
have it. Bring it
subject.
on, man. This is the whole idea.
Oh, no, well, I was just gonna say there's a major lightning storm going on right now.
Well, you're lucky. You're lucky.
Thunder and lightning storm. Um, no, but I mean, I I think that like there's a level of, you know, gratitude that you should have you know, as far as like what you said, like work with what you have, you know, be thankful for what you do have type of deal. You know, I think it's good for a person sometimes though too. You know, because
Yeah, but if
it's like
it's good for a
no,
person.
it's like
It's good for a person if you're happy. But
right,
like, and this is no bullshit. Happy is a moving fucking target.
right.
It really the fuck is. I would, in lieu of the Powerball or any of that fucking bullshit, or 20 Vestal virgins if I converted to Muslims, all that fucking shit. I wish I would have
79 is
known. But this wouldn't have worked either. I'm smart enough to realize this now, that if I knew then what I knew now, if you could take what I know now and make me 21, it'd be worse. Because at least what I had going for me when I was young is that I didn't know anything and I was naive. And I
Right.
firsthand got it broken off of my ass to come to where I'm at now.
We know what was ahead of us.
Fuck yeah. If Stephanie and I knew then what we knew now, we'd have never dated.
No, that's for sure.
Yeah. And that's not the real fucking world. She had high estrogen. I had high testosterone. We were fucking like rabbits. We thought this was going to be. I can remember when I was like 15, I couldn't figure why people weren't just home fucking all the time. They were adults, they were married, it was okay. No, you're not
I
hiding.
know. I went through
I
an
know
age
now.
period where I was horny all the time.
Yeah,
That's
I know
right.
now. No, and this is why this kind of is part, not in total, what sent me south on religion and all sorts of other shit. I think, like they talk about, human beings and the different, we got humans and then all the animal kingdom and that shit. This is like the biggest fucking goddamn train wreck you ever could have fucking created for the world. I mean, they say if you could talk to one person before you died, who would it be? It'd be Jesus. I do think Jesus existed, but I don't think he was the Son of God. And I would just say, what in the fuck are you thinking? We would get in an argument. I mean, I watch these vultures and these frogs and all this fucking shit, even the cicadas, and I find like beauty and simpleness.
Yeah, that's
And when you
right.
get into human beings, it's like, what a fucking train wreck.
Yeah.
It's like one big giant fucking magic show. Let's make a deal. And if you don't pick the right fucking door, you're fucked. Look
Yeah,
at Miss Loyalty.
that's right. If you get the opportunity to pick a door,
If
that's
you
right.
get the opportunity to pick a door, and life's not fucking fair.
That's right. Mm.
And I just think, I just wish I would have been like born a fucking frog. Or
Hey, you could have been.
a bald eagle,
You
any of
know,
that damn shit. I mean, this is a
the
fucking
past life
huge.
people. I always wonder why they always say, "Oh, you were Cleopatra," or somebody like, "Why weren't you like a toad or an
No,
earthworm?"
and I mean, when you look at like humans, and even not just you, but all the people that you know, it's like
Yeah.
this shit is not this fucking great.
No.
Now, when you're 21, you don't know fucking jack shit.
Well,
You know what I mean, Stephanie? Me too. I mean, I knew I was kind of compromising to like, the nirvana, the ultimate level of happiness. Right. And
great
then I
band,
realized as I got
Nirvana.
older, everybody compromises. I mean, I sat and I thought to myself, hey, look, it ain't like I'm some fucking chick magnet. My wife is very attractive. She's a fucking beast in bed. She's going to have a good job. She's got big nipples, sucks good cock. I think I'm going to get married.
God.
And I got tired of that. But you know what? You can't fucking argue against it. It wasn't rational. It wasn't some pie in the sky shit that I was going to take a 28-year-old woman and turn her into good sex. I knew better then. I couldn't have fucking lined up the cards better than I did, and I still got tired of it. Now, the caveat to that is I knew about then, 5 years into it, I was fucked. It was like being insatiable. Really, my perfect world would be 18-year-old, blue-eyed, blonde, long-haired Scandinavian twins blowing me every morning. And then having tea with older, adult, seasoned women my age and have nice conversations.
Yeah, conversations, right.
Yeah.
Seasons, like
It's just
seasons like
fucking
Stephanie, you mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, all right, Stephanie. Yeah, we're good friends. It's just
Yep.
like fucking insane. And like Stephanie and I, here we like have a good friendship. We laugh our fucking ass off. You couldn't
Yeah.
pay to laugh this goddamn hard. But
No.
like in talking to Stephanie and knowing what she liked when she was young, she liked the shag haircut and that kind of shit. And I was combing my hair with a fucking washcloth. So
I wouldn't have given you a second glance.
I know this. I understand that.
What do you mean? You had the crew cut, did you, your whole life, did you, Tom?
No, I
Crew
just
cut?
like had male pattern baldness early, and she liked like that Patrick Swayze, like Baywatch motherfucker.
Yeah.
Long hair. I like the long hair. Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
No,
I
but you
still
just
think
like
it's
so, you know. But I mean, I don't know what else to hang my hat on other than mental illness. But I knew that either way, I was going to be in big ass fucking trouble as life progressed. And sure enough, here I am. I mean, I get high, I fuck around, but I mean, if you told me I was like I said, you know, they had this kind of oddball fucking lymphoma bullshit, which I got taken care of. And if
Right.
you told me if when I was 21 didn't know shit and really was in love with my girlfriend, and you'd have told me I had a terminal illness, it was like, oh motherfucker, you know, probably sobbing yourself to sleep every night out of exhaustion.
Right.
Now, I know too much. And I
Yeah.
know what my life's going to be like between now and when it's tits up. And it ain't that fucking great. Could it be a lot worse? It sure could be. But it's like, well, you could be a quadriplegic. Yeah, I could, but you know what? I'm not.
Right.
You're not. These older years fucking suck cock. They're not fun. It's not, I'm not naive. The biggest thing that I blame it on is that I'm no longer naive. I know what's fucking what, and I know what's coming down the fucking pike. And even though good memories are great as opposed to bad memories, I know what my future holds, and it ain't that fucking cool.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
it's
could
not
be
cool,
worse.
but
I could have cancer and my legs taken off and a diabetic and all that shit, but I'm not. But I'm going to
But
be
that's
living these
comparing,
old
you know,
goddamn fucking bullshit years.
I know you'll be rocking in that chair and you're going to be bitching about those
Yeah,
blowjobs again with those Tinkle girls. Yeah.
Super fucking sucks. I mean, there's people that can, you know, bullshit themselves thinking that age is just a number. That's fucking nonsense.
Well,
I know.
I hope I have 20 more years because now I have a granddaughter. Now I have a
Yeah,
granddaughter.
and that works for some people. That works for some people. You
Bye,
know?
Michelle.
Nope, I don't have 20. Not with what I've got. I don't have 20 years.
No, me either.
I don't
But you know
even
what,
have.
though? But, you know, the way you talk and the way we converse,
Yeah.
we're glad we don't have 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you
don't
know
know.
what? We're going to be dead one way or the other anyway.
Yeah.
You know, did you ever think about, like, you know, there was a time I thought, like, I just hope, I just hope, like, maybe if it comes to that point, I'll just walk out in front of a fast moving truck and,
No,
bump my
I've been
head
there
and
before.
hope that's it.
No, I've been there before. I've experienced that in my life, and you don't know. That's suicide ideation, and I know this
Yeah.
from my own experience
Yeah.
and reading a lot of stuff. there's a big difference between that and killing yourself. And when it comes down
So
to
have you ever
really
seen
fucking doing
anyone
it,
die? Have you seen the lights leave their eyes? I've seen the light leave a person's eyes. I've seen it twice. I've seen the
Yeah,
light leave the eyes and they're gone.
no, yeah, I believe that.
That's how
I
you
believe that.
know.
No, I believe that, but I mean, I don't find that like riveting at all. I know
I
it's
what
fucking
no,
coming.
it was
I know it's
peaceful. It
coming.
was peaceful.
I know it's coming down the fucking pike. And I don't want to like malinger about it. I'd rather get in a fucking head-on collision than be, wearing diapers for
Right.
15
Like,
years.
and if you're not in a fast moving car, you walk in front of a fast moving truck, and
Yeah, but
yeah,
bump your
when it
head and
comes
hope you don't wake
down
up again, right?
when it comes down to really ending your own life, it's like all bullshit. You don't know what it's like until you're really there.
Well, of course. I
Yeah.
mean,
And
that's reality.
that's a whole nother fucking animal.
Oh,
Yeah,
I see. Oh,
I couldn't do it.
you're thinking ahead of yourself. I'm more of an existential kind of girl. Existence now is I'm in the present, the past and is happening as we speak, past, present, and future are constant. I'm in a constant mode of this here now, kind of be here now, presence. And, I don't know how to think about, I don't think about
Yeah,
that,
she does,
I
Lucy.
could say I don't want to be in that room with those assholes, up there in the sky. They can go up there and be in that big room, waiting room together. I don't want to be anywhere near them. So that's what I hope. And if that is a thing,
I mean, I don't think that way. I just
I have
assume
no
get it over with.
idea. I just know we are energy. I think we're energy. I mean, those of us who I've seen energy and light leave somebody's eyes. I've seen that. It's just, and I've had a lot of pets and I've seen light leave their eyes. Holding my cats that gasp their last breath. It's death is violent. Death
No,
is
not
violent.
really.
From my perspective,
Oh,
death
okay,
has
from
been
your perspective,
violent.
okay. All right.
Okay. Um, and it's sad. Um,
But this is just, and I'm not knocking you, and great you feel that way. And if I could pay to feel the way you do and truly
it,
believe it, I would do it. But I think it's no different than you accidentally stepping on an ant.
and there's that. That's right. So, but my experience, like one on one, like with my cats that have died in my arms, in my lap, that last gasp of breath becomes something else. It's
What? What?
the last
Yeah, yeah.
gasp.
What becomes what?
It I mean, it was violent. It was violent. The body convulsed, and so it seemed violent to me.
How about this? Not knocking you, but you perceived it as violent.
No, well, it was the experience that I had with that's right, with my kitty. That's
Okay.
right.
So are you assuming that that's how you're going to go out?
No, no, not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
I'm not assuming anything, and especially about me, I have no clue, or
Would you
about
be happy
anyone
going
else.
out that way? Is
Would
there a
I be happy going
how
out?
about this? Is there a non-violent way to die?
Well, I don't know, honey. I mean, I've said, like, I've thought about, what's the quickest way to go? I'd walk out in front of a fast moving truck, hope I bump my head and never wake up again. I mean, that sounds pretty violent to me, but it's like bump my head. I've bumped my head before. I know what that feels like. So I know that, I've hurt myself a lot. I almost cut my fucking foot off with steel, you know, because of what I work with. It's I know what pain is. Trust me. But I don't know. I mean, I don't have
How
any
about this?
wish
How about this?
one way or another.
In a perfect situation,
I
what
can't
would you
imagine
wish for?
perfection.
No, probably not. Probably not. I agree. But in a perfect scenario, what would you wish for when you went tits up?
Everybody wishes they just go to sleep and not wake up.
You know, yeah, sleep sounds good. Sleep
Of
comes
course.
down.
Yeah.
But Robin, when it's tits up, is there an afterlife in your mind?
No, not in my mind.
Okay.
I like I said, I think we're energy. I've seen light leave somebody's eyes. So if the light left,
But it was the absence of light, wasn't it?
and then it became the absence of light in the eyes of the person that I watched die. So is there an afterlife? There's after me. I'm the afterlife of seeing the life of someone go. My memory of this person, memories are the afterlife of anyone that you know and have loved, cared for, I think. And I think that's what we can hope for. We can only hope for that, any of us, is to be remembered. That's an afterlife. Is there a physical afterlife? I have no clue. No, I don't think so.
And you say
Personally,
love.
I think we're energy. I think we have like our vibe that when we meet each other, you know, when we're in physically in the space of another person, you can feel their energy. You can. And you can feel some people, you don't like them too close to you. And I think that energy is connected to I don't know, energy. And if it goes somewhere else, it may after our bodies go, but it may not. I really have no clue. I mean, it just seems to me the synapses stop. You're not creating any energy anymore with your carbon created body, you know. You're
But how do you differentiate your death from stepping on an ant accidentally?
I don't.
Okay, good. It's good.
Or when I decide to like kill the ant because it's or kill
Yeah,
the
I don't do that kind of shit. But I mean,
I mean
you're
it
talking
takes a
about
lot.
once if I came over there and chopped your head off right now, there's not any energy going anywhere.
There's not any energy going anywhere.
Right.
What?
You're dead.
R-
Once your body,
That's
you need a brain, respiration, a pumping
that's
heart.
right. No, the synapses aren't working anymore.
No,
So
but
the energy,
you need a
so the light
brain.
left.
But the whole thing hinges on consciousness, which is
I think so too. I
right,
do.
which
But
happens because of bodily functions with a beating
mhm,
heart, lungs that work, a liver,
well,
kidney, circulatory
mhm.
system,
so
nervous
when
system, blah, blah, blah.
so when
And
you
once that's over, there's no energy. You're just a dead fucking piece of meat.
that's right. That's right. Mm.
So the energy, you would agree with it, the energy's over. Nothing's
Yes.
going anywhere. You're not
Well, it's gone. That's right.
transcending down. You're not reincarnating to a bald eagle. It's
No,
just
I don't. That's right. I'm
your
not saying
lot
that.
of energy in life
Mhm.
is over.
Mhm. That's what I think. Mhm.
Me too.
I mean, we might be light. We might turn into we might be the light that left. That might go somewhere. I have no clue.
It
I
didn't
don't
leave. It
believe
didn't
it
leave.
or not believe it.
No, it didn't leave. It ended.
It ended. That's right.
There's
Stop.
no more light. Didn't leave.
Mhm.
It's different.
But like the sun,
Leaving
in
is
the
going
moon, and
someplace else.
maybe the
Ending
world
is
turns, maybe you turn and you're facing another light. I have no clue, like the planet does. And the
well,
sun
but
is our
you would
center of
have to
the
agree,
universe.
minus being religious, that there's no rational, plausible evidence
That's
of
right. There isn't.
anything being left.
hmm
Just like a dead guppy in your fish tank. You fish them out, you throw
So
them in the fucking trash. Nothing's
that's
going
right.
anywhere. It's no
hmm
desecration of the body.
hmm
It's tits up.
hmm
The
Hey,
only
Stephanie.
energy you had was amongst the living. You don't
hmm
believe it. You're not. Are you religious at all, Robin?
No,
Okay,
no,
so
I,
you don't believe in the soul, which
I,
going somewhere.
so I think so. I believe in music and art and
But that's all
creation
amongst the
of the
living.
animals. So it's so it's the living, it's life. That's right. It's
Right.
everything that, and so soul is not like soul to me is what you feel, what is the feeling of the energy, what the energy is, and
While you're alive.
while you're alive. And does it
Okay.
go somewhere else?
No, that's
Does
what I
it
think.
like become something else? I have no clue. I really don't have a belief in any of that. But this, when I say, like, if I could say, I believe in, I, I can't even say I believe in spirit, but I believe there is spirit, but spirit is about life. So
Thank you. How about
it's,
this? Do you visit tombstones?
so my mother got my father a tombstone, and she wanted me to be buried next to my father. My mother did not want to be buried next to my father.
But
So
I mean,
tombstones are
when you're
cool.
but what's the significance of this other than folklore?
It's memory. It's for some. I think it's meditative, like
But
churches.
you don't need to look at a rock with a name chiseled on it for that.
That's right. You don't. I don't think so either. I mean, like I really like Noguchi. He's an artist. You know Noguchi. So
No.
he was like a kind of, let's call him a rock landscape artist. And he did these beautiful, and so he just had like a rock, or something, and it's just the whole thing, what to do with your body when you die. So Native Americans, I know, they say that you should be buried. They have this like Christian thing going. The Navajo that I know, and the Mohawk and Onondagas think the same thing. But then me, I think, like, I would give my body to science if,
Me too.
there's something that here that would be helpful. I would do that.
Yeah,
That's
that
what,
makes sense.
and that's
This
what I'm
makes
telling my
sense. This
kids, because
makes
they
sense.
want to know, and I still haven't decided. Or do I want to be like compacted into ashes and turned into a diamond to put in your ring? You know, I do that. So that's kind of cool, but I don't know. Or
I'm with
or
you. I'm with you.
or
Yeah.
cremated. I'd
No, I
rather be
want to.
cremated.
If I mean, I'm sure it's not going to happen, but I would hope that vultures could eat me.
See, that's another way to do you. Like, we'll put you on a high, a cot. A cot. We'll set up a cot for you that's like 20 feet high, so the vultures can land on you and pick at you. That's right.
Do, is, do you have a will? You have a will written out, right, Tom?
Yeah, I got one.
Oh, okay. All right. Just making sure. Okay.
I want to disperse the money to strippers trying to get out of the business.
Well, I need a car. Give me a car. I need a car. Well,
This is the fucked up part
could
of
help
life.
me out.
You know, I did all that goddamn bullshit. I mean, if there was no market for strippers, if guys like me didn't show up, it wouldn't happen. And I think it, like I said earlier, we talked about this earlier. People ask me about this. I mean, this is how fucked up you are as a human. You don't run into this goddamn bullshit with deer and pheasants and vultures, which is probably why I'm so attracted to that kind of stuff. Like, here I am. I like that shit. I'm a fucking porn addict. You know, I'm a good guy as a friend, but like, you know, but I like that like dirty ass fucking porn and shit. And I'm going to go to my grave like that. And I know it. But I just think that, you know, it's just like an aberration and you don't run into these complications in life. And if I could leave a scholarship to women thinking about getting into porn and stripping, even though I liked it and I created that market, to not do it, I would feel successful.
Well, there's probably a way you could do it, I'm sure.
You know,
But this is the conundrum you face is like human.
So
Now,
I
the
would say-
Christians argue it is fucking original sin bullshit.
No, well, you know, you should like look up Annie Sprinkle. She's still around.
Yeah, I know Annie Sprinkle. Big, huge tits.
Yeah. And Lydia Lunch, you know, is doing stuff too. But Annie's cool, and you know, any of
How
those,
is she doing?
I think she's still alive. It's been a long time since I connected.
No,
with,
if they did a GoFundMe for retired porn actresses in need, I'd send them fucking money. I really fucking would. And,
you know, I think you should find out. You know, I'll look into it too. And
you know, for a while I thought about, but I just didn't want to tie it to like looking like I was trying to capitalize on someone's demise. But I really thought, and it may still happen, of a like website of like a non-denominational, non-religious memorial for working girls that get murdered.
that's really fucking sweet. And
Seriously, man, I really fucking think this way.
I think that's a beautiful thing. I do.
Seriously.
I know.
And it isn't all this cliche fucking bullshit of like judging, and I'm not judging, and I'm giving him a ham sandwich and 2 oranges, and I'm a great guy. None of that fucking bullshit.
It's
I
remembering
know how the
them.
goddamn world works.
Like, we all want to be remembered, Tom.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
it's like,
if
yeah,
we're
no,
lucky enough
I
to
don't,
be
I don't,
remembered.
I don't think of that. I don't think of, I mean, when I was young, I was stupid. I'll tell you this, man. I know when I first started doing that shit, just accidentally, innocently, a genuine interest. And like Marguerite told me that people shot them with pellet guns and shit. I swear to God, I think that if I'd have ever seen that happen as an adult, getting out of at 21, I thought they were just sluts and whores and dope addicts, and I didn't know shit. And then as I got older and figured out the world, if I'd have seen that shit happen at 55 or 60, when basically my life was over and I had a career and all that shit, and I just saw somebody shoot a fucking pellet gun at someone like Marguerite, I think I'd have fucking killed him.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
And, you know,
what I would do.
that's not rational thought, really, either.
Well,
But I find myself when I hear these women that get caught up in this bullshit and these crazy ass fucking psychos and shit. There was a guy down there running into prostitutes and shit. And I think at this age, 68, knowing what I know now, you take everything that I've learned and what I have life and left, and you prove to me there was one of these motherfuckers down there doing this to these goddamn prostitutes, I would consider it an honor to murder them. I would do it.
You know,
Because
I don't have a problem with that, Tom, personally. I mean, I think, I thought about like capital punishment for a long time and like who would deserve that. I kind of, I know a lot of, I don't like it because a lot of people have been judicially
yeah, they have.
wronged, wronged. But for some people that are really that heinous,
Oh yeah, no.
why? Why
And
are
you
they
know what?
still
You know
here?
what? I don't care how they got there.
Mhm. Right.
I'm not even going to take any time to find out why.
Uh-huh.
But these crazy ass motherfuckers that do this goddamn fucking shit, I'm 100% total believer at this stage of my life. I'm all for vigilante justice. It's 68. If you gave me life in prison, so fucking what? It isn't like I'm 21 years old and don't know shit and like pissed off about being in a cell the rest of my life. This is a whole new fucking world. And at this age, if I knew somebody did some goddamn shit like that, I think it would be an honor to fucking take their ass out.
I'm the same way, Tom.
These perverted motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I mean, and you misconstrued something I said one night, Stephanie, when I was talking about these perverts.
Uh-huh.
But you still have to apply the law. You can't. This Chris Hansen motherfucker, I'd like to fucking take him out too. That motherfucker wasn't doing anything good. These people are mentally ill, fucked up motherfuckers. It's sad because they break down and they cry and they want the death penalty when they get caught, and that's fucked up. But when it's your goddamn young, innocent kids and you ruin 60 years of living,
Right.
I'm not perfect. And I just think, you know what? I'm not going to spend any time looking for the good parts of a pervert.
Right.
But you better not be fucking around kids that I know at this age.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, perverts and children, they are fucked up people. I mean,
Yeah.
why?
The people,
And
innocent
that
goddamn fucking
that
kids.
destroys me. That breaks my heart because that person is ruined for their life. I
No,
mean,
it
they're going to
does.
turn
Right.
out.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
It,
But
it's
I got a special spot for like prostitutes getting murdered.
obviously, I think that's such
That
a
would
beautiful idea,
piss
and
me the fuck
it might
off, man.
it might exist already. I'm going to look into that
Well,
because
there was someone, a prostitute went after, apparently did that. I think she had, I don't know what happened,
Yo,
but
I know who you're talking about.
you know
You're
what
talking about
you know what I'm talking-
Eileen Warmus.
in Florida, right? I think.
Yeah. Actually, now, see, here's the advantage I have. If I was 25 and I had a job and a career and I was running the fucking local Boy Scouts and fucking all this other bullshit, I could not say anything about this.
Mhm.
But at this age, I got nothing to lose. You can't do anything to me, which is a fucking huge advantage. Eileen Warmus not only was a fucking genius, that fucking bitch had balls. She got fucked, man. And I fucking applaud her for what she did.
I don't know her. Eileen Mormons.
Yeah. Look at her up.
Look
Rochester,
her up,
Michigan.
yeah.
She was a prostitute that was fucking abused like goddamn Raven. And then all of a
Oh,
sudden,
yeah.
she's killing these goddamn motherfuckers that deserve it.
They made that movie called
Oh, okay.
Monster.
Yeah, thank you, Kaylee's. She's my goddamn, they have all these fucking faggots. Not literally, but they're making it out of heroes. She's a fucking true hero.
Yeah.
Yeah. She really is, man. And that bitch was a fucking super goddamn genius. That if she'd have been born under different circumstances, and that is a perfect example of justice gone wrong.
Yep.
These
Well, a
goddamn
lot of
guys
that
doing
has
that
been
weird
ignored.
ass fucked up
But
goddamn shit to her.
yeah, I have a question. Have you, since you have interviewed so many prostitutes, have you done that in Georgia? And
No,
I mean,
no,
I'd like to.
you know what? I'll tell you
Is
what
there a
ended up
place
happening.
where there's more prostitutes?
I should get like a goddamn honorary PhD for that. Because when I went into it, it wasn't like, look, when I was like 18, 19, we go down to Cass Corridor, which is not far from all that shit. There was Anderson Gardens in the Willis Shore. We get blowjobs all the fucking time from prostitutes. You know, we had some great ass fucking times, man. And even at a very young age, I had cute, nice young girlfriends. And we would still go down there. And we had a couple New Year's Eve parties where it'd be prostitutes at the Anderson's Gardens in Detroit. We had good ass fucking times. And I wasn't really like one of these guys that was going to try and save one of these girls and pull her out of prostitution, that kind of fucking shit. I just had fun, man. It was a nice young guy. My upbringing, my dad encouraged me going to see prostitutes. He was the one that told me about how to get there and go there and that kind of fucking shit. And in a way, it's fucked up if you look at my life compared to like Ozzie and Harriet and how you think it should have turned out. But in a kind of way, I got to see a part of fucking society that if I'd have been born to Rhodes Scholars that were both neurosurgeons, I wouldn't have seen otherwise. So
Sure.
I'm not complaining.
Right.
I'm
Sure.
just thinking there was a casualty maybe to a better life because of my parents, but I learned a lot. You know?
Sure. Yeah. No, life is
Yeah, I mean, this
really
is fucking life. Not everybody is getting
humans.
13 goddamn gold medals at the Olympics for swimming.
Mm.
You're lucky to just get the fuck out of there being alive.
Mhm.
You know? I'm telling you, man, when I was a young guy, I was a crazy ass motherfucker.
Did you see what kind of porn movies did you watch when you were a kid? Did you see like movies like Greaser's Palace? You know, was it like
No, I'll tell you what happened to me. That's the
creative
only time
porn
that was
or
the I'll tell you exactly what happened to me. You know, I was like, there's all sorts of theories on how you end up this way. Whether you're a serial killer, you're a porn addict like me, a doper, a drunker, an alcoholic, what the fuck ever. There's a million ways you get there. And I remember being when I was 13, I heard about a Playboy book out in the middle of a field. And I walked 3 miles in January to try and find that motherfucking thing because I want to see those nude pictures of those women. So even as a young guy, it wasn't like just wanting to see like a centerfold. I like this fucking shit interested me. Not in a criminal like rapist way, but I want to see this fucking shit. And the only time I used fake ID when I was 17, and I went to the Mel Theater in Melvindale, Michigan, and I'll never forget it was Tina Russell, who was super cute. And I walked into this theater and I showed him my ID and he said, "Is this like really you?" I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Go ahead." He let me in. And I remember sitting down there, and that was the time when if you wanted to see porn, you went to old theaters that had failed as traditional theaters. And
right,
now they were
yeah.
trying to stay in porn.
Right, the midnight theaters too.
And I
yeah.
sat down and I saw Tina Russell sucking this big cock, like on this giant screen, just like you'd be watching Godzilla or some shit. And I shot a big fucking load in my pants right then. And I remember like watching this shit.
Did you know what happened to yourself? Did you realize what happened?
Oh, fuck yeah, I did. And I can remember like Christians talking about born again, seeing Jesus in clouds and pieces of
Right.
cheese and all that
Like
shit.
MAGA
But
Mike Johnson. Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, this may not be true, but I remember thinking to myself, wow, man, this shit fucking got me, man. It was like, this is exactly what I was looking for. And this was 100 times fucking better than I thought it would be. And from that day on, it was like I was balls out for fucking porn. And then it graduated to like, you know, I got older. It was escorts, strip clubs, massage parlors, girls that needed tires, girls that needed behind on their rent. And I was like the happiest motherfucker in the world. And then as it evolved, it went from seedy areas of porn to VHS to beta. And then when the internet came out, I thought to myself, man, this isn't looking good for a marriage or dating. And when it became that commercially available, I thought my likelihood of staying married or dating is almost fucking zero, because I like that shit. You could send goddamn Miss America over to my house in a bikini, and I wouldn't have gave a fuck if I had had access to other porn. So, you know, sometimes people, you don't want to go into this shit every goddamn time somebody asks you a question about why you interviewed prostitutes. But I felt that there was a definitive connection between me and them, is how you end up in certain places. And thankfully, even though porn may have cost me like, you know, 50-year golden wedding anniversary, I got that fucking addiction shit. And when that shit lit your fire, you could send me all the good looking women you wanted and I could have gave a fuck. And I've been that way ever since. I even, you know, was ambivalent about getting married. I had an attractive wife. I mean, I almost wish I had had an ugly one because it would have made more sense. But I got fucking tired of that. I wasn't fucking into it that much. You could have sent me to fucking psychotherapy for 1,000 goddamn years. And I was way more interested in watching porn and fucking around with massage parlors and escorts and shit like that. I did not want to fuck around with like trying to manage this goddamn bullshit as I saw it at the time. Now, as I've gotten older and I look back, but I'm telling you, I have no fucking regrets. You know, there's no smoking gun with me. Nobody ever can come up with like a secret recording bullshit. I fucking tell it all to you. It's just my personality. And
you know what,
the only
Tom?
reason that I can do that is because like I'm not like running for office. I don't need a job. I don't have kids. I don't have a wife that's going to be embarrassed. And like just like showing interviews about prostitutes I've interviewed, you know, maybe I'm not saying it was bad. Wasn't perfect, but I'm still that fucking way.
Well, you think about it like this too, Tom. So people get divorced and stuff, and I'm sure you've seen it all the time. So like people get divorced and then they get like somebody else, and then they're like, you're just kind of like, okay, because of maybe like the way that they look or something, like why'd you
Yeah.
leave that or whatever. But it's kind of like what your point was, like
Oh yeah.
you're like, you
when
had
you're
a marriage and she was
when-
beautiful, and
yeah, when you're a guy like me and you've been fucking with this shit your whole goddamn life, the likelihood of just stumbling upon someone that's gonna fly for you sexually is like fucking zero. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, I used to joke when I really didn't totally figure this out. I tell my buddies, like, you know, they want to introduce me. It's like, I don't want to fuck around, man. I'm going to be fucking around with this goddamn fucking woman on the couch and walks on the beach and holding hands and all this bullshit and have 6 months into it only to find out she's got a heavy gag reflex. Seriously, man, I didn't want to fuck around with it, man. I had that bar set so goddamn high that I could get in a commercial setting or through watching porn that the likelihood of me randomly running into that dating was fucking zero.
How come you never were interested in being a porn star, working in porn?
I think it's different. No, I think that's different. First of all, it doesn't pay anything. I made way more money than porn stars ever did. And secondly, it was just like that's just I don't like that goddamn kind of bullshit. I mean, I don't like I like threesomes with a guy and two girls, but I don't want like any hard dicks in the room while I'm there. It's not that I'm like anti-dick or like gay phobia or any of that fucking shit. It just doesn't fucking do it for me. Funny enough is like there are porn movies that I wouldn't watch sometimes because I didn't like the guys. And it wasn't because I didn't like their dicks or something. Like I'll tell you another weird fucking quirk to watching porn is I don't like watching. I'll scroll through porn still, and there'll be like cute girls. It's like, yeah, I think I'd like that, and I'll click on it, and they're foreign, and it totally turns me off. If you're not speaking good English from America, I don't want to watch it. I don't give a fuck what you look like. It's weird, isn't it? And I think, and I'm not
American
100% sure of this. I think it's because it turns me off that there's women in these Eastern Bloc countries that are sucking cock for $1 a day. And it's just not like the good old American red, white, and blue nympho that's doing it for fun. That's the best I can explain it.
You missed the summer of love was that thing you and I missed. Like we were probably 11, like when it died. So, but we knew, but our babysitters were the summer of love,
Yeah.
and we were around those teenagers that were in the summer of love, and it didn't last long, but it created us, and it created like the cool people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it. And I just, yeah, I mean, there's like, there's so many variables on how things work out for you. I mean, I had two buddies in high school get killed on motorcycle accidents. They weren't able to do any of this. Now, I mean, was my life better than theirs? Well, that's up for debate. Is it something that they're going to do a Hallmark movie of me? Fuck no. It's still
So
this
you said
small,
that a Hallmark because
it's
that's
still
all I
this
could think of
small
when you were
ceiling.
talking about, walking on the beach holding hands. That's all I could think of was being a Hallmark card.
Yeah. To me, that's like super fucking boring.
Mhm.
And like you could send like, I tell people all the time, you could send, I mean, you could send like Miss America over here in a string bikini and knock on my door at 2 a.m. I'd lock the fucking door and call police because I know the likelihood of her being into and doing what I like is fucking zero. And it's just a super red flag. I know better. So it's a super difficult fucking way to live. I mean, like nothing can measure up after 50 fucking years of like seeking this shit out and finding it and like getting the upper echelon of what you consider good. It ain't fucking happening in dating. I had one girlfriend since I left my wife, and I couldn't fucking wait to get rid of her. And she was like cute. Just like terrible blowjobs. I mean, it's just like so fucking boring. When you're 18 and can't give good head, that's one thing. When you're 42 and can't give head, it's time for me to date somebody else. Big difference. So I painted myself into a corner, and it's like, well, all you talk about is sex. Yeah, that was a major fucking cornerstone in me having interest in people. I mean, I like all that fucking shit. It's one or the other with me. I've got lots of fucking female friends, but the sex part I'd rather keep separate because the likelihood of combining both of them is close to zero. And it's been this way forever. And now I'm an old guy. So it's like, I'm not complaining. But even though old memories are great, there's nothing like knowing that some good shit's coming down the pike. And I know at 68, that's pretty unlikely. Maybe that's why I'm so jaded. I'm a realist about spontaneity, and I'm no longer naive, so I'm kind of fucked. What am I supposed to do? Big 2 hands of cellulite and varicose veins? It's not the same. So it's beaten off to Pornhub. I'm not complaining. They say, well, don't you want like a soulmate? Fucking don't. It's like you put a lot of emphasis on sex. Like, yeah, tell me about it.
But there is something to companionship.
I don't want. I don't. But you know what? That I found out that in my case, that whole companionship shit was linked to like good sex.
See,
and even if you take the like crazy extreme, I think there's something wrong with an older guy. No matter what price he pays to have like a mail order bride, that is like not right. Take a young girl like
it's
that.
weird.
It's fucking weird. It's weird. I mean, I like the idea of a fucking 19-year-old running around here in a fucking string bikini, but I wouldn't exploit somebody like that. And no matter how you cut it, it's fucked up.
Yeah. No, that's an emotional.
Yeah, no, that's not.
maturity.
That's
Yeah.
like a war crime type shit.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, so I'm really now like backed into a fucking corner of like super bored. I mean, I'm lucky I stretched it out as long as I have, but like at this age, like I've just recently in the last 6 months got to the point where I don't want to take that much time to fuck around with this porn to find something I like. I mean, I can scroll for hours and I wouldn't even date these goddamn fucking bitches. I mean, in right away, that seems like I'm mad at them. Like, I think it's just frustration. I mean, even a lot of these porno actresses and shit, man, they're fucking terrible as far as sex, in my opinion. I mean, I've like reached like a Olympic level of this shit, and at this age, under these circumstances, I know I'm fucked. And I'm not even like, looking for a way out like that. That's the thing, which is why I think that, if you gave me a terminal diagnosis, it would like almost be like, let's throw a party, because I know what's coming down the fucking pike and it ain't that fucking great.
You keep
Playing
saying that.
shuffleboard and holding hands with some 80-year-old fucking broad just didn't fucking do it for me.
Tom would have a final party. He'd be like,
Final party, yeah. So I'm all
Let's have a shuffleboard party.
Look, if you crunched all the data, and you guys know me pretty well, like there's no way out of this, which is how I think deep down in like your subconscious, if there is one, why I identified with drug addicted prostitutes. I'm not that much different.
I think
In
there's
a
a subconscious.
different kind of way.
Definitely.
Yeah, in a different kind of way. But
I gotta
what's
go. Okay.
But you're nighty night.
It's been awesome. You rock. Thanks.
It's good joining you. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Peace.
Michelle,
yeah.
you think you're gonna find happiness eventually?
I'm always hoping to find happiness. So
Do you think that's a product of your age?
I mean, I think everyone goes through ups and downs in their life. I don't think it's ever permanent. Um, I think it's normal, actually. I don't know anybody who's lived a full life that was always happy and everything was going great. I mean, so I think sometimes life just, you can get down a little bit, but you got to get back up and try
So
again.
what's the piece of cheese at the end of the rainbow? Like, get back up for what?
I mean, like for everybody, it could be it's something different for everybody.
Yeah,
Like
no, I
like
agree.
Stephanie, she says like her sister and her nieces, and
See,
that gets her going.
yeah, that's all great and all that shit. And maybe that'd be great if I had something like that, but that almost seems like a default mode with older people.
Well, it kind of. I mean,
I mean, what's fucking left? I mean, it's something to do with human evolution, this grandchildren shit. It does something to the brain that like gets you like.
No, they say they do live longer because of it. Like some people,
I believe that. Yeah,
I mean, maybe not like long, but like
no, yeah,
know.
there's something to that. Yeah. But if you like, I mean, there's a big difference between. I'm not convinced that being truthful gets you anywhere. I mean, it's cool. I'm like that, but I'm not bragging about it. I don't think it's a thing, because if you were like a real motherfucker or a sociopath, or like you wanted to exploit people, I think of this sometimes. Like if I was going to be like a real motherfucker and not truthful, I would just like can my YouTube channel and join one of these churches down here. I mean, there's just tons of these women down here that like, it wouldn't even matter how you looked if you were older. Like you could just like clean up if you were like a manipulating con artist by joining these churches and lying. They're so like fucking unbelievably vulnerable. Really, it's like all you need to do is like get into this and play that role. You could just like clean up. That's why these old ladies and shit get their money taken from them and stuff.
I don't know. I mean, it's your life,
Yeah.
You know what makes you happy.
No, I'd never do some shit like that. And I'm not saying like I'm better than. I'm lucky that I think this way. I guess fucking maybe I'm not. But it worked out this way. But I don't think it's like, hold off in the parade for me. You know what I mean? I don't know why I did. I guess I find virtue in like honesty.
Well, I told, when I go to church, like it's always the general like age of people is usually at least 70 and above. I would say 75% of people who attend church.
Yeah, okay.
So that's kind of like where where you're at, like with church and everything. So
no, but if you were like a con artist, I can't think of a better venue than a church. If you were like a manipulator.
to do what?
Just to get involved with these women. I mean,
God, you guys, I fell asleep.
It's okay, Stephanie. I've done that before.
Yeah.
I think Tom just like knows
Oh
who I
my
am.
God. I
Did you
am
have a ham
sorry.
sandwich?
Yeah, no, I didn't have one tonight. I'm gonna have to go to sleep, but it's been fun tonight, guys.
All right, you
Yeah.
party on.
Okay, party on. Good
Try not,
night.
try not to
Night.
fantasize about me in your dreams.
Oh no, yeah, I'll be dreaming about you, Tom. Good night.
Yeah, I know. How about this? Considering your Christian beliefs,
Mhm.
shouldn't you be happier if God had a plan for you?
So here's the deal with me. Like um I've gone through my ups and downs where I just think that like that's just what I had to go through. I mean, just because you're a Christian, just because
Oh,
you
that's true.
believe something doesn't necessarily mean that
No, I agree.
you're
Yeah.
not going to go through
No, that's right.
hard times because that's just
Yeah.
what you I
But do you
mean,
think this is God's plan for you? I mean, are you
well,
one of these people that think that unless you, in the absence of suffering, that you'll never experience success and happiness? This is where it gets dicey. You know, the whole Christianity is all about suffering and slaughtering and,
right.
earning based on your suffering, your salvation. And so, do you think in any way you deserve this? And this is going to lead to nirvana later on.
I think it does. Like I think suffering sometimes is just um like I've always believed in sacrifices and doing stuff like that and I don't think that just because just like I mean we've all seen it on TV firsthand what's happened to people like reach this pinnacle of success and then all of a sudden you hear like this happened and whatever but then some of the people that you hear about get back up eventually, like they hit like this this just a spot in life, but then you see them, you get back up, you fall a couple times and you get back up more times than you fall.
So I'm assuming that you think suffering is part of the consequence of eventually being happy.
Yeah. Yeah. I think because God never wanted everybody to like want, you're supposed to not to want stuff, right? So this is how everyone's programmed. Everybody wants more, bigger, better, want, right? So when you're in this mentality of like wanting stuff and like, I want the better car, the better lifestyle, this and that. Well, okay, that's normal, but like there's a sense of like greed and you just doing stuff. And like a lot of times when people get to these high pinnacles, like millionaires, billionaires, some of them had to do some shady, stuff to get there.
Yeah.
And then what happens with that is like mental illness, drug addiction, to cope with themselves, to keep on going because of everything that that they may have done,
So I'm assuming you think that's free will.
everyone has free will. Yeah, everyone has free will to do whatever. But the thing is with that free will is responsibilities.
Right. But so you have free will,
Mhm.
and what are you supposed to do? Human beings in general, it's hedonistic behavior. You seek pleasure.
Sure. I mean, there's
And,
nothing.
if Jesus died for your sins because he knew this bullshit you were going to do,
Mhm.
aren't you covered regardless?
Right. So but you also kind of have to walk the path of Jesus. It's like, okay, so you're covered as far as like nothing,
Good night, Lucy.
nothing like you can't, you're covered in the sense that like you should be okay to keep on continuing in life and do things and everything, but like there's if you're not constantly walking the path, right, there's going to be amount of suffering. If you're not constantly walking the path every day, and for some people it's easier than others, but it's a practice. It's a practice, and it's not easy, and it's not, if you just do whatever you want when you want because you feel like it, that's when, you hit the bumpy patches. That's when, stuff starts happening. So,
Yeah, but if you suffer negative experiences that isn't based on your behavior, but someone
right.
else's,
I
then what?
understand. Yeah.
Then what is it? In other words, you do everything right. You're not fucking around. You're not banging yourself off with a big black cock rubber dildo, thinking of your favorite rapper. You're doing everything right. You're doing what you can. And things aren't still working out. Why is that? Is this just some kind of lesson to stick to the straight and narrow and don't stray from your ideology? Or, this is where you lose me.
Well, this is what happens.
Good night, Kaylee.
So when you get off a certain like path and whatever, then it just kind of, I mean, like everyone's gonna suffer something at some point. Nobody goes through life without having some kind of suffrage of
But do you rely on God for your happiness?
I'm not relying on God. No, I'm not. I don't rely on God for my happiness. I rely on God to have mercy on me and to give me and to just let me know like what I'm doing is wrong. And a lot of times there's been times in my life where it's literally happened where like I literally couldn't do things and I ran, and it was just out of nowhere, and it was just I don't know, it was just that's just how it went. But I'm like what I'm saying is like because you said earlier about what about the kid who died, he got hit by a bicycle and died, right? What was God, where was God then? You hear these
No,
stories.
I don't really think that way. I think the whole thing makes sense with salvation. I don't think God or Christianity has zero to do when you're amongst the living. You can get hit on a bike, you can get breast cancer, you can get in a car accident, you can get your legs chopped off. Because I can just give you endless examples of that it doesn't make sense. I mean, just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you're not going to be a quadriplegic. But the afterlife makes sense, that you cancel all that out amongst the living. And if you're a Christian, you do things right, that you're going to guarantee your way to an eternal salvation in the afterlife. That makes sense to me. But I can give you a zillion examples of being a Christian amongst the living. It's a waste of time.
Well, this is something that can probably help you a little bit. Like when you do good for somebody, you probably get a sense, you probably feel better about yourself.
Yeah, but the Bible says you can't get to heaven by good works alone.
But it helps. Like I'm just saying, like I'm not saying that like that's part of it. So like there's certain things where you're like, oh, when you decided to do certain things, it probably made you feel better than when you decided to do other things. And you it may have been good at the time, but it's always going to weigh on your conscience. And it shows by your general attitude how much guilty conscience you have for maybe stuff that you maybe didn't intend to do on purpose.
No, but that's what the Holy Spirit's for.
Right. So like so that's what I'm saying. Like if you can just try and just do your best, that's the whole like Jesus thing.
Well,
You
but
know,
what about the Buddhist that tries his best?
well, usually
Does he deserve to go to hell?
they deserve to go to hell.
I mean, he's not believing in Jesus.
Well, it's about it's about believing in God in general and praying to a higher power than yourself, and about
What about the Jew?
the Jew.
He doesn't believe Jesus is the Son of God. Where's he going?
I mean, I feel bad for his judgment day. That's for sure.
Okay, well then at a minimum you're consistent.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the reason why people love Jesus so much is because he was kind of the defender of humans from God, who was like, you guys are all fucking assholes. Like, here, I'm going to throw some plagues and diseases and everything else. And then Jesus came along as a healer, and they actually talk about like appointed healers in the Bible, not just Jesus, but like people who were meant to like heal people from like these diseases and plagues and everything else. So like when you get, let's say, I'm sure everyone's gotten sick in their life. I'm sure some, if you've gotten sick. Well, now there's medicine and stuff. That was all in the Bible, like healers, like people who knew. That's why when people are like, oh, modern medicine, blah, blah, it's science, that's all it is. Well, it talks about that in the Bible. Like, there were appointed people, not everybody, to help heal people. They're called healers.
What do you mean not everybody?
It not every God didn't make everybody exactly the same. Like as far as like the whole plan, like when everything came about, not everybody was just like what you say. Not everybody's good at everything. And there might be a good reason for that. Like God's plan, God's plan for everybody isn't to go freaking, become whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Or to even have babies. Like some people can't have babies. Does that make them a bad person if they can't have a baby? Like, you know.
But the Buddhist and the Jew are guaranteed to go to hell, according to the Christian doctrine, because they don't believe Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Does that seem right? And I'm telling you, I brought this up before too. You either believe in the Bible or you don't. And the Bible is very clear
Well, the thing with the
about
Bible,
homosexuality.
right, is it has been rewritten. It was written a long time ago. It's been rewritten, revised.
No, but everything is based on the Bible in a Christian church.
Right.
And homosexuality is the best thing I can give you an example of in the Old Testament and the New Testament. It is absolutely 100%, according to Christianity, wrong.
Right.
It's abomination.
Right.
No way around it.
Right.
So if you know this,
right,
and you're a Christian and you believe in the Bible,
right.
why are you defending homosexuality? Is an okay thing to do.
I never said homosexuality is an okay thing to do. People are homosexuals. They have to live their lives, and that's that. I'm not going to sit here and just slander and
But you don't
hate.
feel
I don't
that.
feel like I should hate the homosexuals.
No, I
No,
don't
I
think you
don't.
should hate them, but you don't have a problem with them not being able to get communion because of their sexual persuasion. I mean, just because they're not straight, they can't get communion. In the Catholic Church, in your lifetime, you're never going to see homosexuals getting married. Wouldn't you find that at a minimum some kind of discrimination?
I think, like I said, God gives you free will. You
So you
know,
think it's wrong or right?
it's obviously wrong. It's in the Bible. It's wrong.
Okay.
It's not right. But like the thing is there's a lot of things that we all do that's in the Bible that isn't right. And there's things that people have done that isn't right. Like to go around and sit there and to criticize everybody and everything, you're also supposed to not be a hypocrite either, or be like some kind of, just to go out there and
Yeah,
just
but you
point
could
out.
be a hypocrite and still get communion.
Right.
You can't be a homosexual and get communion. I mean, I don't know how you can get around anything other than it's discriminatory. And in this day and age where you can't discriminate against homosexuals in the workplace, but you can in a church, it's kind of a red flag.
I mean, I don't discriminate. I don't sit there. I'm not the one making the rules. I'm not going to like hurt somebody if they're like that's not I'm a human being. I'm not God. I'm not whatever,
Oh, with
like
this new place you're going, are
mhm.
do they use a Bible?
They do they talk about passages in the Bible, yes.
Which version do you know?
I don't know yet. I haven't gone there long enough. I haven't done all my research.
And they accept gays.
I'm not sure. I didn't ask.
Okay. And you said this was a
Well,
Church of Christ
gay people can go to a church,
as
Tom.
long as they're not active.
Right, but they can go to you can anybody's welcome in a church.
Well, sort of. If you go to a Catholic church and you can't take communion with all the straights, I wouldn't exactly consider that welcome.
A lot of people don't take communion, and if you've gone to Catholic churches
Yeah, but
frequently,
that's a big deal as a Catholic, communion. Why would you go to a Catholic church if you couldn't take communion forever?
people have their reasons. I mean, I went to church a couple times with my mother, and my mother didn't take communion. When communion was passed, she sat down. It wasn't, she didn't
No, but she
get
could have.
outraged.
And the point here is she could have. And an
Yeah.
active, out of the closet homosexual could not have.
Well, I mean, it's
I don't have a problem with homosexuals, but I'm not claiming to be a Christian. This is what I'm getting at. You can't have it both ways.
well, I don't control the Catholic Church. All I can tell you is
No, but
it says in the Bible that
maybe not
that
now.
homosexuality is wrong, and it's your choice to do it or not. It's
What do you mean
not.
it's
I'm not
wrong
God.
in what way?
I'm not God. That's just what he like. There's a lot of things that he says don't do. Don't do. This is bad. This is going to lead to problems in your life. Don't do it. But people do it all the time, and it's not just homosexuality. There's a lot of things people do in a lot of different ways that they
No, but a
still.
lot of different ways can still get communion. A homosexual can't. You can be a thief, a bank robber, all sorts of shit, and
No,
still
I
get
mean,
communion.
then
Homosexual,
write a letter to the Catholic Church, and see what you can do about it.
you can't do anything about it. They're very clear that they don't like it. They think it's wrong, and they're not going to marry in a church either, which is one of the staples of a sacrament. I mean, I don't know how you say it's anything other than discrimination.
It would be like, I mean, I can't reform something that's been going on for a
No,
million
but you
years.
cannot go there.
Well,
I mean, you can't have it both ways. You went to a lesbian wedding, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Because you liked him and it was cool, and they asked you there, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you can't go to lesbian weddings and be a Catholic too.
I mean, I was
Something's gotta
baptized.
give.
So here's the deal. I was baptized Catholic when I was a baby.
Doesn't make any sense. Baby baptism.
Okay, well, this is my
You
life.
confirm later on.
This is my life, and that's just how I was, how I was
Did you
raised.
do confirmation?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was just like, do I believe, I really do. And I believe when you do things that say that you shouldn't do in the Bible, I believe that there's stuff's gonna just be harder for you, and like there's gonna be issues. Now, I'm not God, so I mean, I can't sit here and say, be this judgment and go walking around and like shaming people for every little.
This isn't God. This is Catholics. Didn't you say you're going to a Church of Christ?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
It says Church of Christ on
It does. Yeah.
Because I've never known of an example ever where they let everybody attend. They are so anti-homosexual. It's ridiculous.
Well, I don't go there to focus on homosexuality.
No.
You know what I mean? Like I'm
No,
not.
But
I'm not.
I don't expect. I believe you don't. But are they welcome there?
I didn't ask. I mean, that's something I can probably.
Oh, but this was the allure of this place for you, wasn't it? That you got something out of it. Just what is it? What did the Catholic Church lack?
Well, the thing with the Catholic Church with me was mostly how bad they would make you feel. I'm not telling you that a church should make you feel good, like you're some special person to make you, but it was just so depressing, somber. Like when I would leave the church, like I didn't feel like this sense of, oh, I want to go out there now and be a better person. It was always like depressing. Like it would always seem like, and maybe it's how it's portrayed, maybe it was the services, but there's a lot of churches where you can still do your worship and everything. And, yeah, there is a sense of seriousness, there should be, but like it doesn't have to get to like this, just, I don't know. It would just, I wasn't better from attending church. Like I didn't have the sense of, oh, I feel like today's going to be a good day. I'm going to try to go out there and lead this life that you should live. It was more of like, like, oh, like there's so much wrong in the world, that would make you feel like just, I don't know. They just had a way of saying some of these sermons and everything. It was just crazy for me. So I think for me, if it helps me be a better person, in life in general, we're on the same page. And like, I've been to different churches, and not every church is the same, and not every pastor is the same, not every priest is the same, not every person who speaks about the word, is the same. So, like, they're still saying the same thing, but it's how they're saying it. And it takes years of, sorry. It takes years to develop just a solid but good way to convey the message.
What's the message?
And just be a good person, be
You don't think
thankful.
you can be a good person outside of a church?
No, just be like a good person, be thankful for what you have. I mean, it depends on what they're talking about in the Bible that day, but some can be very reassuring and can lift your soul. It can make you go from having a bad day to be like, okay, because when they do these sermons and everything, it can be very relatable to everybody. And they can tell you ways to go about living your life to like where it would be better, your life would be better, your spirit would be better for it, and that in general. So,
Well, I want you to ask them. The homosexuals are welcomed.
okay.
If you found out they were not, would you feel any differently?
I mean, I think I would, because like most churches, they they're not going to kick you out of a church if they know you're a homosexual. They're not going
If
to
you're
like,
an active homosexual, there should.
I mean, I don't know. I've never
This is
seen
my
anybody.
point. I don't have
I've
a
never,
problem with homosexuality
I've never
until it
seen,
gets
an,
to.
I've never seen anybody get kicked out of a church, ever. I've never once seen one person get kicked out of a church, and I've gone to
They're
many
not welcome.
and masses and
And
everything
if they
else.
are, it's just based on changing them. You act like that you can still be a Christian and a homosexual, and that's absolutely 100% false.
Well, you're basically just sitting, like you're living in sin. That's all. I
Right,
mean,
right.
you
That's
can still
exactly right.
believe in God and stuff,
But
but
there's a
that's
difference between continual sin and accidental sin.
right. Sure.
I mean, they didn't devote huge chapters in the Old Testament and the New Testament about how wrong homosexuality is.
But their lives are just going to be harder because of it. There's going to be more
No, but I mean, there's a cutoff here, and that is that it's wrong. I don't, for the life of me, can't understand why a homosexual will go to a Christian church to begin with. Hey, sure.
Right. They probably wouldn't.
They do, though. I mean, here's an example. You went to that lesbo wedding, which I'm fine with. Who married him?
A reverend,
From
a
where?
minister, ordained.
Maybe in a mail order thing like I have?
Yeah, yeah,
It wasn't like a typical saint.
like a witness. Yeah, like it was like, basically.
Yeah, well, most of the time, I don't know how it is in states other than Michigan because I haven't looked at it in a long time. But even when, like, if you have a Catholic priest at a Michigan wedding, yeah, it is a sacrament, but really he's the witness. It's a legal
Right.
fulfillment. And now you can take religious from that if you want to. But the Catholic Church is very adamant. You can't be a homosexual and get married in a Catholic Church. No fucking way.
Right. Well, just like you can't just like they wouldn't allow you to go to church and vandalize it or steal, or they would call you out on it.
Yeah, but,
That would definitely be frowned upon. Like, Tom, you don't see people going into
well, but they
churches
didn't.
and deliberately sinning.
But they didn't devote chapters to that. in the Bible. I mean, there's some logic to
I mean,
areas
in the Ten Commandments,
that's different.
basically,
That's Old Testament only.
right? But I mean, even with that, but the Old Testament is still part of the Christian.
It
Is
is.
still
It is.
part. It's
It
still
is.
part of.
That's true. But homosexuality is absolutely wrong in the old and the new. There's no way around it. Look, I'm not a Christian, so it's easy for me. I don't have a problem with homosexuals. But to go to a place like that was that discriminatory, you couldn't do it with blacks. Why couldn't you do it on sexual preference? And the reason you can do it is because of what's in the Bible that you claim you believe in. That's
Well,
the foundation of Christianity. This is the issue.
well, the thing is, right, is even with the Ten Commandments, people still do it. People have done it, or might still be doing it. Who knows? But you go in there, you confess your sins, you repent. The thing is, this is another thing with, the whole
Yeah, but you can't
Chris.
just repent and go to confession and cancel your homosexuality. This is a major fucking deal.
Right. But what I'm saying is it's just like you you live your life, right? So there's homosexuals. We know there's homosexuals. You live your life, and like God said, He gives you free will. But then again, with the free will comes, especially if you don't repent and whatever, then comes this array of issues that you may have down the line. So I'm just saying, like, you gotta do you, but it's not gonna be this happy, content life. You're gonna have a lot of issues, maybe drug alcohol issues, maybe um a lot of maybe sad things might happen. I mean, that's just that's what he warns you about. And the people that did do it in the Bible, they suffered some way, I mean,
Sure, you're fine with it?
yeah, I'm not God. I mean, it's sin. Like, I'm not gonna, I mean, it's up to you to, you know, you're the one that's gonna have to live with it. It's
You
like,
believe all sins equal.
no, and you want to know, and there's a lot behind that too, because it's like, even with the justice system, look at it like that too, like our justice system, which they talk about justice a lot in the Bible as well. Um, I mean, does somebody who stole something gets the same sentence as somebody who murdered somebody?
No, that's
Like,
Catholic talk.
like
Venial mortal.
that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just like, obviously certain sins are worse than others. You're probably gonna.
Not really.
Mm,
But you don't identify as a Catholic anymore, do you?
no, not. I'll be honest with you. Like, I mean, like I would go to, I would go to church and do my thing and everything, but it was always like, I also had an upbringing of a mother who was raised very Catholic and hated it. Like, literally was strictly like, you have to go to church every Sunday, gotta do everything, this and that. But so she always was like, well, just go out and figure it out. Like, so when I was in my formative years growing up and stuff, I went to different churches. I went to, this church, that church. I did my own research on it all. And, you know, so
You-
sometimes it's how you're raised too. I mean, if you're raised like,
So you're a Catholic or you're not? Which one?
I
I mean, you're
don't,
not going to a Catholic church, so
Yeah, I mean, I don't really identify as Catholic.
You don't.
No.
Just Christian?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, with the Catholic Church, I mean, there's nothing, like I said, if you go to different churches, right, which I have, a lot of people don't do this, but like I've gone to, Baptist churches, all sorts of
That's
churches.
Satan fucking with you. He'll
It's
have you find something wrong with every fucking church there is. Too
no,
hot, too cold.
no, that's not even it. This isn't what I was gonna say. It's all
Hey, troubles.
basically the same thing. There's just minor tweaks in their rituals that they do. So like,
No, not really.
yeah, like
No.
get this. So
No, Baptists don't think once you're saved you can lose your salvation.
the Baptists also, you don't get baptized till you're a teenager.
Makes sense. They know what they're doing. Baby baptism doesn't make any sense.
This is how it makes sense in the Catholic Church, is that
Yeah,
you're
godparents.
that and that you're saved already. Like
No,
basically, like your
how can you be
salvation. Like
saved when you don't know what you're fucking doing? Doesn't make
it's
any sense.
it's
Baby
that's
baptism makes no sense. Confirmation makes sense. And they
it's
must have considered this along the way, or you wouldn't have had confirmation.
it's
They know
just
what they're getting into. But baby
it's
baptism, I mean, their rebuttal to that is, well, yeah, we're introducing them to godparents in the event that the parents were killed, they could continue to live a Catholic. Okay, yeah, okay, all right.
I mean, there's reasons behind it, but like the same foundation, it's still the same. Whether this ritual they think if you don't eat, just like the whole Lent thing, right? The whole Lent thing's about sacrificing something.
Right.
With the Catholics, it's like, oh, no red meat on Fridays. Okay, well, you're not supposed to eat red meat on Fridays. But like, do I think you're a bad person if you have a hamburger on a Friday during Lent? No, I'm not gonna like
No, but
freak
if you're a
out.
Catholic and you want to please Jesus, why in the fuck would you want to eat red meat on Friday if he didn't want you to?
I mean,
The whole idea is pleasing Christ.
right, and people do that in many different ways. Like as far as
Right, but
giving up certain foods, as far as giving up even like material possessions. Um, there's a lot of different ways. I mean, like
do you think
sacrifice is
no birth
sacrifice.
control is a good idea?
So I'm gonna get a lot of. Um, so what I have to say about that is, it didn't work out so well for me, and I can just share my experience. Like, I wasn't raised like uh, don't take birth, or whatever. But every
If
time I
you were
tried,
raised Catholic, you
every
should have been
every
against it.
well, every time. Well, I told you I wasn't really raised Catholic. I was baptized Catholic and did that like at an early age, but like as far as like raised from, I
Yeah,
mean,
but you knew you weren't supposed to be getting banged out of marriage. Didn't you?
right, yeah,
Okay.
yep,
All right. And I don't think it's a big fucking deal, but I mean, they do.
yeah.
You think that was Satan fucking with you?
I had, and I know this doesn't like, I know that this doesn't really, uh, it's not so much an excuse, but like a lot of things happened that weren't supposed to happen to me that um I do things out of circumstantial reasons, out of like hardship and everything that wasn't really deserved to begin with? Sure. Did I sin like that? Yeah, I did. But like I prayed and asked for forgiveness and everything else and just hope for the best.
You went to confession?
Yep.
That's not biblical either. It's not in the Bible.
Like prayer and stuff, I believe is very sacred to each person individually. And even if you're just praying at home, or um, you don't have to pray in a church, necessarily in front of everybody. I think it's a very personal thing. Just Mexico and Canada. Oh, that's right. You did go to Mexico, Tom. Oh, we lost him. He might have fallen asleep. You drank a lot tonight, too, so let's see.
Well, so you're happier now than you were.
Well, sure. Yeah. No, not really, but
So you're comfortable with being a Christian.
but it also talks about in the Bible how certain generations and families are cursed. There's like it's
Yeah, they
something
do
called
talk about that, like
it.
family
So
transgressions.
yeah, so sometimes, and I really think and believe this with my son, that my son was going to break a lot of what was passed down,
Yeah, no,
from.
it's true.
I really did believe that. Like, and it wasn't just because, oh, he's my son or anything. Like, I really felt, and honestly, Tom, my son's life, as far as, maybe it wasn't like extremely perfect or anything, but I think that his life was a lot better than mine, which I can be grateful for, and I just hope for the best for him. It seems a lot more smoother for my son, and like even with the community, the community here loved my son. Like everyone knew who he was, would say hi to him, this and that. When I was a kid and stuff, oh freaking, I don't know if we were just blackballed from society or some of the challenges that I had to face, but I mean, that's all you can be, you know.
So you're happy with the outcome.
For my son, yeah.
Oh, good.
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah, I agree.
That would be stupid. Like, I don't know any parent that would be like, yeah, I wanted to see my son fail and like get treated, yeah, that's what I wanted. I hoped for that. I
He's got
can't
to be
wait.
coming up on like 20 years old pretty soon, isn't he?
Yeah, he's 20.
Is he knocking on any ass yet?
Not that I'm aware of, Tom. Not that he's not. I know this is gonna sound a little strange. I mean, I know that he's um he was your typical boy. Like he would be like, oh, she's pretty, or, this and that, but like he was never like that. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, he was just different. I don't know. I mean, he
He's
wasn't like,
jacking off.
well, probably, but I mean, he wasn't like the type to just at least when he was a teenager, it's not like that was where his mind was all the time, even with his
Right.
hormones and everything. So, where some of the I would see some of his friends and stuff like that, and I'd be like, wow, and like even at like a really like even at somewhere like even at younger ages, and I was just like, that young, huh? I'm like, okay, it's like, what are you gonna do? Because they're so young. Like, it's like you're still kind of innocent, I guess.
Yeah.
But like, he wasn't really that obscure. Well, at least around me. So I'm sure maybe with his friends or something else, but He was never, you know,
Yeah.
that wild and out of control kid.
Right. I mean, you're pretty sure he likes girls.
Yeah, I mean, he had a couple girlfriends. There was nothing like major, but like, you know, typical, like you're in school and like, oh, here's my girlfriend, and you know, she'd come over, and it wasn't, I don't know why.
You put in the wood to him?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just checking.
I don't think that's what's going on, but then again, you know, with teenagers and stuff, sometimes they're not always honest with their parents either. So
Right. Yeah, you're right.
it's not like they come to you and they're like, "Oh yeah, like this is what I don't know."
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure we were all teenagers at one point, and we didn't tell our parents every single thing that we did.
Right. I get it. Well, I think I'm gonna go to bed, man. I'm not gonna be worth a fuck tomorrow. Do you have to work tomorrow?
No, well, later, like
Just
afternoon.
just sleep in.
Yep.
Good for you.
All right, everyone. Well, thanks for having me on,
Yeah.
Tom.
Have a good night. Sleep tight.
You too.
Troubles you party on.
Yeah. Bye,
Cheers.
you guys.
You rock on.
Have,
JMO. Good
have
seeing
a
you.
good night.
Hope you come out earlier. And I don't want to miss anybody. I think I got everybody. All these other party poopers. Blue, you have a good night too. Troubles you night. What's that canary singing or something?
Do you hear that? The birds are starting to come out because it's so early here, and you can hear them from the
Oh,
window.
that's at your house.
Yeah,
Wow.
they're loud.
Your sunrise shouldn't be till like 7 something.
Well, there was a major storm just passed, I said, with the lightning and stuff, and that like ever since it passed, like the birds are been loud. Usually they're not this loud this early, but
Night, sure. That's cool.
yeah.
Yeah, and this is huge bird territory where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
None right now. Although you are further east, but I wouldn't think it'd be that further east to have that kind of.
No, I don't think there's a major difference in the sunrise and sunset.
But there's no light anywhere. Is there?
No, it's still dark.
And those birds are chirping that much.
Yeah. Well, like I said, as soon as the storm passed, around 4, it was about 4 a.m., maybe quarter after, the birds just started chirping really loud. So I don't know.
That's cool.
I don't know if the storm like woke up the birds early, maybe because there was a lot of thunder and lightning and everything. Maybe they're just like,
Yeah, Marty told me last night that he got up like 3 o'clock in the morning to let Daisy out,
mhm.
and the fucking red squirrels were eating nuts out of the bird feeder.
They love. So
3 in
there's,
the morning.
yeah, so the thing is too is there's devices you could put on your bird feeders too.
Yeah,
so
we
that
don't.
Okay.
Those fuckers, they're hungry too.
Yeah, they wake up early. They're up pretty early.
But I never thought they were out at 3 in the morning. Michigan had the world's rarest warbler, Kirkland warbler. They were taken off the endangered species list. But I go to the seminars and go out and fuck with them, look for them myself. And I lived up there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're in breeding season, they really kind of nondescript. They winter in the Bahamas, and the DNR, in an attempt to keep them from being extinct, put a lot of remote cameras in different nesting areas.
Mm-hmm.
And through that, they learned accidentally that like squirrels would go in and eat a lot of baby birds. They'd eat their brains where it was heavy protein. And nobody ever knew anything about this. But here they end up putting up cameras to look at like basically the cowbirds, parasitism, which meant like throwing out the babies and laying their own eggs and not doing any work. It's a major problem. And here during the course of that study, they realized that squirrels were eating a lot of baby birds, which they had no indication of. And I know one time, like maybe 10 years ago when I was living in Michigan, they were doing like these winter surveys with trail cams. And they couldn't believe how many young fawns were being taken out in the spring by bobcats.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, around here, like, there's a lot of like Canadian geese. I actually saw a couple of it was cute. There was like 4 flocks of the Canadian geese, and each of them had babies already. And it was cute because you could tell they didn't have them at the exact same time. So you had the little tiny babies, then you had like the medium-sized babies, but they're already out there. Like they already started hatching already. Here,
It's cool.
spring is here.
It is.
No, no, there's a lot of different.
It's 70 degrees here right now.
It's warm here too. I think it's 60 here, so it's warm here.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, you night.
All right. Have a good night. Have a good night, everybody.
You party on. Trouble is you nighty night. Cheer. Good night. JMO. You rock on. We'll party again. I'm tired as fucking hell, man. I should have been in bed. But you get talking, fucking around. I'm gonna mess up my circadian rhythm. So have a good day, you guys, today. You're these triples is sure. I'm not sure what time it is where you're at. But you party on one way or the other. Good night.